yes in my backyard, not and no in my backyard, not in my backyard means? What the I just got done. Subscribe so you can rewind the broadcast to hear the takes that I had literally 2 minutes ago. But yeah, in San Francisco, local politics in an unbelievably busted housing market, all decisions are downstream of whether you're a YIMBY or whether you're a NIMBY. Let's get to San Francisco. San Francisco. Beautiful, beautiful city in California. I wish I lived there. Unfortunately, very lived up. Now, as you guys know, Nancy Pelosi's seat is now vacant. And there are 3 top people running for said seat. You have the establishment California Democratic Party machine pick, Scott Wiener, who's been around, basically occupies the in the state side, in the state legislature side, almost the exact same district in the state, now running for the federal position in the House of Representatives. He's in the top slot, a lot of name recognition. He's like around 40%. On the second slot, you have my pick in this race, Shoykat Chakrabarty, the centimillionaire, who is who made his millions off of being one of the first engineers at Stripe and has been working with leftist politics in this country since 2014, 2015, first with Bernie Sanders, then with Justice Democrats, then with AOC in her first race, where he became AOC's chief of staff. And he's never really stopped pushing for a new Democratic Party. And then last but not least, you have the San Francisco institutional left's personal pick, Connie Chen. Connie Chen is largely inoffensive, in my opinion, but she is basically the Mallory McMorrow of this race. To give you a comparison that you might understand if you've been paying close attention to the Abdul El-Sayed race, if Scott Wiener is the Haley Stevens in this race, and Shoykat Chakrabarty is the Abdul El-Sayed in this race, then Connie Chen is the Mallory McCuomo in this race, right? And what I mean by that is Connie Chen has spent a good deal of time in local San Francisco politics being a center-left figure. There's a reason why the unions have endorsed her. There's a reason why the institutional left wanted her to run, right? However, Connie Chen is the pick of Adam Schiff and also Nancy Pelosi. Connie Chen has also attacked me as well. I don't think she's as bad as McMorrow. I don't think so either. Like I said, I just like Shoykat more, and I think Connie Chen is a relatively low friction, inoffensive center left figure that is not going to move the needle. Okay? Shoykat is the insurgent campaign here, and Connie Chen is not. That's just real, right? Obviously, it's an entirely different state. It's an entirely different dynamic. There are, I'm just trying to give you like a reductive comparison, okay? Now, when it comes to Israel, which is a good litmus test for a lot of these candidates to see exactly how responsive they are, to see how much they care about maintaining a moral conviction, and how much they want to find a comfortable landing pad for their positions where they're inoffensive to corporate interests or foreign lobbies, while also, trying to maintain the broadest base possible. Connie Chen's position on Israel is that she doesn't want to stop funding Israel's defensive weapons, right? Obviously, Shoykat from the start has said, I make no distinction. We need an arms embargo. We need a fighter. I think she would be a decently reliable vote on the progressive and left issues, but I don't think she would be a big advocate on advancing the left movement. Yes, that's my estimate as well, but it's also a little bit of a risk. If you're trying to move this country further and further left, if you're trying to move the Democratic Party further and further left, you need fighters. You need people with backbone, and you need people with moral conviction, right? Why does this community like her then? She's fine with funding genocide. This community doesn't like Connie Chen. This community likes Shoykat. The San Francisco left, on the other hand, trust Connie Chen more than they trust Shoykat for these reasons. they're stuck on not just the optics of Shoykat Chakrabarti being a centimillionaire, but they're also their past grievances with Shoykat's San Francisco local politics funds and where they've gone in eviscerating the local left in San Francisco has caused them to understandably have some skepticism. But I think it goes beyond like a healthy criticism or healthy skepticism and moves into a place where I consider it to be unproductive. And a lot of people get mad at me over it. But, you know, I have much love for the DSA local chapters regardless. And I'm never going to shit on them. Right? Shoykat backed anti-DSA candidates in the past over local differences. Shoykat is very pro-housing and some of them are not in line with that. Yes, it's the NIMBY-YIMBY distinction. That is more consequential than religion in San Francisco. Everyone is a libtard in San Francisco for the most part, and then there's some like further left people. But the YIMBYism, NIMBYism distinction is literally the most white Muslim terrorist. Okay. Welcome to the broadcast. Yes, that is me. I'm a white Muslim terrorist. Okay. So it's not a consequential issue outside of the city itself. No, it's not that it's not a consequential issue. I would say that it's the way that people treat it. The way that people treat it, they treat it basically like it's Israel-Palestine. Like they treat that as the real litmus test. And in many instances, I would say they treat that as a far more consequential litmus test than Israel-Palestine. And Connie Chen is a great example of this. Or Shoykat Chakrabarti versus Connie Chen is a great example of this in the assessment that people are making. I'm confused why this distinction doesn't exist in other cities where in LA where homelessness and housing are also an issue. I don't know. Maybe they don't have the largest like urbanist culture. Because I do feel like this is very... The YIMBY NIMBY stuff, I don't want to get into it again. All right, we've done it already. I've already described it. I don't want to talk about it any further because I literally don't have a dog in this fight. I believe in public housing. I just want public housing. I don't give a shit. I want more housing. I also don't want, there are certain aspects of both NIMBYism and YIMBYism that I understand, okay? But there are also certain aspects of both YIMBYism and NIMBYism that I oppose and despise, which I think is the more correct attitude to have. YIMBYism or NIMBYism is not ideological at all. As a matter of fact, it's not ideology specific. That's precisely the reason why you have left NIMBYs, not in my backyard, who are socialists, who say we have to seize the existing inventory of housing and give it to the people, right? But then you also have unbelievably racist old boomers and unbelievably wealthy NIMBYs, right? The right NIMBY position is the idea that we can't build homeless shelters or new housing in this area. We can't extend certain bus lines because poor people are going to come to our neighborhood. We cannot make our neighborhood more accessible to the poverty, to the poor, to the poverty stricken, right? To black and brown people. That's the right NIMBY position. And then on the YIMBY side, you have the right NIMBY position, right-wing YIMBY position, yes, in my backyard, which says real estate developers are God. We should be literally preaching the gospel of real estate development. We should be literally kissing the feet of anyone and everyone that ever wants to spend any money building stuff, even if they're building luxury high rises and condominiums. Because here is the paper, the study from I don't know, like Stanford or Yale or whatever university that has decided that more development immediately, automatically lowers the median housing market, the median price of rent. Okay. And then NIMBY position is somewhat similar to that. They just want to build more. They want to build more. They say, hey, look, like we should extend these subway lines. We should extend these metro lines. We should extend these bus lines. Like we should make a more cohesive, larger city. We should actually upzone in certain areas. We should reappropriate some of these like older, decrepit buildings and build more housing in general. That's why I have the same attitude on abundance as well. Like where there's certain aspects of like abundance, like there's going to be some instances where bureaucracy and red tape are actually a significant hurdle to climb. That is fine. You can tackle certain aspects of housing policy that that may not be appropriate any longer, right? Like, I don't have an issue with upzoning. I like upzoning. It's great. Who cares? So that's the reason why I don't have the same like YIMBY NIMBY distinction that a lot of people have, right? Where I sometimes find myself in the throes of YIMBYism and sometimes in the throes of NIMBYism. You understand? I'm a socialist. I think we should decommodify housing. That's what I think. I think we should move in the direction of decommodification. So it's all of the other stuff is secondary. I think it's stupid. Anyway, whatever. Who gives a... Can you please explain what any of these terms mean? Wait, what do you mean? I just did. I just literally described to you what yes in my backyard, not and no in my backyard, not in my backyard means. What the... I just got done. Subscribe so you can rewind the broadcast to hear the takes that I had literally 2 minutes ago. But yeah, in San Francisco, local politics in an unbelievably busted housing market, all decisions are downstream of whether you're a YIMBY or whether you're a NIMBY. Okay? That's what it is. Anyway, subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime so you can also see my good takes. If you missed them right as they were coming out, you can see my good takes and by rewinding, okay? You can also Google these takes. That's another thing you can do, okay? You can also Google my good takes. Anyway, the reason why I began this journey to describe to you what's going on in this race is because there's some new updates, okay? Decommodifying housing would also mean that you're neither NIMBY nor YIMBY in the derogatory sense. Both are only considered bad when they're done in isolation and without taking the other steps to protect renters and ensure that people aren't being exploited. Yeah. Where's the jacket from? Ralph Lauren. Everything I'm wearing is Ralph Lauren. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Okay, so by the way, my criticisms of like decision making on YIMBYism versus NIMBYism doesn't just extend to the Shoykot, the Shoykot truthers, the people who are not trusting Shoykot. It also absolutely extends to Shoykot as well. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. Like, I'm not defending him working to make sure Dean Preston doesn't win his race. That's a criticism of Shoykot as well. Do you understand? Maybe you don't hear that part when I'm talking about this. So you just assume I'm caping for Shoykot and defending him because I must be like in the pocket of big stripe Shoykot Chakrabarty and don't think that he is a unique candidate with a lot of policy knowledge with a think tank. Wouldn't commodifying housing be a good thing? Plentiful and readily available? Am I just using the term wrong? No. No, decommodifying housing would make it a more protected good. If you just think about it as like, oh, if the government is controlling housing, then there's not going to be enough. I'm saying, Preston, that's a big red flag. Did you ever press him on that? I did on this stream, as a matter of fact. And his answer was, it was YIMBYism, NIMBYism politics. It was wrong. Open presence. The Strait of Hormuz is not open, but our Qatari oiler is in the building. Thank you for the 50 bones. Jesus Christ. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there's a new update on the story. Democratic Majority for Israel founding member Sam Lautner with positive words on Connie Chan and Scott Wiener in the race for Pelosi's seat, says Shoykot Chakrabarty's support is from people who aren't in tune with the established progressive community, but has good name ID. Okay? DMFI founding member Sam Lautner chiming in here and everywhere with a positive outlook on Connie Chen, as Nancy Pelosi herself has expressed approval of Connie Chen. San Francisco left. For you, perhaps, the Dean Preston wound is one that you can't overcome. But if there's any moment to issue a fucking wake-up call for you, if you don't give a shit about Palestine, that's fine. You know? I mean, it's not fine. I don't think it's fine. But like clearly, if you have no issues with a congressperson who is, once again, not only making decisions at the local level, but at the national level, at the federal level, if you absolutely don't give a fuck about an anti-militarism, anti-imperialism candidate that you want to vote for in San Francisco, then yes, Connie Chen is a great way to show Shoykot and everybody else how mad you are still about the Dean Preston stuff. But if you have if you have understandable scrutiny towards Shoykat's politics because of his decisions in local San Francisco politics, okay, if you have a level of scrutiny that you're applying to him, you should apply it to fucking Connie Chan as well, okay? There's already the Adam Schiff red flag, but beyond that, there's also obviously the red flag with Nancy Pelosi and now the Democratic majority for Israel. DMFI founding member Sam Lautner chiming in. In a rare interview Thursday night at an Asian Pacific Islander Council event in Hayes Valley, Pelosi broke her silence and gave us a glowing review of Chan. A handful of Chinese speakers and reporters, Chinese-speaking reporters were present. Pelosi said the prospect of electing the city's first Asian American congressperson would be very exciting. She said she was delighted to attend Chan's Washington, D.C. fundraiser, where the supervisor was supported by labor groups, Asian American lawmakers, and women's advocates. She really did very well there, Pelosi says. She'd be a great member of Congress. Now, the Democratic majority for Israel's founding member Sam Lautner also has additional positive words for both Connie Chan and Scott Wiener. Wiener has a very strong base of frequent voters in the LGBTQ community, in the YIMBY community, and with the majority of moderate, by San Francisco standards, voters in the city, said Sam Lautner, a political strategist with BMWL Public Affairs and a Democratic activist who sits on the board of the Democratic majority for Israel. Connie Chan has a passionate base with a politically engaged progressive community, he added. The unions, for example. This guy, the DMFI, is saying anybody but Shoykat. Israel is saying anybody but Shoykat. We're fine with Connie Chan. We're fine with Wiener. AIPAC did this exact same thing in the Abdul race. They said anybody but Abdul El Sayed. That's why I'm saying this race is shaping a similar one. Okay? These guys are recognizing that they have to make concessions now. They have to make concessions because Israel is electoral poison, okay? In the eyes of the broader public, people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And now Israel's own envoys in American politics have to make these decisions, have to make these new decisions where they have to offer some concessions. So now they're fine with, light progressive candidates that are more malleable because they don't have moral conviction on these sorts of issues, specifically foreign policy. I wish Connie Chan was as bold and as brave as she is on NIMBYism as she was on, the issue of Israel-Palestine or American foreign policy or a litany of other issues, but she's not. You understand? That's it. To me, that says something. To me, that says something. It says that you can be bought and you can be sold. To me, that says you are responsive to the interests of not only corporations, you're responsive to your voter base too, for sure. And you have moral convictions when it comes to certain policies. But when it comes to other policies, you are utterly devoid of having moral conviction, and therefore you are malleable. Therefore, you are a bit of an opportunist. Guys like this will hurt your feelings later down the line. Okay? That's it. You want Americans to care about geopolitics is asking too much? No, but this is something that people care about. This is something that people care about. That's why I'm just trying to remind people that this is something that you said you care about. And I'm also tying it back to something that you do care about. Every American, at the end of the day, wants to have a new type of politics. They want fighters. They want people who will bring the fight not only to the Republican side, but even to the Democratic establishment as well. Shoykot presents that difference. He presents that change. He represents it. Connie Chan, on the other hand, doesn't. And it's a pretty reliable litmus test for that reason. Even if it's not just about Gaza, it's about everything else. Do I have to remind you of the Ta-Nehisi Coates statement? How can you expect a party that won't stop a genocide to actually fight for democracy? If they won't fight to end a genocide, that they're not going to fight to maintain and preserve democracy. It's that simple. Okay? That's why it's a really reliable litmus test. And this is a big difference, and that's precisely the reason why the MFI has noticed that big difference and sees it as an opportunity. The MFI, Democratic Majority for Israel, sees Connie Chan as a malleable figure. And that's the reason why they're defending her. Chakrabarty support seems to be coming from people who haven't, to date, frequently turned out to vote. Progressives who aren't in tune with the established progressive community, he said. Having said that, he certainly has increased his name recognition significantly with his personal spending, Lauder added. I think he has a very good shot at being in the final two. Note, all three go beyond Pelosi on Israel's genocide in Gaza. All three support cutting so-called offensive weapons to Israel. Chan supports defensive ones only if they're attached to Gaza aid. Plus, if Israel's forced to comply with ceasefire, Chakrabarty supports cutting all weapons. Weiner is obviously lying. Chan support is to the left of AOC's. I don't agree with that. That's ridiculous. And then this guy goes, Shoykot can say whatever he wants because he's self-financing his campaign from his tech fortune. Oh, really? So you're openly admitting that, I guess, because he's a rich guy, he doesn't have to be beholden to corporate interests. Very interesting that your criticism of Shoykot Chakrabarty reads very much like a defense of the independence that he has here. Very interesting. But yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the take I wanted to get in front of you guys for a brief moment here. At the end of the day, I don't even think like the San Francisco left is gonna be the mover in the primaries, right? I don't think that's the case regardless. But I think in the general, hopefully, if Shoykot wins, it's going to be very important to muster up all the forces, all the progressive forces, all of the left forces in the city to engage in door knocking and to ensure that Scott Weiner does not win. To ensure that Scott Weiner does not win this seat that he will occupy for 40 plus years. Okay? San Francisco cannot give a W to a guy who literally went to Israel after October 7 and defended Israel until like last week, basically, until a couple of months ago, who even said Israel's not committing a genocide when asked about it directly, only to then change his attitude on it. You know he's fucking, you know what his real position is, and you've also now found out that he's willing to fucking lie to you in order to win your vote. What more do you need? Have you considered he's like 6'8" though and looks 20 years younger than he is? I have considered that. It's freakish, but it's fine. I mean, I'm 6'4", so. You're just a frat boy LARPer, Lamau. You're basically the equivalent of a leftist Trump talking out of your ass while being a massive hypocrite, not paying your mods or editors while having the most stupid takes possible. Also, I'm waiting for a paycheck from Israel, as your mods will probably say I'm Israeli, Lamau. So here's what I don't understand. Do you like, first of all, you just made all of this stuff up, obviously. But even in your hypothetical scenario, you also hate the mods. So what is it? And also, I want to thank you for this comparison because Trump is probably the most successful American politician in the last 2 decades, maybe 3. Since Ronald Reagan, I would say, he was able to single-handedly change American politics in an unbelievably, horrifyingly bad direction. But he was a change candidate nonetheless. He has accelerated America's demise in many respects, but still, probably one of the most singularly successful politicians. In this incoherent ramble, you ended up accidentally giving me far too much credit, in my opinion. Now, the reason why I also say this is because like sometimes people will be like, oh, this is the left's Tea Party. Yeah, except it's good. Okay? Except on the policy side. On the politics side, it's unbelievably good. I mean, the Tea Party was an AstroTurf movement backed by billionaires, and therefore it was obviously a lot easier for them to grow within the ranks of the Republican Party because the Koch brothers started it, right? However, if we're talking about like a movement as an insurgency that moves the party in a more responsive direction, responsive to its own base, then yeah. Fantastic. There's been a significant increase in Hasbro, including people I know who were not previously vocal defenders of Israel on social media. I think it's an attempt to counter the New York Times op-ed about sexual violence against Palestinians in Israeli prisons. Yeah, I know. Anyway, thank you for giving us your feedback, but then also running away. Hasan, Donald Trump's visit to China. I have video proof of me watching the flag raising ceremony. Don't say I'm not Chinese anymore. Hasan's level is still a bit lacking. One weapons, who cares? Don't buy the best if bought first. How much tangible benefit has been given after so many years? Second, the more 1-1 bleeds for the U.S., the worse the living standards and the faster the reunification will come. The darkness before dawn is something we have to endure. As for the Iran Strait, whether it reconciles or not, reconciliation can boost the economy, but without reconciliation, it's just the same. Currently, first, we aren't restricting oil purchases. And second, if global Oil prices rise at worst. We all face inflation together. Guess it's more desperate. He's got such a narrow view. China doesn't care what Donald Trump did before, but what he's going to do now. Between nations, only interests and well-being matter. He fails to grasp a fundamental issue, whether King Novidal's tenure is more beneficial or detrimental to drawbacks. Yeah, the reason why we're in disagreement, which is a unique moment because Chinese netizens usually love my takes, is because I'm not looking at it just as like what's beneficial for China in the interim. I'm not Chinese. I mean, I love saying I'm, Chinese or white Chinese. I think China has done tremendously well in the last couple of decades, especially. I love Chinese development. I want to implement a bunch of the policies in China. And I think this is a very Chinese attitude to have, which I think a lot of Chinese netizens will agree with me on this, is that to each their own, You can have socialism with Chinese characteristics. You can have socialism with American characteristics. Some of the stuff that work in China might not work in the United States of America and vice versa, right? And China understands that better than anybody else. However, my analysis on, what decisions Xi Jinping is making, which once again, I always will add, is just my own personal analysis. The fuck do I know? I mean, obviously he has many considerations here. He is responsible for the well-being of 1.4 billion Chinese people, right? First and foremost, as opposed to my assessment, which is a more internationalist framework that I'm operating off of, is that there are going to be, my assessment comes from an internationalist framework. Xi Jinping's assessment and the Chinese netizens' assessment here is most likely coming from a, pro-China perspective. They're Chinese. He fails to grasp a fundamental issue. As for other negotiable issues, let's leave them to King Know-It-All. At least we must secure the midterm elections of founding. Otherwise, how are we supposed to engage in political battles with the Democratic Party for the remaining 2+ years? What do you think? This round is just a safe face for Donald Trump, but there's probably little consensus in actual deals. Donald Trump's credibility can't be redeemed with a shared bike. HasanAbi's superficial understanding of China is still better than most Americans' perception of China, which shows how deeply the average American public misunderstands China. Because Donald Trump is someone who, if you give him an inch, he thinks he could take a mile. So you need to strike a balance where you don't give him too much leeway, yet he can't find fault with you. Make them feel valued, but don't demean yourself. There's like one of these. I feel like the Chinese negotiation techniques are pretty similar to the Chinese Empire's negotiation techniques in some respects. One of the things is if your enemy is weak, then flatter him. If your enemy is strong, then diminish him. Okay? If you have a strong foreign adversary that you are meeting, you try to embarrass them to the best of your ability by doing certain things so that they feel unwanted and no longer can negotiate from a stronger position. If your enemy or if your adversary is a weakened adversary to begin with, you holy Orientalism, dude. This is the one area where I feel like it's not Orientalism. I would go so far as to say Confucianism as a principle has remained calcified in many aspects of Chinese governance and Chinese culture, and it's been thousands of years at this point. It's not Orientalism. It's just an accurate assessment as a white guy from afar. Okay? This is the one area where it's not Orientalism. Like they do really ride for this shit, and they have seen some of the benefits of this as well. I hate all the Western news article says she's court the dragon. I'm not doing that stuff. I'm not doing that stuff at all. But to varying degrees, like Confucianism's cultural relevance and significance has remained, right? But so I think that's the goal here. The flattery for Trump on the one hand, like the direct flattery for Trump, has worked. It has worked because they know exactly how to play him like a fiddle. Okay, they know. China, more than anybody else, obviously values diplomacy quite a bit, values stability quite a bit, and they know exactly how to flatter Donald Trump, and it worked. I don't even think that's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. I want to chart a different path forward with China, one that is collaborative in nature, one that is not creating unnecessary tension, unnecessary friction, one that revolves around cooperation, mutual respect for one another, understanding one another's goals and ambitions. Whereas the American perspective for the longest time has been single-minded, singularly focused on waging war with China. Well, now China is so strong that even many American analysts are starting to recognize that we might have to bite off a lot more than we can chew. Okay? That's the reason why you're hearing from so many different American analysts and people that have worked in the CIA, people that are former generals, that this is an unbelievable mistake. You're putting good money after bad if you think that you can actually catch up to China with all the defense bloat that we have. I think that Chinese development might yield a more peaceful path, a more peaceful future by force. But when I say by force, I don't even mean by like direct military intervention or like going to war with China directly. I mean by force as in like creating enough leverage and enough deterrence with your vast forces and with your productive capabilities that you cause the United States of America to second guess, and you cause the United States of America to make more restrained choices in its military adventurism all around the world, and certainly against China. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. So on that note, let's get into all of the coverage from my favorite subject, obviously. Trump meets Xi Jinping in high-stakes Beijing summit. So I have a very different approach, I think, than many Democrats do, certainly on this issue. I think this is good. I think this summit so far has been very good. It's been good for a couple different reasons. One, a lot of Fox News people finally went to China and got to experience like regular, everyday Chinese experiences. And showing that to boomers is probably really good because boomers think China is a peasant country. Okay? Obviously, every single person in my community has a very different attitude because I literally went to China. I talk about China quite a bit. I talk about Chinese development quite a bit. So you've actually seen it. Okay? You've actually seen it personally when you watched me do live streams in China, right? In Beijing, in Shanghai, in Chongqing, in Chengdu, and also in Hong Kong. But most Americans think China is run by an agrarian peasant society that is still working at the rice paddy. It is backwards. That's like not dissimilar to the DPRK, and our understanding of DPRK is probably also different than what the DPRK looks like as well. Obviously, I'm not, saying it's fantastic, but like Americans are very sheltered when it comes to the way that they learn about our foreign adversaries. So when you have Brett Baier on Fox News in prime time going up to like Chinese stores and being like, look at this is a robot serving me a sausage, a lot of boomers are going to be like, oh my God, they are so goddamn advanced.
Inside. This is the first of its kind for this kind of interaction. If you want to order something, hello, can I get a sausage, please?
Okay, 8.8 yuan.
This is inside.
Oh, baby. Yeah, also, there's a really funny, there's a very funny clip of Brett Baier has been the hero of this trip, okay? It's been very funny watching him go through the motions of like everyday Chinese existence. It's really funny. While Fox is complaining they got a ticket for illegal parking, this is what his team is doing. Beijing residents spotted this and uploaded to Douyin. Fox News Brett Baier filming in the middle. Insanely dangerous, okay? Even walking on regular sidewalks without paying attention to scooters whizzing by is dangerous. And this is on the bike lane. I don't even know. This is probably one of the most dangerous things Brett Baier has done in his career. And I'm telling you, as someone who is there, even walking on the sidewalks without paying attention to the electric scooters that are unbelievably silent, whizzing past you at like 30 miles an hour, the fact that he's walking in the middle of the goddamn bike lane is insane to me, okay? Those mopeds, they're going to take him out. An 85-year-old Chinese auntie is going to kill Brett Baier. Complained about getting a ticket. They complained about flock cameras. Well, the Chinese version of flock cameras. That's also very funny. a couple things that I obviously also experienced was like that there is definitely a lot of surveillance that's in your face in Beijing, especially. Definitely in a lot of major Chinese cities as well, but certainly in Beijing, there's an environment of tension. Beijing is a very, I would say, uptight city in comparison to many of the other Chinese cities that I experienced. Shanghai is very Western facing. If you're really into like a Western cosmopolitan, there's something for everybody in China because it's so vast, it's so large, and there are so many significant cultural differences from city to city. If you like Western style cities, you will love Shanghai. That was, Austin's favorite. Or Hong Kong as well, if you like, Hong Kong cinema, for example. I liked Chongqing and Chengdu the most. Probably Chengdu was my favorite because there are very different, like very distinct cultural attitudes in these different cities. And I think Chongqing and Chengdu were, like real Chinese cities as opposed to like Beijing is basically like Washington, D.C. in many respects. It's very uptight. It's very serious. And there is definitely an environment of tension where you're like, I don't want to fuck up. I don't want to do something wrong here. And I didn't feel that way in Chongqing or Chengdu at all. Nah, Beijing is a really real city. No, it is a really real city, but it's also, it's the heart, right? Perhaps I didn't get a good shake of Beijing as well because it was the first city that we were in. Maybe we were tense for that reason, but that was my experience with Beijing. It's just very, very uptight, very corporate, or very, not even corporate necessarily, but just like very party centric, if that makes sense. Now, there's a distinction here, okay? American surveillance is covert. Chinese surveillance, on the other hand, is overt. Chinese surveillance is in your face. American surveillance is not so much in your face, with the exception of flock cameras and things like that, right? And I find that very interesting. Okay, obviously Brett Bayer is, America literally does this already. Law, you can get a ticket in a mall in multiple cities due to automated cameras. Yeah.
In fact,
Fox News crew in Beijing got ticketed by CCP surveillance cameras after illegally parking for just 2 minutes. I have a lot of opinions on this. Okay.
In fact,
because on the one hand, the overt surveillance that's like constantly in your face in Beijing, especially, is an interesting culture shock for many Americans. And yet the things that they're complaining about here are things that Fox News would absolutely want. Like Fox News viewers would actually want here American style. And in some respects, it already exists in the United States of America. You think the Fox News boomers don't want a permanent surveillance state to ensure that every single criminal is instantly booked and ticketed and actually go to prison? What are you talking about? What the are you talking about? You're mad that they have Insta cameras and Insta ticketing options. Okay, you're telling the boomers the wrong lesson. Because if you were an American boomer and you didn't have these racialized hangups because they're doing it Chinese style and therefore scary, you would look at this and go, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? The cities are clean. There's no homelessness. There's no visible crime at all. Great. That's what I want. That's utopian. From the perspective of the white suburban boomers, right? They literally want that. So it's really funny when these guys look at what China is doing, when it's like, these are things that I'm critical of China, where I think it's like a little bit too strict. The social engineering that takes place in China is far too strict for my taste. I'm a social libertarian in many respects as a Westerner, right? This is the culture that I grew up in. This is the opinions that I have. But those boomers, they're Treatlerites in every respect. They would love this shit. They would love the constant presence of surveillance and what that does to crime rates in America, right? The difference, of course, is we have constant surveillance. We have constant surveillance, and yet it is not overt, but covert. We have flock cameras. We have probably a similar level of CCTV density in major cities in the United States of America. We certainly do in places like London, for example, to like the per capita CCTV density is probably fairly high in the United States of America as well. I don't know the exact numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if it is, though, and especially with the new invention of flock cameras and Pegasus or not Pegasus, sorry, Palantir software and AI surveillance, we are doing Chinese-style surveillance. We're doing Chinese-style surveillance here in the United States of America already.
Our driver parked illegally for 2 minutes, and he got a message on his phone that he got a ticket for about $40 US because they saw it on the camera. Now, there are real questions what the CCP's goal is about citizen tracking and social scoring. They say it's to make everybody...
Dog, you're there. Stop with the social scoring. You know it doesn't exist, man. Jesus Christ, go talk to any Chinese person, please. Chinese people make jokes about social credit on Chinese social media to make jokes about how stupid Americans are, by the way. They'll literally post that one wall of shame that they have where people crosswalk or people jaywalk on a crosswalk, and it just like poop immediately takes a photo of you and puts it on the wall of shame. They literally post that on Douyin and shit to be like, see, this is the social credit wall that Americans think is, social credit. Also, we unironically do have social credit. They don't. We do. That's what's so funny about it. We're like, oh, imagine having social credits as a system. Imagine having a social credit system. How dystopian. Bitch, we have it. They don't even have it. Every time there's like a regional pilot program that takes 1.4 billion people, okay? And then the federal government's like, we don't like this, nix this program. That's literally what happened with the social credit system. It was for businesses in a certain area. It was a social credit system for specifically businesses in one fucking region. It never got implemented at the federal level, and Americans still talk about it endlessly. If you want actually a federal system that is restrictive and Americans would probably look at as dystopian, look at the hukou system. Okay? That's one area that needs reform, in my opinion. It was perhaps very restrictive at the time, but maybe even beneficial for development. I don't know. And the current system, the current hukou system is just more so about like region locking you for social benefits that you get. Okay. I mean, you just said there was a ton of surveillance. Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying it made me uncomfortable, but boomers would probably love that shit. And boomers probably don't even recognize we have that shit. It makes me uncomfortable in America too. Hukou system is being reformed. A lot of Western leftists don't understand the changes that have been made to it in the past decade. No, I know.
You feel safe. These cameras are watching every minute. They're everywhere. And while they're watching us here in China, we hope you continue to watch. Special report from Beijing.
I say it's so cool we have flock cameras and no high-speed rail or interest in developing our infrastructure. We also literally do have this exact same system. Like I said, we have the flock cameras. We have mass surveillance, like always on, constant mass surveillance and AI tracking on top of that in the United States of America. Anyway, doesn't right-wing Cope hate you? I don't think he hates me as much anymore. I think a lot of people have, a lot of former liberals, like former Destiny acolytes have over time reformed on their undying hatred for me. And I think part of that is because they realized that like maybe Destiny wasn't the best person and was kind of lying to all of them about a bunch of other shit and just was an overall bad person. So that cleared up some of the negative framing that they had experienced, some of the negative framing that they had seen over and over again about someone like myself. That's what it feels like to me. I think most people are too used to their perceived freedom. In most European countries, the criminal code is super bloated with piracy, even getting you prison time. They don't realize how often they break the law because there isn't strict enforcement usually. Yeah, there's a lot more leniency in many respects in the Western world as well, yes. I think a lot of it is they were genuine in wanting fighters, and the same shift in the base happened with them. There just lives. Wait, yeah. Oh, yeah, that too. One of the main stalkers you had that worked with him turned on him and doesn't hate you, really? Yeah, I know. I think that they just have been burned so much. Because Sex Pestini's community is tiny for the most part, but he has a lot of like loyal orbiters that they self-described orbiters that have like they're micro influencers. Some of them actually have like fairly prominent platforms as well. And over the years, he's like fucked them over so viciously and in sometimes even like in criminal manner, basically doxing them, humiliating them, bullying them, that many of them realize like, oh, this is like genuinely a fucking bad person. And it caused them to second guess their like their previous opinions about even someone like myself, because like so much of his community is born around like this built resentment around who I am and what I represent in American politics being like cancerous from their perspective. And he'll go to all lengths to basically disparage and lie about his opposition. And once those guys basically found themselves in a similar predicament where they were also his opposition, they were like, oh, wait, he just fucking lies about everything. He's lying about me this way, so he might have been lying about Hasan as well. And I think that's what caused a lot of people to change their perspective. So Brett Baer had that take as well on the flock shit. But let's take a look at this.
But first, Big Brother is watching. There are literally cameras everywhere in Beijing. We are outside the Haidian station, and I can count at least 20 on this corner. In fact, in Beijing, they've added 1,500 cameras just this year alone. They see everything. There's nobody jaywalking here because they could get a ticket right away. In fact, our driver parked illegally for 2 minutes, and he got a message on his phone that he got a ticket for about $40 US.
Anyway, so yeah, you parked illegally, bitch. Eat that fucking ticket. This was an incredible moment for me, by the way. Stephen Chung, my favorite Trump loyalist. My favorite character from the Trump regime is Stephen Chung. He is so perfectly shaped. I can't even say he's rotund because he's more so angular, if that makes sense. And I love him. I love him so much. And I think you guys know this. I've talked about it quite a bit. This is Trump's media guy, obviously. He's the White House comms director. And I think he is an incredible person. Okay. He is so perfect. He is the most perfectly shaped guy of all time. Yes, he is Flats the Flounder. He is so Flats the Flounder shaped. And I love that. I personally love that. And I'm not alone in that love. Look at Xi Jinping's face. He's like admiring Stephen Chung's size. He's admiring the fact that Stephen Chung is a human being. This was a job before the White House. Yeah. He is admiring him. Like, look, he's like, how can a human being shape himself like this? I personally think if I had power, if I had any power, I would probably hire Yakuza bosses like this. Okay? I would probably find myself hiring people that just look so comical. You know, like henchmen coded for really weird positions too. In the same way that Donald Trump has. He says, what have they been feeding you, comrade? You got it, boss. Physiognomy. It's incredible. He is incredible. I'm not even joking about this. Like, I don't need to joke about this. I'm being so sincere. He is incredible. He is so perfect in every way. Okay. Maybe my worst take. I think this frustrates people when I say like how much I fucking love Stephen Chung, but he is the top chud because he's just so chud shaped as well. He is the peak hench build. Oh God, I wish I knew more people like that. I wish I had more people like that in my life. Okay. Yeah. You don't wake up looking like this. It's dedication. Like he is dedicated to the craft. So yeah, echoes of when Mao met Kissinger's tall wife. No, literally, that's what I was thinking too. Look, this is a very famous moment where Mao goes, oh my God, your wife is so fucking tall. Look at his face. Wait, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Watch this. He's like, what? And remember, Mao is fairly tall. He's like 6'1", fairly tall guy. And he is in awe. He's like, what the fuck? He goes, that's your wife? And Henry's like, yeah. That's my tall ass wife, man. That is literally what happened here. Okay. That is what happened here. It's the same shit. You laugh now, but he's going to make bank on Weight Watchers ad campaign in cyberpunk dystopian future. Stephen Chung, he will never lose the weight. Get the fuck out of here. How dare you say that? He will lose his perfect shape. I hope it never happens. Okay. I hope that never happens. That is a disaster of epic proportions. Anyway, Bolsonaro news. Production company of Bolsonaro movie left an unpaid coffee tab of $5,000. Okay, dude. Come on. Lock in. All right. Yes. Bolsonaro's a crook. She's 6 feet. He's 5'11". Mao was 5'11". I thought Mao was like 6'1". He was a lot taller in the real life sculpture that I saw in the Chinese. What is it called? What was the museum that I went to? The wax museum. Oh, it's a joke. Oh, you're making the 6'5'11" joke. Okay. No, Mao isn't over 6. No, he is. Sorry, I got really autistic. If you test me on cultural forces, historical figures from Chinese history, I will get really autistic for a second. All right, let's get back to this now.
High-stakes handshake between superpowers. Chinese President Xi welcoming President Trump back to China for the first time in nearly a decade, rolling out the red carpet. Chinese children there to greet Trump. After the pomp, Trump heaping praise on Xi.
You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true.
Sitting with their
That was such an Austin moment. When I heard that, I couldn't believe it. Well, I always say China is beautiful. A lot of people don't like it, but I say it anyway. I shouldn't say it, but it's true. I shouldn't say it, but it's true.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Delegations at an expansive negotiating table, Xi saying they should be partners, not adversaries, that their common interests outweigh their differences. But the pleasantries a stark contrast to the challenges facing this critical relationship. In their over 2-hour meeting, Xi delivering a stark warning to Trump about Taiwan, which Beijing claims is its own territory. According to China's state media, Xi telling Trump if the issue is handled poorly, the two countries will collide or even clash. Trump tight-lipped.
How were your talks, sir?
It's great.
Did you talk about Taiwan?
Dude, by the way, it has been an unbelievable pleasure seeing Trump forced into submission and seeing him act like a normal politician. Okay? You rarely ever get to see it. Even with Putin, you don't get to see him behave like a real politician. He's like a child. Okay? I mean, he's like a child all the time, but he's like a bad child that is actually forced to behave like a good child for once. You know what I'm talking about? I'm sure you have like some relatives who are very spoiled or something. You know what I mean? And they in an unexpected moment, because they want to have ice cream or like a toy, they're told you have to behave for the duration of this event. And then they just sit quietly, very stiff, more stiff than they've ever been. Okay. And they wait like an obedient puppy for the treat. Right. And that's what's going on here with Donald Trump. It's been a fucking phenomenal thing to observe from afar. He was so good. You know how people say, oh, Trump became presidential in this moment or that moment when he bombed Afghanistan, he became presidential, whatever. This was one of the few instances where he was forced to behave like a fucking president. I've never seen anything like it. With Ukraine, he certainly isn't presidential. With Vladimir Putin, he is not presidential. He reduces himself with Vladimir Putin to a certain degree where it's like humiliating. This is perfect. Okay? It was the perfect amount. I could not fucking believe it. I've never seen Trump like this before. I was looking back in his 2017 visit to see if there was like similarities, but he was a lot different back then overall. This is the only time where I've seen him not fuck up. Okay? It's genuinely shocking after 10 years of Trump madness to watch him sit and stand next to a global force where he has to straight up act right.
Great place. Incredible. China's beautiful.
Trump hoped to use their sit-down to seal deals on trade and technology, bringing along with him over a dozen American business leaders, including Elon Musk and Apple's Tim Cook. But those ambitions overshadowed by the ongoing war with Iran. China is one of Iran's closest allies, buying more Iranian oil than any other country. And while Trump has said he...
By the way, they know how to fucking gas him, okay? The song YMCA will be played at the State Banquet for the Trump visit. They know how to gas him so good. The children, the little kids that were waving the American flags and the Chinese flags. First of all, This is a very like Eastern thing, like an Eastern country thing. For those of you who don't know, look, I grew up in Turkey, and children are the future is like a very important part of the whole ordeal, where we have like an International Children's Day. You know what I mean? So in America, there's like a very weird, gross association with like involving children in politics in this way. I didn't grow up in that environment, in that culture at all. So like it might come across as weird for a lot of Americans when they see like little kids waving flags. But like, so the attitude in many parts of the world, not in the West for the most part, but in many parts of the world, is this idea that like children are the future, okay? And that children don't have the same violent worldview, the worldview born out of conflict. So like the idea is that the next generation, our children, are going to merge the world. That they all their perspective is an internationalist one automatically. Okay, children are stupid. You mean? Of course, the cynical 96 would say the children are stupid. Perhaps the better way to look at it is that children haven't been destroyed by capitalist indoctrination and a theory of conflict, even offensive realism, that we've learned to implement and develop and believe. Okay? But yeah, Trump loved this shit. Okay? They're waving the American flag and the Chinese flag, and they're doing it in unison. They're organized. Look at him. He fucking loves it. He loves it. Which, by the way, for the record, not only is there's two different Chinese cultural forces at play here. One, children of the future. They have hope for a better tomorrow. This is not just a Chinese attitude either. I've definitely grown up in this environment in Turkey as well. But the other one is mutual prosperity. The concept of like mutual understanding and wanting to create an environment of peace, charting a more peaceful path forward through diplomacy. This is not just a Chinese attitude, but it's certainly one that is like very important in China as well. America used to do this as well to a certain degree with other countries. That's why we have like sister cities, right? We have sister cities and like mutual like an environment of mutual understanding and trying to develop like some kind of cultural cross promotion and collaboration. So that's what this is, right? And the Chinese certainly want that, right? This is like a thing that I definitely saw in China personally. It's something that many other countries have always done. I do think that the world has in the accelerated neoliberal unipolar American hegemony, the world has grown dark, I would say. Like this was definitely a thing even in the Cold War, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and post 90s, in the aftermath of the Cold War. I think this attitude started shifting, where we lost sight of an internationalist framework, where in many respects everything was global, but also there was a much more pessimistic attitude about a much more cynical attitude about mutual understanding and trying to chart a path forward. The Chinese never gave up on that. Okay, so this is like a old world mentality, but in some respects, this was the fundamental principle of the West as well. This was like Western liberalism was all about. Even if they didn't fully subscribe to it, or even if they were insincere in their advancement of this kind of idea, this notion is literally what the Western world was developed around, right? And it worked. Okay, this was unbelievably successful. It was so successful, this as well, was so successful, Trump brought it up in the first meeting that they had, where he was like, the kids, they were so wonderful. Obviously, we're all making jokes, because, he's an Epstein affiliate. But it did actually work in buttering Trump up, right? And he said he had a bunch of different moments in the Beijing summit so far that were very interesting. I will get to them, talking about, Chinese food, for example. There's like funny moments as well. But here's some of the other top line moments.
Doesn't need President Xi's help to end the war. His own Secretary of State saying it topped the agenda. Trump pressing China to urge Iran back to the table and to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
We hope to convince them to play a more active role in getting Iran to walk away from what they're doing now and trying to do now in the Persian Gulf.
This morning, the White House saying the two sides agreed that the Strait of Hormuz must remain open to support the free flow of energy. Iran's chokehold on the strait now strangling the global economy.
Another recognition of weakness from the American side is going to your number one foreign adversary and basically begging them to help you untangle a quagmire that you found yourself in because Israel pushed you into bombing Iran. There's no way to look at this as anything but an unambiguous humiliation, an unambiguous defeat. America is being humiliated by a middle power, a regional power. Iran is winning. Iran has won. It's now up to us to recognize that fact and move differently.
Sending gas prices soaring back home and inflation spiking. Americans' budgets stretching thinner and thinner. In Los Angeles Wednesday, more than 2,000 families lining up at a food distribution center before supplies ran out.
It's really bad. That's why we're here. Prices are going sky high. Everything's really pricey, even the gas and everything. So it makes it a little bit hard.
And the two leaders wrapping up their first day with a lavish state banquet here, toasting to their
dude, who's got the bread lines now? The American, if you were to tell me when I was growing up that there was going to be a moment where the leader of the United States of America would be going to a communist country run by the Communist Party to beg them for help, financial aid, financial assistance in geopolitical incidents that they've caused, and there were food banks or bread lines taking shape in the United States of America, as the communist country they were going to had a much more positive trajectory. Most people would laugh at you for that. They'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? The fuck? What do you mean? Bread lines in America as opposed to the communist country? What are you, crazy? Brother, is it a communist or state capitalist? It is run by a communist party, okay? It is a country, a transitional socialist state. They have tremendous controls over flows of capital, where capital does not dominate the country dominates capital. That's a major distinction, okay? In any case, let's continue.
Special relationship, and President Trump returning the favor, just inviting President Xi to visit the White House at the end of September. Now, tomorrow will include another round of meetings, but it remains to be seen if they're making any real progress on the thorny issue.
Lenin is turning in his grave? What do you mean? Lenin himself was more cognizant of the reality of state monopoly in a transitional period. What are you talking about?
Issues, including trade and, of course, the war in Iran. Michael?
Yeah, we know if they do, you'll bring it to us, Mary. Thank you so much.
We're expecting to see the two leaders face-to-face in this hour, perhaps hear a little bit from them later in the hour. But tell us about what has happened thus far since you've been on the ground.
Well, so far, all we've seen is this very brief vision of President Trump getting off the plane. There was some pomp and circumstance. It was a red carpet, exactly what you would imagine President Trump would want arriving in China. He was greeted by the vice president of China, which shows how important this trip is, as well as a delegation on the ground. There were students with flags, with the Chinese and American flag. And then this is the first time we're going to see the two leaders together. And this is the first time they're going going to see each other face to face. And this is really where you're going to see that big celebration, and one that President Trump remembers fondly. This is something that we saw back in 2017, a difference, of course, being that Melania Trump was by his side. But he's going to get out of the car and walk face to face with President Xi. They're going to go down this red carpet. And of course, you can see there the American flags flying.
We're going to listen in right now as we see them on that red carpet, meeting face to face and shaking hands. Let's listen and watch.
It's so funny that she doesn't speak English, or at least they say he doesn't. I think he does. And obviously Trump doesn't speak Mandarin. So there's no, he definitely does. He fucking visited the Golden Gate Bridge when he was 32 and then visited Iowa when he was VP. I think when he was VP, right? Like, he's been to America. He's a lot more familiar with American culture, American works than Trump is with anything China related. But this is always the case. This is something that a lot of people do not understand in the United States of America. There's a reason why I, a Turkish American citizen who literally fucking grew up in Turkey for the first 18 years of my life, and until like next year when I turn 36, will have spent more of my life on Turkish soil than American soil, okay, have a profound grasp of American culture. Every other international citizen has to understand American culture because America has been the domineering force around the world. Maybe our children will probably look at Chinese culture in a similar way.
So, Kristen, as we're watching these images of President Trump walking down this rope line of what looks like Chinese dignitaries, one thing I am noticing, and I wonder if you have some insights into this, is that it does not appear to be any, maybe, or many Western press in close proximity to the president right now. Is that your understanding of what's happening in this moment?
There is a small presence that is in that Great Hall. The press pool that traveled with the White House was given an option, or at least some of us were given an option to go there. There are increased rules, obviously, in China when it comes to the press. And for a lot of us, it was not going to be possible for us to actually from that location in real time, which is why there aren't a lot of networks there. Remember, the U.S. press pool has been credentialed by the White House and by China, essentially told by the White House that these are the people traveling with the president. So you'll see some of them on the ground there. It is a handful of people, but it is a small footprint that we have here among Western journalists that are on the ground.
Look at that. Look at that fucking beauty. Just look at that beautiful man. I feel like he's something beyond man, right? Like, I don't want to even call him a man. Look at that beautiful specimen. Specimen is a better word for Stephen Chung. God damn, is he fucking pretty. Oh, what a beaut. I have so much love for people that just look like they're cartoons. Okay? He is cartoon shaped.
I will say, one of the interesting things I'm seeing here, too, is the body language between the two men. President Trump kind of grasping President Xi's hand when they were shaking hands, showing a lot of familiarity. I mean, President Trump is one who really kind of dotes on this relationship. He's often praising how close they are, how they get along, and you can see him really living that in real time with President Xi, kind of showing that closeness. And, he is not somebody who really shows a lot of affection, and he was sitting there patting his hand. So that was an interesting moment. You can see here now President Xi is shaking hands with.
Yes, I have the Xi Jinping mojito story. I know he loves Ernest Hemingway. Here. Xi Jinping is more American than most Americans from a 2015 speech. The Chinese people have always held American entrepreneurship and creativity in high regards. In my younger years, I read the Federalist Papers and Thomas Paine's Common Sense. I was interested in the life story and thinking of George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Franklin Roosevelt, and other American statesmen. By the way, this is very common amongst communist revolutionaries around the world. Ho Chi Minh is another great example of this as well. Ho Chi Minh was also an Ameribu. Just so you understand, a lot of people hold the American founders in great reverence. Obviously, there are, plenty of criticisms for the founders. I myself also have a similar attitude on it, where I take the good, right? the good and the bad of the American Revolution. There are numerous schools of Marxist thought on the American Revolution. I know that's been a big point of contention on Twitter as of late because of what AOC said. But regardless, most socialist revolutionaries, communist leaders around the world hold the American Revolution and the American founders and the founding principles to high regard. In any case, he read the life story and thinking, or was interested in the life story and thinking of George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Franklin Roosevelt, and other American statesmen. I also read works of Henry David Thoreau, Walt Whitman, Mark Twain, and Jack London. I was most captivated by Ernest Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea and its descriptions of howling wind, driving rain, roaring waves, small boat, the old man, and sharks. So when I visited Cuba for the first time, I paid a special visit to the breakwater in Cojimar, where Hemingway wrote the book. And in my second visit to Cuba, I dropped by the bar Hemingway frequented and ordered a mojito, his favorite rum with mint leaves and ice. I just wanted to feel for myself what was on his mind and what the place was like as he wrote those stories. I believe that it is always important to make an effort to get a deep understanding of the cultures and civilizations that are different from our own. This is something that I try to urge others to do as well in the United States of America. This is one of the things that I try to get you guys to do all the time, to deepen your understanding of other cultures, to recognize them as human beings with different goals and different opinions, or similar goals in many respects as well. Okay? Was it, I believe it was Castro or Che Guevara who said a revolutionary must learn, a revolutionary first and foremost must educate himself. This is profoundly important. Okay? It's one of the worst aspects of American culture, how sheltered we are. And I think it's, in many respects, the deep-seated white supremacist notion that is fundamental to the development of Western civilization that has caused a lot of Americans to refuse to understand others. Because why do you need to learn about it? You don't need to learn about it at all. You just need to dominate. As a matter of fact, when you do learn about other cultures, it makes it harder to dominate them. It makes it harder for you to recognize or to recognize them as something less than human, right? This is Western supremacy. It's white supremacy in general. This is a real problem. And it's been fine for the longest time for many Americans to not know or not care about other cultures beyond our very own. As a matter of fact, many Americans, I would say, don't even want to learn about their own culture. However, nowadays, the world is changing. There are other powers around the globe that are competitive with the United States of America, or even with the limited tools that they have, the limited economies that they have, with the limited productive forces that they have. They are capable of fighting back against the American empire. So now you definitely have to learn. If you want to be ahead of everybody else, this is something that you should remind yourself. Some of the biases that you have, as an American citizen, the understanding that the rest of the world is somehow lesser than us, because look at all the bounties of Western empire for a century and beyond, versus look at our foreign adversaries all around the world living in squalor, this notion that they haven't been able to develop. This is a backwards way of thinking, okay? This has been my secret weapon. And this is a secret weapon that I was, fortunately born into, right? I have a profound understanding of American culture. I see myself as an American, and yet I grew up in Turkey. I'm a dual citizen. And therefore, growing up in Turkey with a deep understanding of American culture has given me an internationalist perspective. And this has been unbelievably beneficial in my commentary, in my analysis, because when I look at a country like Iran, I don't just automatically assume that they're backwards and they're animalistic and they're primal and they just hate the Jews or hate America for no reason. I develop a deeper understanding of where that enmity comes from. And the same goes for China. Okay? This is very important. A lot of analysts, they read about China endlessly. They learn about China, but they never choose to understand China from a Chinese perspective. And that is the reason why they always have horse blinders. They think, oh, China's just building these cities. They're ghost cities. That's what they used to say in the 2010s. they're building these ghost cities to create economic activity or to flex on us, to show us that they have some sort of productive output here. Well, that's very stupid. If you actually just, dug in and listened to what they were saying at the time, it was very clear what they were doing, right? Even in some of the better read people in American society, some of these analysts that write for Foreign Policy magazine and the like, some of the analysts that are, that work in these think tanks, they have this horse blinder on where because of that, no matter how well read they are on China or Chinese history, Chinese military tactics, Chinese urban planning, they still cannot they still can't overcome the biases that they have about China. So they just don't trust it. They don't trust it. They don't believe what they read. And then they constantly find themselves, confused. They constantly find themselves being wronged. Like they constantly find themselves on the receiving end, or not on the receiving end. What is a better way to explain it? Americans consistently are wrong about China for this reason, no matter how well read they are. Okay, and it's not just China. It's the same with Iran. It's the same with Afghanistan. It's the same with Russia. It's the same with the USSR. Okay, because biases can be very powerful. Okay, if you're unbelievably biased, if you have these major blind spots, if you're perpetually prejudiced, exactly, you can do the reading, but you'll always be caught blindsided by what your foreign adversaries are doing, what they're capable of accomplishing. This is a weakness. This is why I always say bigotry isn't just violent, dangerous, but it's also bad for the person holding the bigoted opinion. Okay? It's cope. It's stupidity. When you have these blind spots, you can be the most well-read person, but you still fail to grasp what's going on in front of you. So, this is more revealing as a statement of what education was like and might still be like for Chinese elites than what it says about Xi, aside from the personal touch about Hemingway. Jack London stands out, very highly regarded in communist world as an exemplar of naturalism and for his own socialism. In those terms, Hemingway was a continuation of London, while Thoreau, Whitman, Twain can be seen as forming a line of enlightened progressive democratic writers. Yeah. My greatest superpower in analysis is not dialectical materialism, okay? I know a lot of people think that that's the case, and that is a very important part of my analysis and the way I see the world, the way I see this global design. I think my greatest superpower is that it's dialectical materialism paired up with an internationalist framework, one that actually recognizes that even our adversaries, no matter how violent they might be presented as, still have a logical through line, right? Because you can be equipped with the skills of Marxian analysis, okay? But if you have these unbelievably powerful biases that you have, that you learned that you learned since birth, basically, like American exceptionalism. The idea, you're talking out of your ass, homie, no true Marxist-Leninist isn't internationalist. There are still plenty of Americans who consider themselves to be MLs who actually fail on this front. And the reason why is because biases and perception can cloud your judgment. That is the point I'm trying to make, okay? Jesus Christ. I know that dialectical materialism is itself an international framework ontologically. I know. But if you can't apply it to countries that you have seen as adversaries, both ideological adversaries and just like foreign adversaries that are constantly seeking out the death and destruction of America, okay, without recognizing that these countries just want survival, they want dignity, okay, then you're not fully reaching the comprehensive adoption of dialectical materialism. That's my point. Yes, sure, we can always posture as someone being a fake ML, fake Marxist-Leninist, someone not fully understanding the principled interpretive tools, the principled interpretive approach within dialectical materialism. But that doesn't mean anything at the end of the day, because we're talking about fucking human beings, and human beings are imperfect, and human beings are always going to be human beings are always going to be susceptible to social conditioning. Human beings are irrational. My goal is to try to get you to overcome those irrational behaviors.
With the delegation that traveled with President Trump, including some of his top aides, his son, Eric Trump, Lara Trump, all of them waiting there to meet the Chinese president.
He can't afford to lose in Iran, but the level of escalation is going to have to be pretty significant, and it won't be bombing these missile sites. He's going to have to take aim at some of the oil and gas sites in Iran. But if he does that, that's going to cause a lot of retaliation and lead to higher inflation in the United States. So President Trump is boxed in a lot of ways. He's trying to find wiggle room. Maybe this visit can help that, but that's why the stakes are incredibly high. And as I said before, Americans, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, we should all be rooting for President Trump. We want President Trump to succeed. We don't want him to give away the shop. We don't want him to make unnecessary compromises on Taiwan. It's great. We're going to get purchases of American soybeans and planes. But in exchange, we have to very aggressively support American interests.
The kids like what you were just saying.
Yeah, what happens when American interests shift? What then? Here's what it is, right? What happens when America or Americans realize that it's not in America's interest to consistently saber rattle against China? What then? Because I don't believe it is in America's interest to saber rattle against China, our foreign adversary that we are reliant on for virtually every aspect of American domestic production. 30% of all trade. It's ridiculous. It's a sham. It's a lie. Now, obviously, this also to a certain degree existed with the USSR as well, but never to this degree. International trade in the aftermath of the Cold War, under the period of global neoliberal control, has been very different. It's a complex web that is unbelievably fragile, and Iran has demonstrated its fragility. Everything falls apart if the system is not working as intended. America, which wrote the rules, America that was the architect of this global design, is now suffering from its over-reliance on China. So I say, lean into it. You designed it. China is now beating us at our own game that we designed. Time to chart a different path forward. It's that simple. And when I say stuff like this, people go, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God, you're fucking dirty commie. You love China. Why don't you go live in China? All this shit. But perhaps even Trump has a more realist perspective here about America's capabilities in a way that is genuinely shocking. But I guess not so shocking if you know how Donald Trump operates. Donald Trump respects power more than anything else. And from that framework, he is not ideological whatsoever. As Gabor Mate was correctly pointing to, Trump is not an ideologically committed fascist. I agree with that. His actions are fascist because he sees that that is the most successful way to secure power in the United States of America, leaning into unexamined racial wounds, for example. White supremacy has always been an unbelievable force of galvanizing the working class, the lumpen pros, the reactionaries alike. And he's done that. But he's not, in the same way that like Stephen Miller is, an ideologically committed fascist. Okay? He is a realist in certain instances. Perhaps that's the reason why he's been so vicious about Hamas, so vicious about the fate of Palestinians, where he just goes, it doesn't matter. You can bomb Lebanon if you want. It's clear that the Lebanese paramilitary group that also has its own, political party, Hezbollah, is incapable of dealing devastating blows directly to Israel. They can deal devastating blows to the Israeli occupation, but not necessarily Israel, the nation. Whereas Iran is in a different predicament. But Iran is still weaker than China, for example. And therefore, when it comes to China, Trump takes a very different tone than he does with the Palestinians or even Iran. With Iran, it's different than the Palestinians. Obviously, it's more conciliatory in comparison because he's forced to reckon with that. And he's going through the motions right now of that recognition. But when it comes to China, he doesn't want to even disrupt these forces at all. He tried with Liberation Day and the tariff stuff, right? He tried to wage tariffs war with China, and he ate a fucking sizable L there, right? He caused tremendous disruption around the globe in international trade. But he ultimately had to back away, as I told you he would. Okay, that's why we have the taco Trump method anyway, right? Notice how Trump treats Europe versus how he treats China. There is tremendous reverence with the way that he deals with China as opposed to the way he deals with Europe. There's even more reverence with the way he deals with Russia as opposed to Europe. Because on the one hand, he understands power and he respects power, but also on the other hand, he fucking hates people who cave and capitulate, especially from a weak position. That's why he has no respect for Europe, and that's why he has no respect for the Democratic Party in the United States of America. Okay? Two forces on this planet have been able to, well, let's say three. Okay? I'm going to give you one funny one and two serious ones. Three forces on this planet have made Trump second guess his approach. Okay? China has made him strike a very different tone. Iran has made him second guess America's capabilities. And Zoran Mamdani. Mamdani is obviously the funny one. But why does Trump respect Zoran Mamdani, but he doesn't respect the Democrats? People always fucking ask this question, right? They don't understand it. It's because Zoran Mamdani is coming at Trump from a position of power in an area that he cares about quite a bit. Okay, the respect and reverence that Zoran has from the elite class, the intellectuals, the cultural forces in this country that Trump has always wanted. Popularity, real popularity. That's why he likes Zoran and treats Zoran differently than he treats the rest of the liberal politicians. He expects liberal politicians to grovel in front of him. He knows that when liberal politicians grovel in front of him, they're not doing it from a place of having any sort of power and demanding something from Donald Trump. They're just groveling because they're worried about being stomped on. Okay? The same goes for European elites. He has tremendous disdain for European elites. He has tremendous disdain for the Liberal Democratic Party, the corporate wing of the Democratic Party, and he has tremendous disdain for the European elites because the expectation there is you have to grovel, you have to beg, and you'll be happy for the crumbs I throw your way. Very different attitude in China, don't you think? Perhaps there's a reason for it.
We're just going to listen in for just a second here. I mean, this is a pretty extraordinary image of young children.
Yeah, I don't think it's sincere. I think these kids were put up to it.
Well,
really?
Something tells me that they were strongly encouraged.
I thought this was all just happened to be here at the same time.
We'll listen in for just a moment and watch this.
But the symbolism would suggest that they are eager to make some kind of deal. And as Jason mentioned, they're not in a great position either. I know they have vastly more oil reserves, but look, their net import of oil is down 20%. This is not an economy that is in a strong position. They've been facing a real estate crisis for 5 years. They need to export all of these goods. Domestically, demand is not what it was. And so as much as we want this war to end, look, 50% of their oil comes from the Middle East. So I think, frankly, in this moment, there might be more to be aligned on. Of course, the tech piece of this is huge. Trump brought a huge coalition.
What do you say to the Clinton news desperately begging for an Ellison takeover when they have one of the most consequential American foreign policy moves being made in broad daylight, and they choose to bring a fucking New York Post correspondent on to deliver insightful analysis? The fuck does the New York Post know about China, man? I joke, but I literally am a better fucking analyst on China and Chinese-American relationships than fucking Lydia Moynihan of the New York Post. What are we doing? All you're doing is diluting your audience. Why? I genuinely don't understand why. Like, what purpose does this serve? I know that the goal here is obviously to maintain social conditioning, to maintain this approach that we have to fucking posture against China, and you know, behave this way. But even Fox News is probably lapping CNN at this point because of partisan reasons. Okay, Fox News has to take a very different tone on China now, because Trump is taking a different tone on China. So Fox News has to follow along. You can't, God, it's just open your fucking eyes, man. It's right in front of you. It's hitting you in the head. What are you doing? You know, I don't know why people would rather delude themselves into thinking that the world is very different than it actually is, just so you can feel comfortable about America's position on the globe, rather than try to develop a better understanding about where China is right now. This chatter says, don't talk about China like you know it. You know nothing of China. This bitch talking, bye America, you suck. Bro, you popped out of the ground like a daisy. Some of us have family who were commies. Don't talk about China like you know it. Bye. Lady who gets mad at me for saying, as a, you know, analyst in America, as a commentator in America, I'm not positive enough about China, I guess. Or maybe you were talking about the person.
Business and tech leaders, and China is desperately trying to get our AI chips. They need that capacity to continue to grow their own economy. We're in an AI race head to head with them, and they recognize they need NVIDIA, they need some of these microprocessors, and hopefully that's a huge point of leverage that Trump stands firm on, because there's been a ton of IP theft. We need to make sure that our companies...
Bro, it's 2026. It's 2026. Stop. Even the Republicans don't talk about IP theft anymore. What are you doing? Dude. This is so dumb. What the fuck are you talking about? IP theft in the big 226. What are we doing, bro? Like, IP theft right now unironically sounds like JD Vance coming out and being like, well, China is a nation of peasants. By the way, if you're wondering why JD Vance is not there, that could be an answer. When JD Vance said, why should we worry about China? They're a nation of peasants. Why would we worry about a backwater nation of peasants? Let me tell you, I was in China right after he said that. Okay? That was an incredibly fucked up thing to say about China. That was genuinely one of the worst things JD Vance could have said. I mean, they're willing to let Marco Rubio into the country by, you know, changing his name after the sanctions that they implemented, but they were not willing to let that one go. I'm willing to bet.
We borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
That was the worst choice of words that this fucking moron could possibly sequence together. Okay? The absolute worst thing you could say. It's not only obviously untrue, okay, but it's also so fucking racist that every Chinese netizen that heard this statement lost their fucking mind. I mean, he said this in 2025, and this did insane numbers on like Douyin and Xiaohongshu and all the fucking Chinese websites. They were all dunking on him. They were making fun of him, being like, look at us, we're peasants. And then they would show their like AI tech and stuff like that. But it was very frustrating to hear. I don't pay attention to the news cycle for a bit, and the American century of humiliation and Chinese century of prosperity is in full swing. Yes, I'm willing to bet that played a role. That played a big role in why JD Vance is not in China today, in Beijing at the summit today, even though he has ambitions of higher office. If you're wondering why, despite his very clear ambition for higher office, he didn't go to one of the most consequential meetings in China. This is it.
That is not a recipe for economic prosperity. It's not a recipe for low prices, and it's not a recipe for good jobs in the United States of America.
Explain to us how you get manufactured.
Anyway.
Are protected in that regard.
Anna, the Washington Post had a pretty big report today based on some intelligence sources that say that there's a U.S. analysis that details that China is exploiting the war in Iran to maximize its advantage over the United States across military, economic, diplomatic, and other fields. And that actually includes their efforts to kind of stretch their soft power, their hard.
It's a twofold disrespect too, using the term peasants in a disrespectful manner to say that they're backwater peasants. That's also historically fucked up too, you know? Because like the modern attitude, like, or at least like the communist attitude on this is that, yes, China is a nation of peasants that rose up against all odds and you know, and created a government that is run by said peasants, or at least cares about uplifting the material conditions of all Chinese citizens, including the peasants. Peasants played a very important role in the revolution.
Power and their soft power.
An enormous amount of leverage in here. One of the things that we're not talking about is the fact that President Trump needs a favor from President Xi. That favor is to reach out to Iran, this close ally, and essentially ask them or pressure them to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
I think this stuff is good, though. This stuff is ultimately good because it will cause people to come to our side on this issue. Hopefully. Many people that have yelled at me for years and years because they just didn't know about what the modern Chinese existence looks like, how much China has developed, is now forced to reckon with that because the changes are even more apparent since 2017. Okay? That's it. So people will slowly but surely come to terms with the reality.
Peace deal. The big question now is, what does he want in exchange for that? What does he want in exchange for that when it comes to Taiwan? What does he want in exchange for that when it comes to business deals? That is a big ask. And what is he going to use, President Xi, as leverage to get what he needs out of this when President Trump comes to him?
应当做伙伴而不是对手，相互成就，共同繁荣，走出一条新时代。
find the right way for major countries to get along well with each other.
I went from writing papers on the evils of Chinese surveillance to glazing Big Xi because of broadcasts like yours. Lamont, anecdotal, but there's a shift, brother. I know, but broadcasts like mine are very limited in reach. And like anything that I've said that is remotely positive about China over the last decade or so was almost always met with tremendous enmity. Okay? By liberals, by, pro-NATO liberals, by American imperialist liberals. Because American imperialism and American exceptionalism is one of the hardest forms of propaganda to cut against. Okay? It's taken a decade or so to get here for even this community. This community would fucking shove words back down my goddamn throat. There are still so many fucking people in the edges of this community and outside of this community, far beyond this community, that will actively say, oh, Hasan's analysis on China is just glazing China. It's fucking bullshit. It's like, he's such a... Like, they have a very reactionary opinion on it. There are still articles being written today, purposely misunderstanding my criticisms of China as well, at times. Purposely misunderstanding my criticisms of China, and then acting as though my perspective, my positive opinion on China is... coming from a place of being a campist, where my analysis is not born out of what I'm seeing, right? With a recognition that the Chinese are a sovereign state, a sovereign nation, a sovereign people that have their own goals, their own ambitions. But instead, my analysis is America bad and that's it. China is cool, but you do dick ride it a little too much. Man, some dicks are worthy of being rode. What the fuck do you mean? I would be dick riding America into oblivion if we had a decent form of governance that could control the flows of capital, that could actually engage in even development, focus on fucking rebuilding Gary, Indiana, Buffalo, West Virginia in its entirety. So many forgotten places, okay? Imagine having robust high-speed rail across the entire country, the entire fucking continent. Are you kidding me? Imagine our foreign policy looking like the Chinese foreign policy, the Chinese approach, instead of constantly dominating and recreating like colonial vestiges in the way that we have all around the world. We actually focus on these countries. We focus on building a robust manufacturing base on U.S. soil. If we had done that for the past 100 years, I'd be riding America's dick super hard too. Yeah. I mean, this is it. Like, Americans will look you dead in the eye and tell you that the American system is superior to China's because we get to be represented by people like this instead of competent bureaucrats. So, even when we recognize we're dysfunctional, we're still a temporarily embarrassed utopia that just needs people to vote hard enough the next time. The illusion of choice is all we need to feel superior to half the world despite falling behind on every observable metric. And I'm not even saying like the Chinese system is superior and we must use that system. We must become like a one-party state controlled by the Communist Party, which I'm not saying that. Okay? To each their own, right? To each their own. To each their own. To each their own. Maybe it works for China. Maybe it could work for us. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. All I'm simply stating is, let's move in that direction. People love saying China is capitalist, and that's why it's so prosperous now. Okay, let's do Chinese-style capitalism in America. How about that? Then they go, no, it's communist. You can't do that. And I've spent my whole fucking life having to deal with that. Okay? I say, okay, Norway has, tremendous nationalization. Norway has nationalized its entire extraction industry, right? From the forests down to the oil on the ground. Let's do that. If Norway is not socialist, let's do Norwegian-style socialism. They say no, then it's fucking communism. I say, look at China. Look at how well China has developed. Perhaps there's a lot of important lessons to learn from that. They say, oh, it's because of capitalism. I go, okay, let's do that kind of capitalism. They go, no, that's communism. The fuck are we doing? What the frick are we doing? Yeah, Musk's youngest son wears Chinese-style vest on the morning of May 14th. Musk, alongside Apple CEO Tim Cook, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, and more than a dozen other American business representatives. What caught people's attention was the 54-year-old Musk brought his 6-year-old youngest son on this trip, and photos show him wearing a top with Chinese elements. Yeah. And then he wrote in Chinese, my son is learning Mandarin. Dude, the super wealthy are showing you where the future is, by the way. Elon Musk is not alone on this. A lot of super wealthy people are teaching their children Mandarin. Do you want to know why they're doing that? Because they want to prop them up. They want to prop their next generation up to be equipped with the knowledge and the skills to live in the Chinese century of prosperity. It's that fucking simple. This is a Chinese diaspora account. I don't really give a shit whether it's a Chinese diaspora account or not. What I'm talking about is Elon Musk's response to the Chinese diaspora account, which is that he's teaching his son Chinese. I don't understand why some people think the children were forced to welcome Trump. Beijing's school newspapers have published many interviews with these students. These people all voluntarily sign up and only go after the competition. It's like giving a primary school kid the opportunity to leave school and meet both Xi Jinping and Trump at the same time. Who wouldn't want to go? It's racism. Americans don't understand it. They think, oh, these kids were forced at gunpoint. They have to. The American perspective is China does good thing, but at what cost? China does unique thing at what cost? China does the same thing that America does, but they do it Chinese style, so it's bad. I mean, we cover fucking Chinese museums as though they're doing propaganda, not realizing that that's what fucking museums do in America as well. And it's very annoying, but that's just how it is. That's why they do it. So anytime you read in the American newspaper anything that's going on in China, you have to remember that they are framing it in a very sinister way. You know? I mean, even I received some of this like similar this similar bias framework, right? Part of the reason is because of my ideological framework. But like, I'll go to Cuba and they'll be like, Hasan went to Cuba to throw food at poor people and make them dance, right? You go to Cuba to deliver humanitarian aid. They say, oh, he just went to Cuba to like, to use the Cubans as a puppet to do propaganda.
You know, why wouldn't I support that? So I'm proud to have that vote. And also something that the president said before he left for China. I mean, he said something that got clipped saying, I'm not thinking about American people financially. But what he really was saying, he did say is like, you know, I'm really thinking that we can't ever let Iran building a bomb. And I mean, that's the essence of what that is. And to hold that line, I mean, how could we just walk away?
Yeah, thank God for American democracy, where we got guys like this.
And not let that
He talks like long Nick Shirley. Oh my God.
happen. And now the whole world should join us, stand with us. China, Europe, all these other countries should say we should demand Iran end their nuclear ambitions. And now we can all get back to building up all of our nation and parts of the world. So that's here. Why wouldn't I?
Yeah. Americans would look you dead in the eye and tell you the American system is superior to China's because we get to be represented by people like this instead of competent bureaucrats. Even when we recognize we're dysfunctional, we're still a temporarily embarrassed utopia that just needs people to vote hard enough next time. The illusion of choice is all we need to feel superior to half the world, despite falling behind on every observable metric. Every 2 or 4 years, I love getting to exert my will to decide which businessman's grandson will represent me. And they never end up representing me. They end up representing, obviously, corporate interests. There is that reality as well. Make no mistake, I think theoretical democracy is certainly a progressive historical force. Okay, was certainly a progressive historical force and still has the capacity to represent a progressive historical path forward. The problem is we don't really have a real democracy. We have a theoretical democracy, but we don't have a real democracy. Okay? And it's certainly not functional. So what the fuck do we do? Anyway, here is Trita Parsi. Just before Trump met with Xi, Iranian news services reported that Chinese ships had begun transiting the Strait of Hormuz under the Iranian mechanism. While Beijing rejects a toll, it has been open to paying an administrative fee for the environmental upkeep of the strait, which is just another way to frame the toll. This agreement neutralizes American pressure on China to side with the U.S. to open the strait, since the waterway is open to China. In fact, it reverses the pressure. It stops these ships from transiting as a part of the American blockade. Trump will be picking a losing fight to Xi while in Beijing. Instead of Trump pressuring China to help open the strait, China will pressure the U.S. to make sure the strait isn't blocked for Chinese ships. This is yet another way in which Trump's adoption of the FDD's proposal for a blockade of the blockade is backfiring on the U.S. The sooner Trump stops listening to FDD and its allies, the safer America will become. Yeah, this is a different understanding as well. China says no toll for traveling international waters, but this could be a way for China to say, like, well, technically the Omani and the Iranian coastline is what actually covers the Strait of Hormuz, and therefore maybe it's not international waters. But I don't know. Well, only time will tell. Only time will show what the Chinese ambitions are here, and we'll probably find out fairly soon. We'll find out soon enough. Okay.
In the new era. Mr. President, I look forward to our discussions on major issues important to our two countries and the world, and working together with you to set the course for and steer the giant ship of China-U.S. relations so as to make 2026 a historic landmark year that opens up a new chapter in China-U.S. relations. I will pause here and hand over to you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Well, President Xi, I want to thank you very much. First of all, that was an honor like few have ever seen before. And I think I was particularly impressed by those children. They were happy. They were beautiful. The military is obvious. It couldn't be better, but those children were amazing, and they represent so much. And I know they represent so much to you. You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you, and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked it out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth. And I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have.
Yeah. When I love shit like this because this also kind of reminds me of like the Fox News Zoran approach. Fox News would be like, Zoran is an Islamist jihadist, and then Trump will stand right next to him and be like, I love this guy. And then Fox News has to be like, oh, okay, well, Trump loves Zoran, and that's a good thing for bipartisanship. Same with this. Now listen. Nobody rewards people for being right, but too early. Okay? Unfortunately, that's what being a leftist is all about. But you should not worry about you should not worry about where things stand, and you should just be excited at the prospect of attitude shifting. Okay? This is what we will probably hear from liberals in many respects. Like, this is what's going to happen over and over again, I think. And that's what I do worry about a little bit. Like, liberals are going to try to ramp up anti-China sentiment because, like, they negatively polarize against everything that Donald Trump does is bad. Even so, you have the right giving you props. Now Virillium mentioned you in a video and it wasn't shitting on you. I don't know what Virillium is. In a long enough timeline, that's a Nazi. Oh, ew, gross. Virillium? I don't know what the fuck that is. A Nazi YouTuber? Stop bringing up YouTubers. You're paying their bills. True. Bro, did you hear Bleem Blop is talking about you? I didn't. All right, let's get back to China.
We have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them. We asked the top 30 in the world. Every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business, and it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now a toast by President Xi.
Bro, Donald Trump's going to come back from China with one of these, okay? He's going to come back from China with one of these motherfuckers. One of these bad boys. Would you wear the Malfit if you were to meet President Xi? I would wear whatever the fuck he wants me to wear, okay? But yes. I'm so excited about the Zhongshan suits. I'm waiting because, like, I keep wearing the gray one and I've worn it so much. I've worn it so much that, like, it's so iconic, but I've worn it so much I need different colors, so I'm excited. What is there, no translation? That's crazy.
The two peoples and to the health of President Trump and all the friends present.
So much word 4 times. Well, yeah, because it's like such a it's such a unique look in America that you wear it 4 times. People are like, oh, you're really, really wearing it all the fucking time. Well, it's all Beijing. Speak a little Chinese for him. All right, let's see what Trump had to say. Oh, after he speaks, there's an English translation.
Honorable President Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to host the state banquet in honor of President Trump during his state visit to China. On behalf of the Chinese government and people, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to President Trump and the U.S. delegation.
Okay, that's crazy that that's all he said.
Year develops the start of China. This is a historic visit. This year marks the start of China's 15th five-year plan for economic and social development. The over 1.4 billion people of China, drawing on the rich heritage of our over 5,000-year civilization, are advancing Chinese modernization on all fronts through high-quality development. This year is also the 250th anniversary of American independence. The over 300 million American people are reinvigorating the spirit of patriotism, innovation, and enterprise, and ushering in a new journey for the development of the United States. The people of China and the United States are both great peoples. Achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can go hand in hand. We can help each other succeed and advance the well-being of the whole world.
This is a little bit of a flex, but he got it like that. They do be having it like that, if we're being real.
55年前，尼克松总统派基辛格教了国际和国际推动。
55 years ago, President Richard Nixon sent Dr. Henry Kissinger to visit China, and ping-pong diplomacy was carried out between our two countries. Through efforts of the two governments and peoples, the door that had remained frozen for over 20 years was opened, marking a milestone in contemporary international relations. From then on, China and the United States have written many chapters of friendship through mutual openness and cooperation. Under the new situation, President Trump and I, fully aware of the expectations of our two nations and the international community, have had multiple meetings and phone calls and kept China-US relations generally stable.
今天和我们两边两领关系繁荣。
In-depth exchanges. Today, President Trump and I had in-depth exchanges on China-US relations and the international and regional dynamics. We both believe that the China-US relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. We must make it work and never mess it up. Both China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals. President Trump and I also agreed to build a constructive China-US relationship to promote the steady, sound, and sustainable development of China-US relations and bring more peace, prosperity, and progress to the world.
尊敬的特朗普总统先生、女士们、先生们、朋友们，纵观中美关系发展历程，能不能做到相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢，是中美关系能否稳定发展的关键所在。当今世界变乱交织，中美关系承载着两国17亿多人民的福祉，关乎世界80多亿人民的利益。
Peace, China, Trump, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Looking back at the course of China-US, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Looking back at the course of China-US relations, whether or not we could have mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation is the key to...
Bro, this is, oh God. Okay, I don't even want to listen to this speech. It's literally the same. Okay, I have heard this speech 10 times at least, okay? It's literally the exact same speech, like down to the fucking words. And I don't know what I was like expecting. I don't know why I thought it would be any different, because obviously China's goals have not changed with their relationship with America. If anything, if the takeaway from this conversation is that America should be a little bit more cooperative with China, then the American dynamic will have changed dramatically. You just killed a motherfucker. Least you could do is speak some Chinese. Wait, what?
Whether the relationship can advance steadily. The world today is changing and turbulent. China-US relations concern the well-being of the over 1.7 billion people of both countries and affect the interests of the over 8 billion people of the world. Both sides should rise up to this historic responsibility and steer the giant ship of China-US relations forward, steadily and in the right direction.
最后，我提议。
Oh, speak a little Chinese to him, Derek. That's weird. You were doing the come town bit. I didn't understand it first.
为中美两国发展繁荣和人民幸福，为中美关系的美好未来和为
Wait, generic ballot polling trend among independent voters by Signal. October 2022, Republicans 59, April 2026 amongst independents. Democrats get a D plus 23, Republicans at 25 points. A net 32-point swing towards Democrats. Oh my fucking God. 25 points? That is, dude, 25% is crazy. Oh God, abysmal. What is this for your Nate Blowen interview? It was a Dem State convention at 424. Blowen was the leading progressive, but has fallen out of favor with many on the left. Liban Mohammed won the RCV vote at the convention, 51-49 over McAdams, the establishment guy. Liban is endorsed by Ilhan Omar and has momentum. The primary is not RCV. Liban and Nate will split the vote, helping McAdams get the nomination. Yeah, I know.
Now please join me in a toast to the development and prosperity of China and the United States and the well-being of our people, to the bright future of China-US relations and the friendship between the two peoples, and to the health of President Trump and all the friends present. Cheers. Cheers.
Right, too early? Yeah, this is, Xi literally said the exact same words, exactly. To China and US should be partners, not rivals in 2024 to Blinken in the exact same place, the Great Hall of the People. Presenting as some sort of extraordinary concession that Trump would have extracted from China is hilarious, and the insane popularity of this post, a sad testament to how ignorant people are. 129,000 likes on this. I never in a million years would have thought she would say something like that. Lauren Chen, who is weirdly pro-China, unbelievably reactionary in every other fucking regard, also has been, also corrects the record, even though no one listens. This is very standard rhetoric from China towards America for anyone who pays attention. I'm struggling to recall China even mentioning America as an adversary or anything overtly hostile. Yeah. This is why I think we could unironically convert the hogs to be communist. I swear to God, I'm kind of joking. Okay? I swear to your haters trying to find a new way to tie you to Nick Fuentes. Nick Piker and Hasan Fuentes are both saying voting Democrats for the purpose of the midterms. I don't know what happened to this guy, man. I used to like this guy a lot. And then they just like lost their fucking mind. Like him and a bunch of other like hyper left ultras, like they went like legit insane, which is understandable to a certain degree because Israel can make you insane. Chorus? Nah, this guy's not Chorus. What are you, fucking crazy? No, this guy went in the opposite direction. Y'all are so stupid if you think it's Chorus. No, this dude straight up started saying some sus shit about they started saying some very sus things about Jews in general, and after that it's been very odd. Some people have their minds completely fucking bricked by the Israel conversation, where they look at the Israeli ambitions. They look at the Israeli ambitions of like tying Zionism to Judaism, and they lean into it because they just have an outsider's perspective, and they genuinely fucking lose their minds a little bit, where they think like, no, it is actually like all Jews are actually secretly Zionists. And then they just continue on this journey where they're like anti-Semitism is the highest form of anti-Zionism. And it's fucking annoying because then like all these like stupid ass lib accounts will literally point to these guys and be like, see, this is the true voice of the left. It's like, bitch, I'm right here. Okay. You can talk to me. You can try to understand where I'm coming from, but don't fucking tie me to a lot of people that, well, right? It's very frustrating. I eat it from every angle, by the way. I eat it from the Nick Fuentes fans. I eat it from the ultras who say I'm not like sufficiently anti-Israel because I'm not anti-Semitic. I usually don't talk about people like this either because I feel like it's unproductive and it just gives them clout for no reason. The people of Newark are pissed because you're anti-Newark bias. Oh, shit. This particular line of commentaries from XQC, he's been saying that you're wearing suits to copy Nick Fuentes. No fucking joke. So stupid. I know. Nick Fuentes invented wearing suits. Nick Fuentes invented being anti-Israel too, except for when he was literally 10 years old. I was an anti-Zionist. So, or like when he was 13. I've been an avowed anti-Zionist for the last decade plus. Nick Fuentes was literally 13 years old when I was talking about Israel. Okay? Tucker Carlson was unbelievably pro-Israel when I was an avowed anti-Zionist. However old Nick Fuentes is, so I don't know how old he is. I mean, I've been an anti-Zionist my whole life, but I'm just saying, like, I've been in my professional media career, anti-Zionist hipster. Oh, I'm not that at all. I just I get really fucking annoyed when people hold up these newcomers as though they're the strongest, as though they're the strongest voices in their criticisms against Israel. It's very, very fucking annoying. Yeah, let's continue. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say.
Very much. This is a great honor. It was a fantastic day. And in particular, I want to thank President Xi, my friend, for this magnificent welcome. And it really was a magnificent welcome like none other. And for so graciously hosting us on this very historic state visit. We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier. And this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China. And it was a great honor to be with you. Please.
感谢习近平主席。今天我们度过了非常美好的一天。首先要感谢习近平主席这一盛大的欢迎。那么也非常感谢在这一次历史性的国事访问当中非常慷慨。那么今天早些时候以及具有建设性的对话。那今天晚上将是我们另外的一次机会，能够共同再次讨论我们今天早些时候已经讨论到的一些问题，以及我们的共同利益，以及我们如何能够为全人类塑造更好、更安全的未来。
Oh God, I forgot that there's.
The relationship between the American and Chinese people goes all the way back to America's founding. The first American consul to China, Samuel Shaw, arrived on the first American trading ship to reach these shores in 1784. The Chinese merchants had a name for the Americans. They called their visions the New People. 2.5 centuries later, that first connection has grown into one of the most consequential relationships in world history.
美国人民和中国人民之间的友谊可以追溯到美国的第一任驻华大使塞缪尔·肖先生，在1784年乘坐第一艘美国的商船到达了中国的沿岸。当时中国的商人到来的美国访客，他们将当时到来的美国访客称民族。250年后的今天，这一个当初的友谊已经慢慢的。
From the beginning, our citizens have shared a deep sense of mutual respect. Founding Father Benjamin Franklin published the sayings of Confucius in his colonial newspaper. And today's sculpture, recognizing that ancient Chinese sage, is carved into the face of the United States Supreme Court very proudly.
从一开始，我们两国之间的人民就已经有深厚的相互的尊重。美国的国父本杰明·富兰克林曾经在他的殖民报纸建筑物的这一名古代的圣人进行致敬。
The appreciation ran in both directions. Chinese admirers of President George Washington gifted a stone tablet honoring his memory to adorn the Washington Monument. It bears the words of a Chinese official who called the great general and statesman a hero among men.
这一种欣赏是相互的。那么许多中国人非常崇敬乔治·华盛顿总统。那么这些人当时就向美国捐赠了一个石碑，就是为了纪念华盛顿总统。目前这个石碑已经镶嵌在华盛顿纪念碑里面。石碑上刻有当时的一名中国官员形容这一名伟大的将军。
And across the centuries, this mutual esteem grew into a relationship that reflected the tremendous talent and potential of our two people. Chinese workers helped lay the railroad tracks that connected our Atlantic coast to the Pacific. American travelers to China helped spread literacy and modern medicine. And at the request of China's ambassador, it was President Theodore Roosevelt who provided the funds to establish President Xi's alma mater, Tsinghua University.
在过去几百年了建设国成
in World War II,
母校清华大学。
As allies in World War II, President Franklin Roosevelt's mentions of the brave people of China, that's what they were, drew loud cheers in his speeches in the United States, and everybody loved what he had to say, just as many Chinese now love basketball and blue jeans, Chinese restaurants.
You're a pet abusing ped? Okay, Uncle Satan.
In America today outnumber the 5
I am a pedestrian. I am not a podiatrist.
largest fast food chains in the United States, all combined. That's a pretty big statement.
那么，作为二战期间的盟国，罗斯福总统在美国的多次演讲当中，中国人民，正如当前许多中国人非常喜欢篮球和穿蓝色的牛仔裤，在美国数量要比美国前5大快餐连锁店的总的店面还要多。
This bond of commerce and respect that stretches back 250 years is the foundation for a future that benefits both of our nations. The American and Chinese people share much in common. We value hard work, we value courage and achievement, we love our families, and we love our countries. Together we have the chance to draw on these values to create a future of greater prosperity, cooperation, and happiness, and peace for our children. We love our children, this region and the world. It's a special world with the two of us united and together.
那么，至于商业当中的纽带，以及我们的数到250年前，是我们将要构建的未来的基础。至于未来将会惠及我们两国的人民，美国人民和中国人民有我们都非基于我们共同和平的未来。
Thank you again, President Xi, for this beautiful welcome. And tonight it is my honor to extend an invitation to you and Madam Peng to visit us at the White House this September 24th. And we look forward to it. And I'd now like to raise a glass and propose a toast to the rich and enduring ties between the American.
Yeah, this was a funny line from this, but explaining Chinese entrepreneurship to Americans. There's more noodles than burgers. Why did this coward delete the post? You love our blue jeans and we love your noodles. They're so wet.
American and Chinese people. It's a very special relationship. And I want to thank you again. This has been an amazing period of time. Thank you, President Xi.
那么再一次感谢习主席，感谢这一美好的欢迎。那么今天晚上，我也想借此机会向您以及彭女士提出邀请，于9月24号邀请你们出访白宫。那我也希望，针对美国人民和中国人民之间深厚的以及持久的友谊，我提议我们进。感谢。
Remember, Donald Trump doesn't drink. He has a relationship with alcoholism because of his brother who died to alcoholism. His brother was an alcoholic. He does not drink. Now, I don't know what this is. It might be apple juice. It might simply be apple juice, but it is really funny to assume that this was alcoholic, where they just like forced his ass to drink a little bit of alcohol. Surely they as the host would know this. Yeah, I suspect it's probably not alcoholic. Anyway.
Rivals? What rivals? Donald Trump has long accused China's Xi Jinping of...
Let's see what Jesse Waters had to say about this, by the way. Oh, so far, I think we all realize what this meeting looks like, right? There is a unique level of reverence coming from Trump that you normally never see. And Trump is acting right. Normally, he's a baby. He is a man-child. And yet, here in China, he's looking awfully presidential. Okay? He's looking awfully presidential. How strange. So what will Fox News do? Because obviously, for the longest time, China is our number one foreign adversary. Our number one foreign adversary. This is the country that we need to defeat. This is the country that, if left to their own devices, would destroy America, would enslave us, blah, 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 blah. Right? And yet, hogs have to flip on a dime whenever Donald Trump decides, certain things are good now. Let's see what Jesse Waters had to say.
I hear they're big fans over there. The Chinese have made major inroads into the American restaurant scene. But get this, there are over 20,000 McDonald's, Taco Bells, and KFCs in China. And they're growing every year by the thousands. And once the United States gets fed...
No, don't worry. We got burgers in China. They got noodles in America, but we got burgers in China.
Fast food into a country. That's it. Fried chicken, Big Macs, chalupas. They start listening to our music, watching our movies. They start marrying our women. I'm just kidding. We don't allow that. But that's basically now an American colony. We got them hooked, and it's pretty much over. The Chinese have a history of expanding and then collapsing, expanding and then collapsing. So Trump, the strategy is ride it out peacefully as they expand alongside them peacefully, and when they collapse.
I am reminded of Xi Jinping's opening words. China and America have a shared history. For China, it's 5,000 years of history. For America, it's 250. Okay? Just saying. Just 5,000 years of Chinese history versus the 250 of American history. You can delude yourself into thinking that China has a history of expansion and then collapse, expansion and then collapse, to make it seem like Chinese collapse is imminent. But it's the American president that is currently in Beijing. And it's the American president that is behaving in a way where, in a very rare showing of grace, reverence, behaving in a presidential manner. Very interesting.
Perhaps you feast on their carcass.
Okay. Whatever you say.
It's incredible. It's incredible seeing Donald Trump behave this way. I didn't even know it was in his capability.
Ripping America off. But this long handshake felt less trade war and more friendly tug of war. As Trump's approval rating soared, well, among these Chinese children at least. Trump's delegation was quite something. His cabinet flanked by the titans of US industry. Among them, bosses from Boeing, Citi, Apple, and the world's richest man, Elon Musk. Another frenemy back in the fold. Inside, the Chinese president embraced the warmer tone.
A stable China-U.S. relationship benefits the entire world. When we cooperate, both sides benefit. When we confront each other, both sides suffer. We should be partners rather than adversaries.
I really look very much forward to
And the US president gushed in response.
We've had a fantastic relationship.
China can't be 5,000 years old considering the Earth is only 2,000 years old. Checkmate, China, crisis king. Fuck, I didn't even think about it like that, bro. God damn, that's brilliant. Checkmate. What now, liberals? True, dude.
Relationship, we've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you and you would call me. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader.
Donald Trump said he had great respect for China. Really?
China.
This is a leader who has built his political brand on aggressively attacking China, accusing it, sometimes quite rudely, of stealing manufacturing jobs.
Because we can't continue to allow China to rape our country, and that's what they're doing.
And yet, on this trip, Trump has brought along Apple CEO.
Bro, he's like the dog. The two dogs that bark at each other and then the gate opens and they stop barking. This is the difference between a keyboard warrior and a real one. Okay? He's barking hard. Fake demon. Fake demon, dude. Oh, China's raping our country. And then the moment that he's inside of the boundaries of China, the People's Republic, in Beijing, he's like, I love China, greatest nation on earth, love Xi Jinping, and he loves me, we kiss sometimes. I shouldn't say it, but it's true.
Tim Cook, whose products have long been manufactured, overwhelmingly, in China, with some diversification. But
this is exactly what it's like when my fucking haters, in the very unbelievably rare occasion, come up to me, IRL, okay? Behind closed doors, they're like, oh, I got him. One of them came up to me at the fucking, at the Web Summit. He's like, I'm an Asmongold fan. I'm going to troll you in real life. And I was like, okay, do you want a photo? Like, yeah, yesterday. What's your beef with shoe on it? I was like, I don't have any fucking, it's one-sided, you know? Sigma, a real Sigma and a beta. When a beta meets a real Sigma. As I've said over and over again, in the real world, where we can be in each other's physical spaces, the the situation doesn't unfold in the way that you envisioned it, right? On the internet, you can be like, I have portrayed myself as cool, calm, and collected, and my interlocutor is angry, emotional, and therefore losing the argument. But in the fucking real world, it's very different. I noticed your 20-second mentions of some YouTubers turn into 1-hour videos responding to your crash outs. Yeah, that they always do that.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Different accent in person. I'm like the biggest Hasan fan. I'm here to retweet you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
You want to take a photo?
I'll take a photo.
Okay.
What's with the beef with Shoe on Head?
I don't know. Is there a beef with Shoe on Head?
Yeah.
I'm not very familiar with this.
Have a good one. Thank you so much. Sorry, guys. You have to run for a flight.
It just doesn't ever work that way. You know what I mean? It like you think you're gonna look smooth with it, right? Like you're gonna be. You have this idea in your head that like you're gonna look awesome. I'm here, but then you come across like you're a fucking internet troll. You know, I'm here to rage bait you.
Mainly to India. So the visit was heavily focused on trade, but also another T, Taiwan.
She's been posting about you and these losers make that your problem. Yeah, that's one of the funnier aspects of this kind of stuff is that this beef is almost always one-sided, and like. There will be like maybe a 20-second mention on my half where I'm like, dude, really? You're going to fucking bring up Shoe on Head? What a fucking ridiculous thing to do. We're doing political commentary here. Who gives a shit? And now that I've said that, she'll do like an hour-long video on it being like, he was so owned. He was so unbelievably owned. And then all of these people are like, yes, you're fucking destroying him, my queen. And it's so funny because it's like, okay, yeah, I've been thoroughly dismantled, my worldview destroyed. You've done it. It's such a funny, easy way to algo farm, and people still fall for it. Like, who's the one crashing out? The person who did a 20-second mention or the person who did an hour-long video off of that 20-second mention? This is a one-sided beef. Yeah, I'm crashing out right now. Hasan is crashing out right now. You reacting to this is enough for them to call it a crash out? I know. They have used and abused the term crash out. I literally thought she retired from the internet. Yeah, I have never really been like someone who's kept up with whatever her politics are. But even I fucking know, regardless of my knowledge of her politics, even I know she changes her attitude with whichever way the algorithm swings. Who's the one falling for it? They're living off of you. I mean, that's fine. They can take a crumb. If they can make $1,000 video, good on them. You know, what are you gonna do? We got bigger fish to fry, right? What's more annoying to me is the fact that there are people who are like actively bludgeoning themselves in the head with this kind of insanely stupid bottom of the barrel commentary and think that they're actually feeding their minds with new information, right? They're not. They are deluding themselves into a world that does not exist. But as long as they stay online, I guess it doesn't really matter, you know? Hold on, did you say $1,000? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they make $1,000 or not, but it's like primary to make 14 to 12-year-olds feel like they're political. I know, but they grow out of it. This entire community is comprised of people who have, at one point in time, watched. This entire community has a shit ton of people that at one point in time had similar attitudes. Obviously, for their generation, it was different. You know what I mean? But maybe you watched a Ben Shapiro video and you got sucked into the right-wing pipeline. Maybe you watched Joe Rogan and then went over to Steven Crowder or something. And then you grew up. The real world hit you in the face. And then maybe you were a little bit more intellectually curious and found yourselves more in a more mature mindset, looking for alternative explanations. So yeah, for a while, the only YouTube commentary was libertarian. Even if you were woke on social issues, they were all still libertarians. Yeah. YouTube commentary sphere has always been unbelievably slanted to the right. It's never really changed. I mean, that's why even Professor Zhang, who will say correct things at times about like, you know, Iran and America, will still be like unwashed incel. Are fans allowed to start a grifter version of the HasanAbi industrial complex? No, do the opposite, dumbass. The opposite can also exist if we build it. It's actually beginning to form anyway. You don't have to lean into it if you don't want to, but I think the alternative is already being designed simply due to how diluted or how diluted the fuck Hasan content has become, that people genuinely started making the anti-fuck Hasan content on their own. There's a lot of adults who may never grow up from that. Well, you can't win everybody. You can't win every single person. So work with whoever, work with the people who you can save.
President Xi told Trump that the Taiwan question was the most important issue to the bilateral relationship between these superpowers, according to China's foreign ministry spokesperson, who warned the US to handle it with the utmost prudence.
If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the Chinese had raised Taiwan and the Americans had made clear that their long-held position, supporting the status quo, was unchanged. But that didn't spoil the mood. A buoyant mood that could have some drawbacks, according to Jonathan Zinn, who has served as director for China on the US's National Security Council.
I think the concern is that this meeting goes too well, that could actually be disadvantageous for the United States.
That Kilo guy who did the 4-hour video on your haters literally starts the video by saying he doesn't watch you or agree with everything you say and asks some criticism, so it clearly is happening naturally. Well, it also doesn't hurt that all of my haters are unbelievably stupid and overall very bad people. So that's probably part of the reason why. Like, they're like one of the biggest issues. One of the biggest issues is he's a Utah State senator. This is centered right in the heart of Salt Lake City after more than a decade of Republican-drawn gerrymanders. What's going on? You can come in if you want. Here, I'll keep doing the intro while you walk in. But yeah, after more than a decade of Republican-drawn gerrymanders, a Utah District Court in late 2025 threw out the GOP's congressional map and ordered the adoption of a more representative map. The move turned what used to be 4 blood red districts into a Salt Lake County Center district that Kamala Harris would have carried by 24 points. Bluin has positioned himself as a Bernie-adjacent progressive, focusing on climate change, foreign policy, and the affordability crisis. He's earned a perfect rating from the Sierra Club and endorsements from Track APAC and the Congressional Progressive Caucus PAC, highlighting his commitments to peaceful foreign diplomacy, passing the Green New Deal, championing Medicare for all, and taking on corporate monopolies. Nate Bluin, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, very interesting times to be running for office. Hold on, I'm going to do something real quick. Here, you guys.
Oh, there we go.
If you want,
Meeting
you
the
can
dog
watch
out
from
there
over
is
there
great.
instead. What's up?
Meeting the dog out there is great.
Oh hell yeah. Kaya, she's wonderful. All right, suit game on point and better than yours. Yeah, this is the one day where I'm not wearing a suit. I know, and everyone is freaking out about it. Okay, so first of all, how do you feel being in Los Angeles, California, so far away from home?
My name's Nate. It's a beautiful day. I mean, it's been 90 degrees in Utah already, which is too hot for this time of the year. So it was nice when the fog blew out this morning and we got blue sunny skies. And I look forward to getting out for a run later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You're still dressed like De Niro. Okay, that's true. I do go through. When I wear suits, I'm De Niro from Casino.
Okay.
And then when I wear this outfit, it's De Niro from Taxi Driver. Okay. Let's watch your ad real quick. It's Bernie Sanders as well. It's a Bernie Sanders ad. and then we'll get to the questions that I have for
Hey,
you.
Bluen, I currently serve in the Utah State Senate. We've seen Utah transition from a place that was very affordable to a place that's making it tough to decide between paying for childcare or a mortgage. And so I'm running for Congress to address those issues. We need less of the equivocating about important issues to people's lives and more action that's actually going to be moving the needle in a way that helps people address the things that are hurting them. And that might be tariffs that are raising costs for folks, raising the minimum wage, Medicare for all. These are policies that are going to have material impacts on the lives of our constituents, and we need to go out and tell them that that's what we're going to be fighting for. We're not taking any corporate money. We're not taking APAC money. It's good to know that we still have politicians out there who are working in our interests. Having his endorsement after getting involved in politics because of him in 2016, it's like a full circle moment, and he's turned out a lot of people here in Utah. Every time he's come to Utah, we've filled the house. That willingness to step in and throw his weight behind me as someone who's going to be a champion for the working people, standing up against Trump, against the billionaire class that is pitting us against each other. And that means a lot.
All right. Hey, Bluen, everybody. So let's get right into it. New district, awfully beneficial for Democrats all of a sudden. How does having a safe blue district fundamentally change the way you can campaign? And why is it so important that voters don't just settle for a corporate moderate when they finally have the chance to elect a real progressive?
It's been incredible to see how this seat has rallied people to let Utah know that we have an opportunity to put someone into Congress who is really going to fight back against, frankly, the supermajority in Utah. We have a legislative supermajority that I've gone up against time and time again. And to see what's coming from outside right now is just incredible. So Utah and Republicans just lead everything. And to have Bernie come to town several times in the last few years and to show how much people will stand up and rally behind him on issues like, workers' rights and really fighting back against all the corporate power we're seeing that the Republicans are exercising right now. It's been incredible to see how folks are reacting to having such a safe seat here.
So you're not taking corporate PAC money,
no,
including support from APAC.
Correct.
However, your opponent, Ben McAdams, is raking in massive amounts of cash from corporate PACs and establishment donors. We know APAC bundles millions in individual donations to hide their influence and crush progressives. What's your message to voters about how pro-Israel money and corporate dark money completely warp our Democratic primaries, and how can grassroots campaigns survive the financial onslaught?
It's been incredible to see how that does influence things in this race. So, I mean, running as a state senator, I'm used to small dollar donors, just kind of funding things and reaching out to people I know and getting support that way. But when you're up against like a juggernaut, like we see in this race, it's a whole different ballgame. And when you have the background as a former member of Congress, as McAdams does, and the relationships in DC and with all of these lobbying groups and all the votes that he has taken in the past, that they expect that same thing out of him. And I don't have that luxury because I'm not going to take those same votes that he would. It makes it challenging, but I think, we've raised $600,000, something along those lines at this point, from I think over 10,000 or around 10,000 individual donors. Bernie Sanders was incredibly helpful in that. I mean, the day he sent an email a while back and you just see these donations come flooding in like $7 increments. And that allows me to focus on like what's actually concerning to people, not trying to pass another tax loophole for a private prison company or a defense contractor like we're seeing too much of these days. And so I think that's really the message there is we need to get that sort of influence out of our politics, because it is just completely steering us in the wrong direction on so many different issues, whether it's genocide in Gaza or the crushing housing market right now. Those things are all related to the money in politics that we see.
So you have a tweet about your opponent, Ben McAdams, here that I'm going to pull up and read real quick. You say, Ben McAdams won't acknowledge the ongoing in Gaza. Instead, he believes the atrocities have ended. Palestinians are still dying, while hawkish politicians like Ben, who are funded by defense contractors, oil executives, and conservative pro-Israel donors, vote to continue America's broken foreign policy. The people of Gaza have been the target of a genocide. They still are, and they will continue to be our leaders, if our leaders do not take immediate action to stop it. Why should the people of Utah care about the people of Gaza, the people of Palestine? How does America's relationship impact your potential constituents?
I mean, that's the multi-billion-dollar question. Like, why should we care about this, right? And we should, because it is, first of all, it's just death and destruction. It's just for no good reason beyond the conquests of Israel and of America. But it's also directly impacting our ability to pay for Medicare for all, to pay for housing support for folks, for our schools. You know, Utah in particular is like 48th or 49th in the country as far as per capita funding for students. We should be spending that money here at home. We should be rebuilding our ability to do diplomacy and humanitarian aid and welcome people back in. But
you don't feel patriotic when those dollars are going to Israel instead of students here?
It's wild. So the America First language is so interesting. Like I've never been someone who would say America First, like in that real patriotic way. But having conversations with folks who would consider themselves pro-Palestine, that's what they are saying. You know, let's deal with our country first, rather than going into another country that is being, you know, just demolished by our and focus on what we can do here. And so that sort of, you know, patriotism that I am seeing is actually really exciting. I think it's the right sort of America First.
Let me run this by you. Okay, so America wastes $100 billion, destroys, you know, tens of billions of dollars of assets in the region to advance Israel's goals of continuing along with the Greater Israeli Project, blowing up schools, and then the world is embroiled in an energy crisis. Yeah. Gas is now more expensive for Americans, but at the same time, Israel is now uncontested in the region.
Right?
Doesn't that feel good?
It doesn't feel good to me.
Okay.
And I don't think it feels good to so many people here in our country, and certainly in that region as well. And I mean, I filled up my beat up old Subaru the other day with a $60 tank of gas, and it certainly hits us all. I mean, it's ridiculous.
You didn't think to yourself in that moment, we're doing this for a good reason?
No,
okay.
I did not.
All right. Well, it seems like you're kind of unpatriotic, but let's move on. So you're explicitly supporting the bloc. Why don't you like bombs?
I remember getting, I don't remember. I have pictures of myself. I can prove I was getting carted around to pro-peace protests back in, you know, the early 1990s. I grew up in New Hampshire. My parents carted me around to these sort of things.
What about bulldozers that are used to you know, destroy Palestinian homes?
Stop it. I mean, that stuff is just like, let's whatever we got to do, you know, whether it's sanctions, whether it's just finally taking accountability for what we have done. I think it's critical that we address those things.
Okay. How do you plan on ending America's violence abroad? And what do you plan to do with the money that we're not spending on bombs?
Yeah. So how much are we spending? What's the number, like daily? Do you know? I mean, it was like $1 billion in Iran.
It was $1 billion in the most conservative estimate in Iran alone, with all of the, you know, the naval assets moving around. That's before we even factor in like how many of those assets have been blown up in the region. I believe it's more than $2 billion a day. We're now on day 76, I believe.
Yeah.
So
we're talking about like $1 trillion a year or something.
I mean, we have $1 trillion in expenditure. Donald Trump has actually wanted to increase that spending by 50% to $1.5 trillion a year. There have actually been people like Robert Kagan and other analysts that are, you know, neocons themselves that have said, well, this is a waste.
Yeah.
And that we're not
how conservative of them.
Yeah. I mean, there is a conservative anti-war tradition. AmCon magazine is like one of the primary advocates for a more peaceful direction, which is interesting.
We look at Thomas Massey and some of those other folks. They get it.
So let me ask you this, though. Do you believe that the U.S. should be providing Israel with defensive weapons?
No. I think we should, at this point, with the lack of accountability, the lack of any willingness to take ownership over what's happened over there, I don't think we should be supporting that with any sort of aid at this point. And I think defensive aid, you know, allows them to kind of sit on their laurels and you know, wait for things to happen, and that's its own form of violence when you look at it that way. You got a lot of cameras there.
I know.
How many do we got? 3 cameras. Oh, there you go. Okay. I saw someone mentioning my name earlier, whether I was Quebecois, and that is the part of my heritage comes from the French Canadian lineage there.
Okay.
Oh, nice. We got some snacks.
We brought you some snacks as well.
Nice. Thank you. I got a banana and a Cliff Bar.
Yeah, we've heard that those are your favorite.
Yeah, you guys do a good job of doing your research.
Favorite things to consume.
My campaign team is dying right now.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me also fix this real quick. Sorry, this is a little bit unprofessional, but this is the unfortunate reality of doing a one-stop shop, one-man show. Sometimes you have to deal with these technical problems.
Yeah. I'm glad it's not me.
As they come along. Okay. All right. So let's continue. All right. So we've talked about your perspective. Utah's SB 186 prohibits state contracts to companies that boycott Israel.
Yep.
In your state. SB 97 builds on this bill, prohibiting contracts with companies that boycott the fossil fuel, weapons, or mining industries.
Yep.
We've often seen this play itself out on the federal level as well, where Project Esther has featured. This was a part of Project 2025. It was utilization of the anti-Semitism, like the cynical weaponization of anti-Semitism to silence any sort of dissent in American politics. That then goes far beyond. Once the initial anti-boycott bill is set, then they can use it to extend that prohibition to people who want to boycott fossil fuel, weapons, or mining industries. Yep. In your opinion, why does Utah have these weird bills specifically protecting both Israel and all these other industries?
Utah is one of those weird test states. It's like Tennessee, sometimes Texas, where Alec, the mayor. I mean, they bring bills to these Republicans and they run them in Utah and see if they can get them to pass there. And it's pretty nonsensical, and I don't think there's a whole lot of thought given to it. I don't think the people that are running these bills actually kind of understand what they are doing or the message they are sending. It was really interesting. I put forward a bill at the end of this past legislative session to repeal SB 186, which passed before I was in the state Senate. So basically getting rid of Utah's anti-BDS law. And I had a Republican lobbyist actually come up to me on the last day of session and basically said, where did that come from? And thank you for putting that forward, because he had to sign some of those contracts that had that language in them, which he saw as a violation of, which he and I as well saw as a violation of free speech. And I think that's absolutely true.
So you don't think it's America first to have to sign a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel to say that you will never disparage the good name of the state of Israel to work with the state of Utah?
No, I do not think that is America first. I think that is un-American. And I'm in Congress. I know my opponent, Ben McAdams, had some statements about some of those BDS laws and has been supportive of that sort of thing in the past.
What do you have to say to the Republicans that claim to uphold the First Amendment and the Second Amendment, oftentimes to say, my Second Amendment's there to protect the First,
right?
But then are willing servants when it comes to corporate interests and the interests of foreign lobbies like this?
I mean, when I hear people talk about the Second Amendment as if we're going to rise up against our government, I mean, it's wild to see all of the money that we just talked about being spent on weapons and the surveillance being done. And I think it's a misunderstanding of what that was supposed to be back in 1776 or 250 years ago, when all those things were put into being. And so it's shocking that these people don't have I think a through line on these pieces of policy. And I've watched people get beat up by cops just in recent days here in Utah, and for exercising their First Amendment rights. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating that we
deserve it.
Who deserves what? What are we
getting beat up by cops for opposing
an ICE facility in that case,
or an ICE facility?
Yeah, it was.
Well, it's nice now.
No, that's right.
What about let me present.
What
that
is the
to you.
N national?
Yeah. So what if like the National Socialist Party initially they slapped on national in front of it. Does that change your perspective at all now that you have to call it nice instead of ICE?
I think I like it even less now.
Okay,
if that's possible.
Okay, so you hate nice.
I
Okay.
hate nice.
Okay, got it.
That's fair to say.
Why don't you care about the bottom line of pollutant change, contributing polluting industries like fossil fuels or industries that specifically are designed around finding new ways to kill children?
Yeah, I mean, Utah has been, again, ground zero for like some of these bills. This year, a bill was passed that basically disallows state regulators from taking a single step beyond what the federal government allows them to do as far as environmental regulations. And I mean, yeah, it's just a giveaway to, you've probably heard about this data center issue.
I was just about to bring that up.
Yeah, it's paved the way for that. Actually, I saw Walter Masterson yesterday and he says hi.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, Walter's
he
the
was
man.
in Utah.
Kevin O'Leary.
Mr. Wonderful.
Canadian, by
Canadian,
the way.
yes.
Not even American.
Not even a billionaire, by the way.
I
Not yet.
didn't know that.
He's only about 400 million.
So Kevin O'Leary was able to bring together $15 billion worth of investment so far to build this AI center, this facility, this behemoth of a facility that is unbelievably large.
Yep.
I believe the choice was not up to the good people of Utah, but 3 individuals that ended up saying yes to building this facility. Why do you hate data and AI?
I love the way these questions are framed. And
40,000 acres.
40,000 acres.
No one's living there. Isn't it much better to make this behemoth instead
Anything
that will pollute the water supply?
Yeah, it's 40,000 acres, potentially 9 gigawatts of new natural gas-fired energy generation, which would be the largest natural gas plant in the United States, one of the largest in the world. And I would just push back on that a tiny bit because what kind of happened, I think, was the county commissioners, they should have voted no, right? Like that's clear to me. But they were put in that spot by state leadership who basically said, you guys get to make the decision on this. You either vote yes and you get a seat at the table, or you vote no and we'll just cut you out and do all this stuff, all these incentives, and your county will have zero voice in this. And so
don't you feel like that's how democracy should be run?
Right,
where wealthy corporate benefactors just buy politicians and then enforce their will upon the public?
I do not think that is how democracy should operate. I am sorry to disagree with you on that one.
It's a very communist perspective. A very, very anti what the people of Utah clearly want, which is a mass surveillance facility.
Right.
It's designed in their backyard.
I mean, we're talking about a 7,500 person ICE facility, a new, one of these ICE detention centers in Salt Lake City, and then 50 miles up the street, this gigantic data center. And I'm like, we need to be looking at these together because that data center, we already have an NSA data center in Utah that they use to probably track all of our communications. And now we'd have this one and
facility.
Sorry, I'll have to get used to that, just like Department of War.
Yeah.
So it's shocking what we're seeing here. And you had to see Kevin O'Leary come in and just, call the people of Utah idiots, to say we were all bussed in. That was Walter's point yesterday. It was like, he's coming in from Florida or from New York.
From
and
Canada by way of New York, too.
Yeah. Gee, is he? He's Canadian.
Yes.
Oh,
Let's not forget,
okay.
Kevin O'Leary is a Canadian.
Oh, no, but Walter came in, and that was the point he was making. Is like, let's put this in Kevin's backyard in Florida at his nice home down there. And I agree with him. Let's do it somewhere else.
Okay.
Actually, we shouldn't. I want to clarify that. Let's take a pause. I've been a fan of a moratorium. Let's actually figure out what the right path forward here is before we just crush a bunch of land and use a bunch of workers to kill jobs for other workers like this is going to do.
Okay. Let's get a little contentious now. I'm gonna stop being sarcastic. Okay. So in January 2024, you shared an email written to you by a constituent that recognized Israel's violent actions while also maintaining the importance of a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship and a two-state solution. You stated that it summed up your own thoughts better than you yourself could. How have your views changed over the past couple of years of Israel's genocide of Palestinians?
I think, and I'm glad we're looking back on the past, because it has been eye-opening just to see how horrible things have been there. And certainly it's not a new phenomenon, but to get to work with people who have directly been involved in advocating for Palestinian liberation and just generally a more peaceful society I think it's been just it's been eye-opening to see like how much death and destruction has happened, and to understand our connection as Americans and as a country to the contributions we've made to that destruction, I think is what I would say moved me from like generally supporting like a peaceful solution and not really knowing what that meant to still, I'm not the expert on this, but I certainly believe that the scales have been tipped in Israel's favor for a very, very long time, and that we have been at the forefront of doing that, and that the people of Gaza and of Palestine at large need to have a full seat at the table as any sort of situation moves forward. So like my position as like a candidate is I don't think it's my job to determine what happens over there, but certainly to provide a level playing field for all of those people to come to the table. And if that is a one-state democratic solution, which I think it probably is, but I don't want to impose that on them. I want them to come to that decision, and for us to act as neutral mediators if that's possible, which I think probably many people would say it's probably not possible.
Yeah. So if there was a feasibility for this, would you advocate for a single democratic state with equal rights for all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's good to know.
Yeah.
Beyond the Middle East, you've also been a vocal critic of the U.S. using economic warfare like sanctions to punish countries in the global South, explicitly calling out U.S. posturing towards places like Cuba and Venezuela. Can you explain why broad economic sanctions are fundamentally a form of violence against working class civilians, and why the U.S. needs to abandon this regime change playbook?
Yeah, I mean, I've been to Cuba. My wife and I have been to Cuba, and it's an incredible place with incredible people. And it was sad to learn, I guess, today that they've like run out of fuel entirely, and that's on us. I mean, they're 90 miles off the coast of Florida, and we disallow them from receiving so many vital goods. And so it's clearly I don't know what interest that serves. I don't know who that's doing any good for. It's not helping us here in America. It's certainly not helping them. And I think we have done this for far too long. We've gone into these countries and we've tried to overturn their governments, or not even had a good reason. Like in Venezuela, I mean, there was no clear objective there. In Iran, there's no clear objective aside from what Netanyahu and Israel have directed us to do. And again, that comes out of our pocketbooks. Here in America, it comes out of our ability to pay for things that our my constituents deserve, I think, and it certainly just significantly detracts and kills people in other countries who have who do not deserve the harms that they are seeing.
So you're in favor of abandoning the old tricks, and you're in favor of abandoning regime change as a primary goal for the American foreign policy apparatus.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen conversations around shrinking the military budget. Certainly support that. They should be able to pass an audit before we give them more money. And I would say we shouldn't give them more money. But we should certainly be able to account for where that spending goes, and to use it on regime change and to use it on destruction. Let's put a very small fraction of that, because I think it would be much cheaper to preserve peace around the world and democracy, if that's what you're asking for, that through diplomacy and humanitarian aid, than it is to do it with actually, I've got it here. Can I give you something?
Yeah, of course.
It ties in. Some fun stuff. So this is a Utah State Senate coin with I think one of your favorites on it.
Oh, wow.
Peace through strength.
Look at that.
There you go.
Ronald Reagan, we maintain peace through strength.
Yep.
Utah State Senate
official
seal.
Utah State Senate coin there.
Look at that.
That is, I think, not the foreign policy that I would advocate for.
Okay. So
That's
why do you hate
keep.
America?
Why? Yeah. I think. The term American exceptionalism is one I've always just had such a hard time with, because it seems like that's what we're talking about here, is just like our ability to go wage war and death in other countries. And I mean, to me, it's welcoming people in and trying to, return that to the rest of the world through humanitarianism and diplomacy. And I think all the things that actually create a more peaceful world, not the peace through strength narrative that too many people, but in both parties, right, tend to believe.
Yeah. Liberal interventionism certainly is a real problem in the Democratic Party as well. Speaking of which, Donald Trump went to China. He's still in China. He's doing this historic Beijing summit.
Yep.
And he's actually been very presidential throughout this entire process.
I've missed that.
He's shown a lot of reverence to Chinese leadership and to China as well. Very different than the way he's communicated about this issue when he's in the United States of America. One of the things that I've seen from the Democratic Party in exchange for that, or in return to that, or in response to that, has been to increase a hawkish attitude in their communications about China, saying that Donald Trump is going to concede to Xi Jinping's demands and that China should be a foreign adversary. Do you feel like that is the appropriate response, or do you think that the appropriate method here in terms of American foreign policy is to completely redesign and chart a different path forward with China?
Yeah, that's oh man. I think our approach to China as just a pure adversary is harming us, and I would love to see us actually try to find ways to cooperate with them rather than to talk about Taiwan as this wedge in the middle that I think is potentially going to be a really divisive and destructive issue in the coming years. And so we need to, I think, find better ways to work with them as, it's probably not ally is not the term I would use, but as a trading partner and as someone who is seeing all sorts of investment and advancement in different spaces where the U.S. has fallen behind because we've abandoned innovation and science here in our country. And so, and we should take that back, to be clear. I think that's something I want to see us rebuild, is our ability to actually lead the world in things where we can and where we have over the years, and where China has picked up a lot of the slack as our government here, with Trump at the helm, has really punched down on science and punched down on university researchers and universities in general. I mean, the climate on campuses is horrible right now. I talk to so many professors and folks who know people who have gone elsewhere to teach. I know there are people who are getting PhDs and then going overseas. And I would say let's rebalance that system and try to find a more collaborative approach to both to China and other foreign policy issues.
Okay. Utah, back to your first congressional district, has new boundaries. Includes nearly 9% more non-white constituents than before. At the federal level, how do you plan on protecting all of your constituents from ISIS paramilitary forces who are ripping families apart?
Yeah. 100% on board with abolishing ICE. That is an organization that has become poisonous. Maybe it always was poisonous, and we've just seen it more recently, but it's not that old. It's 20 some odd years old. It had the propaganda they have put out, the videos of people marching across tarmacs and chains. And I think I saw one with a SpongeBob cartoon edited in. And I'm like, what are we doing here? they've lost their social license to operate. They are tearing people apart, and we need to both get rid of the agency and prosecute the folks who have perpetrated those crimes. Whether that's Kristi Noem, the president for sure is part and parcel to that. The people who shot Alex Preddy and Nicole Good, I think I have that name right. It's sad that we've allowed it to go this far, and I think there's a way to enforce, whether it's immigration or just general public safety, in a way that actually targets people who have done bad things rather than targeting an entire population. Basically racial profiling, which is legal now apparently under, was it the Kavanaugh rule or something? I've heard it called. So yeah, it's disgusting that's what we've seen happen. And I mean, just for one example, in Utah a couple of weeks ago, we saw a young person. He was about to graduate from the University of Utah. I think the next day, he was headed to, I think, his first day at a new job, and he was about to propose to his girlfriend. And he got pulled over, I think, for a traffic stop or something, yanked out and taken across state lines to a county jail that ICE contracts with. Just for he was brought to the U.S. at 1 year old, so he's been here for 20 years and didn't have documentation, and now he's, I think, still sitting in a jail. Actually, he might have gotten out on bond.
Technically eligible for DACA too.
He should have a clear pathway to citizenship.
Yeah, it's devastating.
Yeah.
So. The last question on ICE I would ask is, there was tremendous success in this. as far as neighborhood watch initiatives? Do you support folks independently tracking ICE to protect their neighbors?
Oh, absolutely.
And engaging in, okay.
Yeah. I mean, you think about like the Black Panthers and those sorts of movements. I mean, absolutely. It's heartening to see people watching out for their neighbors. Those are individual decisions, right? I wouldn't like direct people to go out and do that if they're uncomfortable, but I think for folks that are willing to go out and play that role, I would applaud them.
All right. So let's talk about a controversy that's near and dear to my heart, something that I've also personally have a lot of experience with. This is going to be a tough one. Drink your water first. Okay? You know what's coming. You're the subject of a recent scandal.
Yeah.
In 2011, when you were around 20-ish years old, you made a lot of shit posts online.
Yes.
Which is a crime that is, of course, worthy of an unlimited maximum prison sentence. You've made a lot of jokes. Some of those jokes were not well received. Now, I'm not going to do the same thing that every media outlet or every interview will plague you with for the rest of your life, most likely something that I'm, again, very intimately familiar with, to demand you grovel and apologize. You've already done so on numerous occasions, and talk about accountability and whatnot. I don't think that's interesting. I think it's more interesting to ask you how you feel as a younger candidate, what the future looks like for shit posters who are running for office. Do you think that people should be quote unquote held accountable over and over again for things that they've said, rather than actual political accountability for things that they're doing?
Right. And I think this ties into people being afraid to talk about issues that actually matter in the present day, like Ben McAdams voting against increasing the minimum wage, like him voting against a war powers resolution on Iran that actually Mike Lee somehow supported back in his term. Like he would rather his campaign, the folks who put this out there, whoever that was, would rather talk about, 2-decade-old dumb stuff that I said online that I, have fully apologized for, that I took accountability for. I don't stand behind any of it. It was like a different time in my life. And I frankly, I felt sick when I read those posts. I was like, oh man, I did say those things and made me physically ill. And what I would put out there to folks, we put out a Substack, I put out a Substack post, walked through like how I'd evolved on some of these things. There was nasty stuff I said about the LDS Church, which certainly has a very large population in Utah. And I married into a family that is LDS. And so having to, be in close quarters with those folks and, understanding how their faith shapes many attributes that I really admire in them, I think it has moved me along. But I would say it does really concern me for politics, for business, for leadership, and other scenarios where someone evolves over the years, but said something stupid, said many stupid things in the past. What do people want for accountability? I guess that's a question I have for folks, is like, what does that look like? What do people want to see out of younger people seeking positions of leadership? What makes them feel comfortable, acknowledging that we've moved on, that sort of thing, that we've grown and become bigger and better people. And yeah, I think it's going to become more and more prevalent. Of course, we saw the Graham Plattner situation and how that shaped the race. And so I think it's up to the public, I think, in a lot of ways, to say what is acceptable. When does the statute of limitations run out? What sort of apology do we need? And those are questions I've tried to answer, but I think for a lot of different people, it has a lot of different responses.
What do you think is worse? Shit posts and things that you've said that sometimes, especially without especially with the negative framing, can be beyond controversial, that you don't mean, or greenlighting the genocide of Palestinians?
I would have to go with the latter there. Yeah.
Okay.
The genocide. Yeah.
Okay.
That's bad.
What do you think is worse? Things that you might have said, or things that the current president, the bully pulpit?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing coming out of the presidency on a normal basis is horrific.
Okay. I'm gonna play a soundbite for you. I want to hear what you have to. What do you think about this?
Legalize comedy.
How does that make you feel?
Legalize comedy.
Yeah, I think we should legalize comedy. I think there's a lot to be said for that.
Okay. You brought up Grand Platinum, so I got to ask.
Yeah.
You don't have any tattoos with skulls, right? On you? Anything?
Do you want you go through the whole list?
Okay. Lightning, ancient Hindu or Buddhist symbols.
I not only do I have none of those things, I have no tattoos.
Okay.
Which
All right.
probably makes me way less cool than other people, than my wife who has tattoos.
There's not going to be any cover-ups of tattoos in the near future.
Disappoint folks.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get to some different things. I do think. Well, actually, you know what? The last note I wanted to say is, look, I think that we are in a very different time politically. I think in some ways, Donald, in a post-Trump era, there is no real. There's no real. Gracious way to receive people holding themselves accountable. And this is my own personal opinion. I feel like we should give a lot more respect to people who do say, look, these are things I said. It was really messed up. I don't agree with them. It doesn't represent who I am now. And be a little bit more understanding of the evolution that people have had.
Yeah.
Especially because in the post-Trump era, like, no one ever apologizes.
Right.
Like Donald Trump has never apologized. He only doubles down. And it's actually beneficial to just double down.
Yeah.
If I was privately offering consultation to a politician and they were like, hey, these posts came out, what should I do? I'd be like, just fucking double down.
Yeah. And
I'd be like, listen, you just be like, look, some of this stuff doesn't represent who I am, but like, I'm obviously joking. And I think there's more serious issues to focus on.
I agree. Let's try to raise the minimum wage. Let's try to protect reproductive freedom. Let's try to end genocide in Gaza. Those are what I want to focus on.
Yeah. All right. Well, another area of focus on energy.
Yeah.
You're unusually concrete with your advocacy for geothermal, energy storage, and grid-enhancing technology and making data centers pay real community costs. So talk to me about your background in green tech and how these industries have the potential to create new high-paying jobs in Utah.
Oh, I'm so excited to be talking about geothermal. This is my favorite. Geothermal, I was actually talking about this in an Uber earlier with someone, if you can, understand where I'm coming from here. I worked for a trade association focused on large-scale renewable energy several years ago before leaving that job to serve in the legislature, and was promoting large-scale wind, solar, battery storage, the projects that are really defining the Green New Deal in many ways, which I support, and playing into that. And geothermal in particular is super cool because and actually California is one of the other major geothermal producing states. But geothermal is basically, leveraging the heat from underneath the ground and creating steam and spinning a turbine. And so it powers the grid the entire day, 24/7, 365. And it is really cool. This new technology they're using is they're drilling, they're fracking, which sounds bad. I don't like fracking when it's natural gas because they're using all these nasty chemicals and stuff. But you can actually take the workforce from the oil and gas fields and transition them over to doing very similar jobs in the clean energy space in geothermal, which is going to be really beneficial to like backing up the wind and solar that we need on the grid. So I love this story. It's like bipartisan. I think both like Mike Lee and AOC have run legislation on geothermal energy.
Back my support for geothermal energy. Now that you said Mike Lee is on board with it,
you should love it. It's the one thing that he does maybe that we should support.
Okay. I'm kidding. But yeah. We already talked about Kevin O'Leary and the massive fight happening in Box Elder County. But I want to ask you another question on this. You've called for a total moratorium on these data centers, as Bernie has as well. How do we stop tech billionaires from draining our public water and skyrocketing our utility bills just to power their AI slop generators and their mass surveillance facilities?
We got to get money out of politics. I mean, you got to stop letting these people own our politicians and our system, right? It's not going to stop until that's what we see happen, until we work around Citizens United, hopefully get a Supreme Court that'll overturn it at some point, that'll overturn that decision at some point. That's the way to do it, is we need to balance the system in a way that actually works for our interests, not for the billionaire interests. And I don't think we will ever see the real change that we need until we actually address those sorts of things.
In the state Senate, you introduced legislation to impose a 1% additional tax on Utahns making over $1 million a year to fund education and refund working families. Why do you hate the rich?
I think they are doing just fine, and that I see people struggling every day that I talk to in my role as an elected official and out on the campaign show.
Right? Because they now have to pay 1% extra.
They've got to get that B on the front for them to really be making it, right? They need to be a billionaire at this point. I mean,
Sigma grind set.
I'm just not that worried about people who are pulling in over $1 million a year. They can take care of themselves, and I feel like government's role is to take care of all of us, and that means taking a little bit more from people who can afford it and spreading that out a little bit. I don't know what that makes me, but
Nate Bluen doesn't care about POC, people of capital. I can see the attack ads right now.
I can see that. Oh, I love it.
Nate Bluen cares about the poor too much.
That's a good one.
No, that's an attack ad.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
all right.
In Utah, that would I think that would play.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are toxic dust storms growing increasingly more common in Utah.
Yep.
Part of that is due to the drying of the Great Salt Lake.
Yep.
As these storms get worse and worse, has there been any interest in drawing inspiration from China's anti-desertification techniques that have drastically improved air quality around these large deserts? Here, I'll show you one video. I want to
imagine a forest system stretching 4,500 kilometers across an entire continent, covering more than 4 million square kilometers, an area larger than India. This is not a future vision. Since 1978, China has been attempting exactly that, building an artificial green barrier across its northern frontier to stop the Gobi Desert in its tracks. Known as the 3 North Shelter Belt Program, this is not a conservation effort. It is a 72-year ecological mega project.
I mean, it's literally what they're doing. It's propaganda in the sense that it's showing what China has done so far. The reason why I bring up China is twofold. One, I did notice your reluctance where you're like, oh, we shouldn't treat them as an ally. But also, the reason why I bring it up is because you're a green energy guy. You're a renewable energy guy. And it's obviously one sector where China is leading.
Yeah.
And has made tremendous gains in not only these these anti-desertification techniques, but also with solar panels and wind turbines. And then that's the reason why I was asking about this, because there could be a more cooperative approach where we learn from some of these techniques instead of immediately saying, oh, well, these are the bad guys. We've been taught that they're the bad guys. So we shouldn't learn anything from them. Like, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah. And I think that's what I was trying to say. If that's not what I said earlier, is that we should learn from them. They have built, particularly and it makes sense, transmission lines, that require planning across many different jurisdictions. So when you have a government that, can do more central planning than ours can, like in China, by my understanding, you can build these big 1,000-mile long transmission lines that help us move energy from, where it's produced to where it is consumed. And so, I think there's a lot we could learn from those sorts of from China. It's funny. The state of Utah has sent people to Israel to work on water issues and try to learn from what they're doing. I wanted to throw that in because I don't know what they're actually doing that's different than us, but it's certainly a place where we need to do a lot of work and certainly not take more out of the system like you're seeing happen with this data center issue. And I don't know, did you hear about Donald Trump offering us $1 billion for Great Salt Lake?
No, I did not. What is that? $1 billion for what?
Yeah, basically to secure water rights and try to, maybe build some infrastructure. And it's not 100% clear what that billion would be for, but actually we need $1 billion a year for several years to get enough water into the lake to actually get it to a sustainable level, which is
I don't trust Donald Trump as a great conservationist.
I don't either.
I'm a little reluctant. I feel like there's something that he gets in return for that.
The timing with the announced ICE facility in Utah was very conspicuous. It was $1 billion commitment to Great Salt Lake one week, and then next week, ICE detention center in Salt Lake City. Just saying.
There's another massive local controversy. The state plans to spend $1.4 billion of taxpayer money to build an 8-mile gondola up Little Cottonwood Canyon, which environmentalists point out largely serves as a taxpayer-funded luxury ride for a couple of private elite ski resorts. How does this gondola project represent the broader issue in America of privatizing public lands and using working-class tax dollars to subsidize corporate profits?
It's a great representation of that. And I don't support it. I haven't talked to very many folks who do support it, aside from like the governor and, a few people who would stand to benefit substantially off of this thing. It would benefit essentially Alta Ski Resort and Snowbird Ski Resort. There you go. Yeah, there's Alta. And it's this boondoggle. I mean, the costs have just skyrocketed as you've seen the infrastructure costs go up, and you're hearing about how it's going to demolish folks who rock climb in the canyon. Their routes would be under this thing. And so I was actually at a meeting last night hosted by like Sierra Club and some other local conservation organizations about the roadless rule, which Trump is trying to rescind, which protects spaces like we have up in the canyons outside of Salt Lake City. And the reason they hosted the meeting is because the federal government won't host those meetings. They are not hosting the public input meetings they should to actually hear what people think about these things. One thing, more specific to like the idea of the ski resorts and such is these are sited on public lands. So Alta, Snowbird, they lease Forest Service lands. And Deer Valley, for instance, up in Park City, Utah, a lift ticket will run you about $350 a day.
Jesus.
And they're on Forest Service land. We should be using the leverage as the people who own that land to require them to like cap ticket prices and like that sort of thing. I'd love to see that happen. There's been some discussions about that from using the leverage that the federal government has to actually make skiing affordable. That's a very niche issue, but
this is the most Utah conversation of all time. Okay, I like it though. Utah's Republican supermajority has passed abortion trigger bans, bans on gender affirming care, anti-DEI laws, school vouchers to rob public schools, and a redistricting law that a court just threw out as unconstitutional. You voted no on essentially all of it, and they've all retaliated by cutting your mic when you've tried discussing it. How bad is the situation there on the ground in Utah, and do you think it's indicative of where the far-right reactionaries are heading across the country?
Yeah, it's been frustrating. So literally the first week I served in the state Senate back in 2023, I had an intern who was trans, and he had gone through gender affirming care just a couple of years before. And the first week, a bill on basically placing a moratorium on gender affirming care for minors came through. And I stood up and used his words that he had wanted to actually give like a speech himself, and there's not a place that's allowed to do in the process. So I said, I will, if you want to express yourself, I will be happily read those words on the Senate floor. And they did not like that. The Republicans did not like that. And I think it led to 4 years of getting kind of blackballed from moving legislation forward, which is fine because I feel like we do not speak up enough. And this is a problem with Democrats in Utah. It's a problem with Democrats nationally, is that we see these sorts of issues and we back down, and our instinct is to compromise and all that stuff. And I just don't think that's right. It's been so disheartening to see us not take tough stands time and time again.
Why do you think Republicans nationally, and this bleeds into local politics quite a bit, hyper focus on culture war issues? Do you feel like it's because they're reluctant to do anything that will materially improve the lives of the working class in their own states? So they just try to throw red meat in front of the base over and over again as they increasingly become more and more reactionary.
Yes, I think that's a big part of it. I will say it was interesting this year because I think even some of the Republicans in far-right Utah are getting sick of it. Maybe that's like one of the only...
You mean the voters?
No, the legislators.
Interesting.
Towards the end of session, I will not normally like give them credit for anything, but there were some bills that came forward that they were like, we're not going to deal with that. Like, we're just going to like use the process. And at some points they turned to me. I remember one of the, pretty far right Republicans slipping me a note that said, kill this bill. And like, I made a motion on some, far right guys. I think it was like a voting rights bill or something to hold it and to kill it in committee. Cause they're sick of it too. And they would like to, some of them, there are many of them who this is not the case for, but I think there is just that aspect of division though, and like wanting to keep people divided so that their donors can keep contributing and keep getting what they want out of the system. And when people are focusing on the issues that the book banning and the flag, we have like flag bans in Utah where cities are not allowed to fly pride flags or things like that. It's because they want something for people to pay attention to rather than the things that actually matter.
In 2014, Republican County Commissioner Phil Lyman organized an illegal ATV ride through Native American archaeological sites in Recapture Canyon just to protest the federal government's regulation of public lands. He went to jail.
Yep.
He got pardoned by Trump and recently threw a fit after losing the GOP gubernatorial primary. As someone who advocates for protecting public lands, how do you even begin to legislate and protect the environment when the right-wing politicians in your state act like literal cartoon villains?
And he's running for Congress now.
Yeah,
Phil Lyman is running for Congress, and he could win. It's a possibility. It is not easy. They use this language of like we need to take our land back, and it's like there's no back there. That was never land that Utah had a claim to. People don't quite understand that. Like these are lands that Utah actually dismissed essentially when we took our statehood back in I think 1896 or somewhere thereabouts. And so there's just no real historic basis for any of this. And you're seeing the state spend millions of dollars on lawsuits and PR campaigns actually to promote these sorts of things. And so at the federal level, I look at like my larger role if I'm elected as working against the rest of the delegation in Utah. The other, it'll be a 6-member delegation, four reps and 2 senators. And to have a strong voice in there that's going to speak up against the public land grabs and that sort of thing, I think is absolutely critical. I'm not looking for common ground with these folks on these sorts of issues or many others, honestly, because I think we need to be stronger in our positions here. But there are so many pieces to this where public lands are, you don't get them back, right? You don't get them back. And there's a bill in Utah, or there's a bill in Congress called the America's Red Rock Wilderness Act it's a very Utah specific bill, but it hasn't had a Utah sponsor in decades. It still hasn't passed. It's just been kind of changing over the years. Right now it's sponsored by Melanie Stansberry out of New Mexico. But I'm committed to sponsoring that in the next Congress if I'm elected, and that would protect hundreds of thousands or millions of acres of like wilderness land in Utah. And that's what we need to do is go against the rest of the delegation in the state because they are going to keep trying to privatize and sell these things off to people to make a profit.
You hate profit, it seems. Why all of this land could be better used if they turned it into a Walmart or a data center
or a mine, or
don't you think?
I think
that's great. Yeah, more of that. That's what I say.
I disagree respectfully.
Okay. Your main opponent in this primary is Ben McAdams. He used to be considered one of the most conservative Democrats in Congress. And when he repped a redder district, he called himself pro-life.
Yep.
He voted against raising the minimum wage. Now that he's running in a deep blue district, however, he suddenly claims to support abortion rights and a higher wage. Do you feel like McAdams is truly a born-again progressive, or do you think someone like yourself who is challenging him from the left has pulled him further to the left? Would you chalk up his rhetorical changes to opportunism, or do you feel like he's actually all of a sudden had a come-to-Jesus moment? Woke Jesus.
Woke Jesus. He was expecting a very different seat. We all were expecting a very different seat here. So this decision on this map happened, overnight. Like I remember that night. It came out at like 11 o'clock, and I was expecting a district that maybe 2 kind of a light blue or like a purple district in Utah, and we got a district that Kamala Harris would have won by 24 points. So very blue seat. McAdams was running, regardless, and he was hoping, I think, to run for a much more moderate seat because that's the record that he has, and he has had to run away from that record. I'm running on my record. I'm running on what I've stood up for in the state Senate, what I've basically always believed in, and I have a track record to prove it. I have votes to prove it, and to see him, I don't think he has actually said he necessarily wants a higher wage. He's just defended his vote on like a regional minimum wage, which is funny because the Progressive Caucus was like just fighting against that because it was just a way to take some momentum away from the actual opportunity to pass a higher minimum wage. So I think it is a a change of heart for him, but in many ways it's kind of what he's been able to do throughout the years. He represented a state Senate district, and then the county, Salt Lake County, as the mayor, and then Congress. Now he's running for Congress again, and he's always been able to change his position to match the district. And to me, we should be electing people who are true to their convictions, and we know what they represent. And if they represent the district well, that's great. And if they don't align with those values, don't run in that district. I think that's the moral. I'm fine seeing more moderate people running in more purple districts. Although I love that like Oliver Larkin is testing some of those theories in Florida.
Even Graham Plattner. And a state that obviously Trump won. Abdul El Sayed's running in Michigan, and he's doing a really good job so far. So I don't even think that people need to be running on more moderate positions.
I agree.
In purple districts. I think what people want, especially the base, certainly the Democratic Party's base, but even beyond that, what people are looking for is moral conviction. What people are looking for are people that they can trust.
Right. It's hard to trust someone who's flipped back and forth on some of these positions several times at this point.
All right. So I have a couple last questions. One is the Zoran method. Zoran has 5 priorities that he wanted to be identified by. What are your top 5 priorities for Utah's 1st congressional district, and how would you go about implementing them?
All right, so these won't all be in order of importance, but I think the first one which is unrigging the system for people, and that means getting money out of politics and finding workarounds to Citizens United until we can get that overturned with a favorable Supreme Court, and then banning gerrymandering and empowering voting rights again, and by passing the For the People Act. So that's number one, because I don't think anything else changes, like I mentioned earlier, unless you can really address those issues, because everything else flows from having a system that actually values the input of voters and not big donors. 2, Medicare for all, enough said, I think. Housing affordability and really focusing on making sure, I think that's a human right. I think having a roof over your head is a human right. We should repeal the Faircloth Amendment and, make sure the federal government can actually start investing in and building public housing again. And we need to take on the corporate power that is driving up rents and home prices through algorithmic pricing. I would call it corruption or collusion behind the scenes. So I worry very much about that. We need to abolish ICE. That's another one on there for me, is abolishing ICE and rebuilding an immigration system that actually has a pathway to citizenship for everyone who comes here with good intentions. And I think that also plays into rebuilding our standing on the world stage. We need to stop enabling genocide in Gaza. I think those things all play together as part of a bigger picture need to rebuild our image and play a better role in the world. We need to pass a Green New Deal. I mentioned that earlier. I think that plays into the data center aspect here. Let's stop creating these jobs just to then overturn other people's jobs in the future. Let's create a new system that actually empowers people to do important work in the clean energy space and so many other spaces that are going to make the world more livable for people in a bunch of different ways. And I think those are all critical pieces that I would address. So that's what I want to get to work on when I get to DC.
Okay, rapid fire round. I'm going to ask you, do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yeah.
Abolishing and prosecuting ICE?
Yep.
Abolishing private prisons?
Absolutely.
Raising taxes on billionaires?
Absolutely.
Raising the minimum wage?
Yep.
Banning the predatory student loans?
Yep.
Implementing the Green New Deal?
Yep.
Ending Citizens United?
Yep.
Banning congressional stock trading?
Yep.
Ending America's war on Iran?
And these are easy. Yep.
And Cuba?
Yep.
Ending aid to Israel?
Yep.
A free Palestine?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. The primary is June 23rd, 2026. McAdams led your own internal poll, 36-23, with 25% undecided. You qualify for the ballot via 7,000 signatures. You're being outspent 4-1. I think you also had an informed voter.
Yep.
You had an informed ballot as well, where you were actually doing better than McAdams. You're being outspent 4-1 though, and you have the backing of Bernie Sanders. You have the backing of some other prominent progressives For people hearing you for the first time today, what do you want them to understand about your convictions, and how can people contribute to your campaign?
Yeah, so check out NateForUtah.com, NateForUtah.com. That's where you'll find all our stuff. I'm like at Nate for Utah on most of the social media channels. This is such an important seat because it is a seat where we have a real choice in a state that I don't think anyone expected to be kind of on the map this year before November of last year. And so I'm running on my record. Like I mentioned, I'm running on taking on the power of the Utah legislature that I've done in the last few years, running on taking on those big interests that I think both Democrats and Republicans have failed to challenge. And I have an opponent who is not focused on those things, who is focused on, I think, just preserving the status quo. And that is just not what people want right now. And, he's served in Congress before. He has the name ID. He's had the money. But we've had the momentum. I mean, you talked about being outspent 4-1. He spent well over $100,000 gathering signatures to get on the ballot. We spent like 15,000. So we mostly did that with a volunteer effort, which shows that we've built a strong campaign that can actually win here and represent progressive values in DC, represent, really focusing on actually addressing the material conditions and concerns that people have in my district. And I think that's what people are asking for, is someone who's got a track record, who's got a history of addressing those things rather than really catering to big donors and the wealthy, oligarch type folks who have had far too much power in our country for far too long.
In-person voting, their voter registration deadline in person is June 23rd. By mail is received by June 12th, and online is June 12th as well. In-person absentee mail-in ballot return deadline is again June 23rd, and by mail received by June 23rd. Early voting is available to all voters, at least for the time being, until Donald Trump decides to take that away, even though Utah is a deep red state. And early voting start and end dates are June 9th to June 19th. And the polls are open on Election Day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Mountain Time. Thank you, Nate Bluen, so much for coming on.
Thank you, Hasan.
Wonderful having you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna get back to the broadcast right now. Hold on. All right. Okay. Oops. 1 second.
Our resolve to
Wait, what? Secret Service standoff? Chinese security allegedly blocked armed Secret Service agent from entering Trump-Xi event in Beijing, triggering a standoff that delayed the entry for over 30 minutes, according to reports. What the... Bro, it don't work that way. It don't work that way, okay? You don't get to do that. Another standoff was with the media. American press got into heated arguments with the Chinese police, hold them back in a side room during President Trump's Temple of Heaven visit with Xi. Do you understand? We are in the motorcade with the president. Chinese reporter, the security on our side do not allow you to leave this building. Reporter says, we got to move. We got to go. We got to move. Then they're allowed out of the room. Americans says, do not run over anybody. Do not do what they did to us. Oh, my God.
Do you understand that we are in the motorcade with the president?
So that's the main concern now is that the security of our side do not allow you, sir, leave this.
They are literally.
We gotta move. We gotta go, guys. Okay. No, we gotta go. We gotta go. Go. We gotta go. We gotta move. We gotta go. Let's go. We're going.
Look at this. That is our head of security.
We gotta go, guys. Let's go. He's right.
We have to go.
We gotta go. Go.
We have to go. We are going. Press, we are going.
We would never go.
U.S. press, we are going. Just in, altercation was reportedly captured by Rush Hour director Brett Ratner, who was with Trump's delegation to scout locations for Rush Hour 4. I think it's ridiculous. Is ridiculous that they straight up put they should have put an Epstein affiliate in this delegation. They are forcibly intercepting. They're forcibly bringing the Epstein delegation into China. Also, it's kind of wild that these guys have this kind of attitude. You're in a different country. I have a little bit more humility, man. Americans think everywhere is America. I swear to God. Very Israeli mentality.
We are going. We are going. Rachel, make sure you're in this.
Go.
Be gentle, but we are going. Don't run over anybody. Do not do what they did to us.
Do you understand that we are in the motorcade with the president?
Put them all in jail. Help us, she. What is this? Look at our Dems, bro. I mean, this is Democratic wins, man. Who gives a... Anyway, that's interesting. Apparently, numerous standoffs taking place here. Okay.
Oppose Taiwan independence is as firm as a rock, and our ability to crush separatism is unbreakable. There is only one China, and Taiwan is part of China. This is an undeniable historical and legal fact that cannot be denied. Taiwan has never been a country. It was not one in the past, and it absolutely will not be one in the future. No matter how many times Lai Ching-te repeats his lies, a lie told 1,000 times remains a lie and can never become the truth.
How were your talks, sir?
Great.
Did you talk about Taiwan?
Great place. Incredible. China's beautiful.
Trump bent over and showed Ho he's going to give him Taiwan. Lemon. I mean, the American position, even from the Nixon era when China was obviously a far weaker predicament, has always been to recognize Taiwan as a part of China while simultaneously engaging in the active strategic ambiguity. There's never been a State Department position that is strayed away from the perspective that Taiwan is a part of China. Okay? From the inception, the Republic of China, from the inception, the Republic of China was a separatist state. Now, obviously, things have changed, right? Things have changed quite a bit. And people change, policies change. Taiwan is not what it was initially. Even the KMT itself is now the party that is much more open to, if not reunification, but a party that is more invested in normalizing relations with China or developing better relationships with China, okay? As opposed to the American cutout, which is the DPP. As far as the Taiwanese population's opinion on this, they want status quo overwhelmingly. They want status quo overwhelmingly, which is an opportunity for them to continue trading and continue having good relations with China while also having one foot in the door with the Western world. As far as the Chinese perspective goes, they see Taiwan as a part of China, as the ROC saw mainland China as a part of the Republic of China. So you have the PRC on the one hand, and you have the ROC on the other hand. The ROC sees not only the mainland, but also additional territories historically as a part of Greater China. The PRC sees Taiwan as a part of mainland China. Okay, my attitude on this is to not disrupt the current relationship that we have with China, and to allow peace to continue. If I was living in Taiwan, I'd have a very different attitude, in my opinion. If I was a Taiwanese national, if I was living in Taiwan, I'd be perfectly on board with becoming a part of mainland China. But I do understand why the younger population, especially, have their worries about having their state apparatus sucked up by the Chinese government, and they're worried about state repression and things of that nature, in the same way that people in Hong Kong were resistant, regardless of the different situation with Hong Kong's ownership inevitably being given back to the People's Republic of China. I do believe, don't run them over like they did to us. Refer to this incident today. New White House aide trampled by Chinese journalists during President Trump's meeting with President Xi Jinping. Fox News' Peter Doocy also reports that there have been heated and physical clash between the U.S. Secret Service and Chinese police. Chinese journalists reportedly knocked over and stepped on a White House aide who was left bruised and shaken. The staffer was not seriously injured. Doocy reports that there have been physical clashes over heated arguments during the trip. It's worth pointing out that there have been some heated and physical clashes between the Secret Service and Chinese police at basically the back doors of these events. including one very physical standoff where a Secret Service officer was being prevented from taking his weapon in as a part of the protective detail. But things have been ironed out. As far as we know, the schedule has not changed because of that.
Some heated and physical clashes between the Secret Service and
Classic Americans, dude. What do you mean I can't bring her into this meeting with global leaders? That's my emotional support, buddy. I'm bringing it everywhere with me, okay? You can't tell an American they can't bring it somewhere, okay? They're gonna want to bring the... It's an emotional support service weapon. You don't understand.
the Chinese police on the basically at the back doors of these events, including one very physical standoff where a Secret Service officer was being prevented from taking his weapon in as part of the protective detail. But things have all been ironed out, and as far as we know, the schedule has not been changed because of that. Martha.
Yeah, well, it's a tense meeting. I think that is that's pretty clear. Peter, thank you very much.
But we are missing history happening out there because you have us locked in this room.
要不就提前跟我们说，现在我们新闻中没有，现在协调不了。
Look at this weird ass confrontation at 159. I think a lot of Americans have this attitude that is unironically Orientalist, that like all Asian people are meek, right? Part of that is because of Japanese culture and the way they've experienced Japanese culture, where Japanese people are very they're terrified of being rude. If you recall, I've talked about this before. Chinese people are the opposite of that. Okay? It's not... Americans think, oh, Asian people, they're submissive. Not to say that like all Japanese people are that way either, but people like that's the attitude overall. So when they come to China for the first time ever, they get to realize like, oh, that's not how it is here at all. I've personally experienced this. I've also talked about it as well, where Chinese people culturally are the exact opposite of Japanese people culturally, where they're very loud, they have huge personalities, and they're much more direct and much more confrontational than Japanese people are. Yeah, if Americans can understand the distinction between people from Iowa and people from Wisconsin, I'm sure they can understand the distinction between Chinese people, Japanese people, and people from Thailand and South Korea. You know, it happens. What is this? There was a weird altercation that took place here, you said?
No, get the fuck out of here. No.
Please put on the earpiece for the simultaneous interpretation. Thank you.
What is this? Swedish police absolutely hate U.S. Secret Service. They're such assholes and snuggle their guns even though they're told they can't have them and it's illegal, etc., etc. 1 million. They build a ballroom in North Korea after this, by the way. Do you remember the Turkish security a couple years ago? I do remember. They beat the fuck out of someone on U.S. soil, and they were allowed to do so.
Also been some noisy and physical disputes between members of the U.S. and Chinese delegations. We experienced some of that firsthand yesterday. Leaving that welcome ceremony, I was ordered onto a bus that then immediately left with nobody on it except for me and a driver that didn't know I wanted to get off.
When is the next crash out? I don't know. Maybe soon, chatter. Are you a baby or are you an adult? I like that. I like that we're over here watching China completely rewrite American hegemony, and this guy's like, I'm a baby and I only respond to drama on the internet. The press will fuck you up in order to keep or get access. I wish our press was that aggressive in the United States of America for American related instances. Also, this would have been really funny. They just ship off Peter Douchey. I mean, they would have done a great deal for American prosperity. They would have given us a big W there, okay?
But after lots of shouting and pointing on the bus and off the bus, we got where we needed to be.
Secret Service
just drove his ass to Inner Mongolia.
had a little back and forth too.
They did. At a separate event, they didn't want to let one of the president's protective detail members bring a firearm in. More shoving, more shouting, but they figured it out.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Peter, as always, thank you.
And there have also been some noisy and physical disputes between members of the U.S.
Yeah, we took out Peter Douchey. the assets being packaged and shipped. I repeat, Peter Ducey is being shipped to Inner Mongolia. They're going to exile his ass.
We told you we wanted you this yesterday when we were here. I flagged it for you again an hour ago when we got here. And we told you the morning this photo.
Good to know they're being just as dramatic with their reporting on you being arrested in China with press being pushy. I know. That's true. If you recall, I was gulagged in China, sent to the fucking mines in faraway distant lands with the altercation that I had with the police in Tiananmen Square. That's not that far from this either, where these guys are.
No, I wanted to go right where we were to catch the two presidents walking out of the Temple of Harvest. This guy right here.
Yeah, I got deported day one frame. Anyway, let's continue. Donald Trump swerved a potentially awkward moment during a photo call with China's president when a member of the press asked about the issue of Taiwan. He was so mad. Dude, imagine asking about Taiwan next to fucking Xi Jinping. It's so awesome. He's like, dude, you fucking piece of shit. He's like, maybe Trump was the one who was telling the fucking Chinese security to beat the shit out of the American press pool a little bit for him. Warm him up for me. Warm him up for me. These sons of bitches. Teach him how to act right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, did you talk about Taiwan?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
President Xi stressed to President Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. Talk to me about that moment when that was discussed.
Well, they certainly feel that way, and they always raise that issue, and we understand they raise that issue. From our perspective, any forced change in the status quo and the situation that's there now would be bad for both countries. One of the things the Chinese...
Dog, that's their position. As China's power grows, especially against America, the status quo conversation will shift to benefit China. Okay? It's very funny that they can't even like posture. They can't really posture at all right now because they don't have any fucking leverage. And to be fair, and I say this sincerely, America doesn't give a fuck about Taiwanese independence. Okay? Anyone that legitimately thinks America gives a fuck about Taiwanese independence, America has never given a fuck about Ukrainian autonomy either. Okay? That's never been the case. It's more so what kind of purpose these countries or advancing the interests of like using Taiwan as an entry point into China. Like they don't, that's it. That's the only thing they care about is what these places can do for America's adversaries. Okay? It's unironically so ridiculous that America might even drop its support for Turkey, the second largest NATO country at the behest of Israel. There's only one country that we actually care about, okay? Every other country is a missile sponge. Every other country could become a missile sponge. For America, the interest in Taiwan is obviously semiconductors and also a launching pad. How is every right extremist meeting the CCP and not the leftists? Not just in the USA. Modi met with CCP. Trump met with CCP. Is it a pattern or do I need to touch grass for real? What are you talking about? I've tried to explain this to you before. China does not care about ideology. China has never given a single shred of a shit about what the ideology of its major neighboring country is, okay? And its governing party. They don't give a fuck. China works with America. There is no pattern beyond China trade maxing and developing better relations with its neighboring nations and even the United States of America.
Which we agree is strategic stability in our relationship, a constructive relationship, but also one.
In that sense, it's all a pure isolationist, where their attitude is we don't give a fuck as long as you don't harm us and our way of existence. The greatest example I can give you about China's lack of interest in like maintaining some sort of communist ideology around the world is obviously Cuba. One example that I use in their own backyard is obviously the Philippines, but certainly in Cuba as well, right? They do not care at all. As a matter of fact, they're totally willing to write off. They're totally willing to write off what takes place in Cuba. as long as in exchange for better ease of tensions in the Strait of Taiwan, right? The Taiwanese Strait. Having said that, of course, they'll meet with like Claudia Sheinbaum as well, obviously. Xi Jinping met with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. Xi once again congratulated President Sheinbaum on becoming the first female president of Mexico, said that his visit to Mexico in 2013 left a deep and strong impression on him. China and Mexico have had a time-honored tradition of friendship. This was in 2024, November 18th, 2024. So there are allegiances. I'm sure there's China and Mexico have like a very, very solid relationship already. But there's only interest. There's only Chinese interest. There's no like ideological. There's no underpinning ideological purpose that China cares about.
One that establishes strategic stability, so that we don't have misunderstandings that could lead to broader conflict. And so we always reiterate the point. We hear them when they say this. We always respond by saying anything that would compel or force a change in what we have now would be problematic. And we would certainly, our policies on that have not changed. It's been pretty consistent across multiple presidential administrations and remains consistent now.
Did President Xi request to President Trump not to sell weapons to Taiwan?
Well, that topic has been discussed in the past.
It's absolutely. That is the main Chinese demand, is to restrict weapons transfers.
Did not feature prominently in today's discussion.
Doesn't that make you mad though? They could be a counter. They could be a counter force, but they won't. It used to, and it still to a certain degree does. It annoys me, but at the end of the day, I'm not fucking Chinese. Okay, that's it. Like as an American, I'm trying to fucking make changes in the United States of America. Some people will say, "Oh, that's cope or whatever," or "This is a defense of China," but it's like I'm not Chinese. You know, I'm an American citizen. It's like I can't expect other countries to out of nowhere play the role of like global fucking savior. You know, it sounds a little ridiculous. You know, it's ridiculous when fucking America is demanding China's aid in opening the Strait of Hormuz. It's even more ridiculous than that, right? But even Chinese development and Chinese prosperity, even China becoming a force to be reckoned with on the global stage, is unironically reasserting stability and the need for stability in the global stage. So it's like, if it even causes America to second guess its endless adventurism, its endless military adventurism overseas, then they're kind of doing a better job than I have, right? So even as like a counterbalance that is outright refusing to tilt the scales in any way, shape, or form, it's still doing more than I could. Yeah. Oh no, I know. New York Times is actually kind of waging war. We're gonna get to that. It's really good. Chuck Schumer, of course. Trump must not sell out Taiwan. Period. Where was I?
We know what their position on that is already. Remember, Congress plays a role in that process as well. And we have sold them weapons in the past. That's existed as recently as December, which they were very upset about. And that's a decision the president gets to make as Congress appropriates and as Congress decides what to do with those topics. We will respond accordingly.
But nothing has changed in the way the U.S. views the relationship with Taiwan. It will defend Taiwan, as has been.
Yeah, U.S. policy on the issue of Taiwan.
How does this change? Wait, what? You're not a whole ass country. Of course, can't do as much as them. How does this change what you think they should do? What do you mean it doesn't? The fuck? I've been pretty clear about what I think China could do and what I think China should do. But that chatter asks something different. I have been very clear. I think China should play a more formative role in intervening in global conflict. It's unbelievably distant. But also at the same time, I'm talking about like as far as like nation versus nation. I think about what my country is doing. We are the ones who are responsible for all the fucking instability. It sometimes feels a little weird that we're just like, why won't China fix what we are doing? You know, I guess it's more so a recognition. It's more so a recognition of our inability to enforce the democratic wishes of the majority. They don't have enough power projection capability of the US or USSR. They absolutely could do USSR level of power projection. They could do more than USSR's power projection. They are projecting power. Trade is far more consequential and a far stronger tool in this day and age for China to implement whatever wishes, whatever design they have.
Taiwan is unchanged as of today and as of the meeting that we had here today. It was raised. They always raise it on their side. We always make clear our position and we move on to the other topics. We know.
Like, I think the major reason why China doesn't do shit on Cuba is because they want to continue with status quo in Taiwan. And they know that if they were to move on Cuba in the way that like the USSR has, then America absolutely would agitate in Taiwan. They would probably fucking put nukes in Taiwan potentially. And then there's a dangerous predicament. There's dangerous instability. Whereas currently, as long as China continues staying the course and showing itself as a great stabilizing force in the around the world, whereas America is showing itself to be a belligerent fool that's like disrupting the previous design of international trade that America was the architect of, from the Chinese perspective, if they stay the course, peaceful reunification is an inevitability. Why would they disrupt that? Their highest goal here is to unify China. Okay, that's it. Their highest purpose has been to reunify China through peaceful means. It is our own design that this would be this would be done through military means. Since the age of Mao, it hasn't been something that they're interested in engaging militarily.
Where they stand, and I think they know where we stand.
Do you think China wants to invade Taiwan?
Well, I think China's preference is probably...
Look. Damn. Oh, so you don't think China wants to invade Taiwan militarily? Interesting for the Secretary of State to say such a thing. I wonder if Marco Rubio has ever said China wants to invade Taiwan. Let's see. How do I go through news hits to not go at to not look at Marco Rubio's takes from an hour ago, this exact same thing, but instead tools, custom range. Let's look at from before. Let's look at since like May. Oh wait, no. Let's do 1990 till May 25th. Let's go. God, most of this is so recent. I'm a numbers guy. I want to grok it. We got to grok it. God, why is this so tough? Why can't this be faster? I wish I had a Vini so he could come in and grok it. Be a numbers guy. Vini, I need you to be a numbers guy. What is this? Like, is this how you do it? Before 2024. Oh, this is a good one. Why was Marco Rubio sanctioned by China? Beijing's human rights abuses included crackdown on pro-democracy activists in Hong Kong and the treatment of Uyghur minority in Xinjiang. The sanctions imposed in 2020 during his time as a U.S. senator were a direct response to his advocacy for legislation holding China accountable. Marco Rubio, Trump's top pick for cabinet job, claims China will invade Taiwan by 2030. Florida senator made his comment at a confirmation hearing to help decide if he is suitable for Secretary of State. And then everybody unanimously fucking endorsed him, by the way. So that was cool. Donald Trump's pick for Attorney General also faced scrutiny over his stance on the January 6th riots. He told the committee he believes China is America's biggest threat and blamed the growing risk on America's shift to globalism. Laying out how he will implement Mr. Trump's America First vision, he said the United States must begin placing its core national interests above all else. He argued Washington must step up to compete with Beijing and slam the Chinese government's human rights record. If we don't change course, we're going to live in a world where much of that matters to us most daily, from our security to our health, will be dependent on whether the Chinese allow us to have it or not. Oh no. We might be living in that. Isn't that crazy? The U.S. will have to deal with the Chinese invasion of Taiwan before 2030 unless there are dramatic changes, Mr. Rubio claimed. That was January 2025, Thursday, 16th of January 2025. Let's see what he has to say now.
To have Taiwan willingly, voluntarily join them.
This is Marco Rubio. That's true. That was Marco Rubio. This is Marco Rubio. That name change also came with a brain change.
Well, I think China's preference is probably to have Taiwan willingly, voluntarily join them. In a perfect world, what they would want is some vote or a referendum in Taiwan that agrees to fold in. I think that's what they would prefer. Ultimately, it's featured prominently in President Xi's.
Yeah, they did a name change. It's Liu Biao. Marco, not Rubio, but Liu Biao.
Mandate in the time he's been in office, he's made clear that what they call reunification, that's what they call it, is something that has to happen at some point. We think it would be a terrible mistake to force that through force or anything of that nature. There would be repercussions for that globally, not just from the United States.
I love that dude, what does that mean? What does that mean? Ooh, we think it'd be a mistake militarily. Okay. I mean, I think China also agrees that it'd be a mistake to invade Taiwan militarily. You're interesting. He's so cognizant. Marco Rubio.
And we kind of leave it there. That sort of ambiguity is what I think has defined the way we characterize this issue. And the reason being strategic ambiguities. We don't want to see conflict. We don't want to see something disruptive happen because I think it would be very disruptive for the world and for both countries.
I know you're watching China. You don't think they're ramping up their military to do something?
Dude, American media is so bloodthirsty. Like, but don't you think that they want to fucking kill every Taiwanese person? Huh? Come on, they're ramping up their military. Come on.
Taiwan?
Well, I think they're ramping up their military in general. The pace of growth in the Chinese military over the last 10 years has no precedent. None. I mean, just what they've done with their Navy alone over the last, they put billions and billions and billions of dollars in their system. So it's, you look at it, I mean, it's hard to ignore how fast and how big. So I don't think it's just limited to Taiwan. I think they have ambitions to ultimately be able to project power globally the way the U.S. does now. They're still behind us in that regard. But nonetheless, they are investing a lot of money. They are, right now, the world's second most powerful military, without a doubt.
U.S. Senator Marco Rubio has introduced a bill to speed up weapons sales to Taiwan and strengthen bilateral military cooperation. The bill is titled the Taiwan Peace Through Strength Act of 2022.
This is Formosa News. Someone 3 years ago, remember to send Rubio to the front lines when the war starts. Good stuff, CCP out of the ROC.
It calls on Washington and U.S. defense contractors to fast-track arms sales to Taiwan. It also asks the U.S. to establish...
He has tweeted 1 million times about Taiwan. Times are changing, baby. If China's willing to target our space satellites, electric grid, Taiwan, why would they hesitate to first order ByteDance use TikTok to manipulate U.S. public opinion against intervention?
No one wishes for armed conflict with anyone. Nothing good about war. If, God forbid, we are ever in a war with China, China will use cyber attacks to try to take down our electric grid. China will use space weapons to try to destroy the satellites we have in space. China will use these missiles to try to sink our ships and kill Americans. China will do all these things, but somehow we think they're incapable of using a social media app with 150, 200 million American users. They would never use that against us. They'll sink our ships, they'll shoot down our satellites, they'll shut down our grid, but they would never use an app that they control.
Doors open.
Come on. Of course they would.
He put scary music on it too. This man has been a Taiwan obsessive, okay? He has been obsessed with Taiwan for years and years. Now he's like, oh, well, China doesn't want to take Taiwan militarily. It would be a real mistake. It would be so disruptive. Please don't do it, China. Well, good thing that they were not invested in that at all, so.
Mr. Cook, how was the meeting?
It was marvelous. Thank you so much. It's so great to be back in China.
Okay, thank you.
The meeting was incredible.
Tim's not even the CEO no more, and he's still coming to these meetings because he just fucking loves China. Straight up. It's not even a joke. He does love China. Like, when he says it's marvelous, it's great to be back here, I believe him, sincerely, actually.
President Xi was so gracious, so welcoming, and welcomed all of us to be part of China. So it was an excellent meeting. Thank you.
We've made the argument to the Chinese, and I hope it's compelling, and they'll have a chance to do something about it at the United Nations later this week when there's a resolution just condemning Iran on what they're doing with the Straits. Look, there's three things. The Chinese have ships stuck in the Persian Gulf. Because
no, they don't.
Setting up a system that says we're going to let certain ships through but others not, it's easier said than done. And you saw a not Chinese flag vessel, but it was a Chinese cargo, got hit over the weekend. I'm sure Iran didn't do it deliberately, but they did it. It happened. And so that's why these Chinese ships are stuck in there. The second is, I don't think that that China, it's a huge source of instability. It threatens to destabilize Asia more than any other part of the world because it's heavily reliant on the Straits for energy. And the third reason is because China's economy is export driven, meaning their economy is fueled not by what they consume domestically, but by what they make and sell to other countries. Well, if all the countries of the world economies are melting down because of this crisis in the Straits, they're going to be buying less Chinese product, and the Chinese exports are going to drop.
This part is true. This last part is true.
Precipitously. So it's in their interest to resolve this. We hope to convince them to play a more active role in getting Iran to walk away from what they're doing now and trying to do now in the Persian Gulf.
All right, thanks for watching.
It's more so a calculation of like how much can they make America bleed and suffer for their mistake, and what that does for their long-term goals. That's the only thing they care about. In some respects, it's been really interesting watching Donald Trump behave this way. Because it's been really interesting watching Donald Trump behave this way because, like, obviously, it is in the interest of China to maintain global stability. And America is trying to take advantage of that by putting a gun to its own fucking temple and being like, I will literally pull the trigger and I will collapse everything. Guess what? You want stability? Well, I don't even care. I'll flip the table. I'll kill myself. I'll fucking kill myself dead. I don't give a shit. I'm crazy. That's how America has been operating. That is the American foreign policy under the second Trump term.
When Israel was attacked.
So Nicholas Kristof wrote a New York Times opinion piece on Palestinian victims of rape in Israeli concentration camps. Okay. This is gruesome, but it was well resourced. And I didn't really cover it too much. I've been meaning to get to it, but it's nothing that you haven't heard before. I've been covering the systematized form of rape that takes place in Israeli concentration camps, Israeli prison facilities for quite a while. It's new for the New York Times audience, though. And I guess it's significant because from the Israeli perspective, because they hold New York Times as like a very important standard to change American liberal consciousness, to change like the broader attitude by the media. The reason why it was opinion, let's be real, the real reason why it was in the opinion section is because they're terrified. They wanted to put it out, but New York Times is so unbelievably pro-Israel. This is a huge deal. This is a huge deal. Okay? Part of it is also because Kristof is an op-ed board journalist. It would be journalistic malpractice to not note that Kristof is hired as an opinion writer. Anyone who understands journalism knows this. No. I think the standard for Screams Without Violence, which did not run in the opinion editorial segment, but it was literally a straight reporting from the New York Times that had no investment in the truth whatsoever, as we found out, because it was like completely ripped apart. There was very little standard held up, so much so that there was internal editorial discussions on it. In comparison to the Kristof piece, which absolutely had an infinitely higher standard of evidence, regardless of Kristof's background as an opinion editorial writer, could have made his way somehow to regular New York Times reporting. But once again, things are changing. Screams Without Violence, the apt way to put it. Oh, I meant Screams Without Words, sorry. Things are changing. The New York Times writing this report is an incredible change of pace.
On October 7th, 2012 were quick to condemn this of Hamas.
You've heard of the rape of Israeli women? Where the hell are you?
Women raped, assaulted, paraded as trophies.
Uses rape as a weapon of war?
As a weapon of war by Hamas?
I went to the West Bank to talk with Palestinians who experienced firsthand by Israeli soldiers, settlers, and prison guards. Their harrowing accounts, backed by lawyers, surveys, and international reports, suggest that by Israelis against Palestinians is widespread. And that raises the question, where is the revulsion against now? I don't see any evidence that Israeli leaders order but they have built a security apparatus where, according to a 2025 United Nations report, is a major element in the ill treatment of Palestinians. Prime Minister Netanyahu has called accusations by Israelis baseless, but my reporting suggests that has greatly worsened under Netanyahu in recent years. What exactly does this look like? Here's what I found. This is Sameh Al-Sai, a freelance journalist for international news organizations.
اصطحبوني للزنزانة انفرادية. في الزنزانة الانفرادية هاي وأنا مقيد الإجرين والإيدين ومغطى الأعين على الأرض بوضعية السجود، وانتزعوا منطلوني والبوكسر وبدأوا بعملية اغتصاب بالعصي والجزر بطريقة عنيفة جدا ومؤلمة جدا، والتحرش ولمس أعضاء التناسلية بشكل قوي ومزعج ومؤلم جدا.
I spoke to a farmer who recounted how 20 settlers rampaged through Palestinian homes and used a hunting knife to cut off his clothes.
شفت المستوطنين دخلوني.
We covered this. So I need you to understand something. That's very important. A bunch of these stories we covered. A bunch of these stories were also known to us fairly early on because some of them are before October 7. And the reason why we know is because there was a State Department employee who actually resigned publicly after October 7. And one of the reasons was because in the past, when Adamir, which is the Palestinian human rights organization that specifically works with Palestinian prisoners in Israeli concentration camps, had released a report about systematics of Palestinian hostages in the hands of Israeli occupying forces. And when Israel found out that this report was being delivered to the American State Department said, all right, we're not going to do anything with this report. And then Israel turned around, raided their facilities, and turned them into a terror group, which the American organization also. The American organization, yeah, here. 13-year-old Palestinian boy was raped in an Israeli prison when the U.S. State Department, or not 13, 15. He got the number wrong here. When the U.S. State Department raised the incident with the Israeli government stole DCI Palestine's computers. It wasn't Adamir, sorry. It was Defense for Children. Defense for Children and Palestine's computers and declared them a terrorist entity for daring to bring the incident to light. This was talked about fairly early on. This was December 4th, 2023. Okay. And the incident that he's referencing is from February 2021 when Defense for Children Palestine published a report of a 15-year-old Palestinian boy where he described an Israeli interrogator raping him with an object while he was detained. Israel raided their facilities and declared them a terrorist organization. America dropped everything.
I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to this, actually the rape of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in the Mosque Bia in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believed they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity. I think it is vital that atrocities not happen to anyone, not sexual atrocities, not sexual violations, not any kind of gross violation of human rights. You mentioned I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel.
Yeah. This was very well known before October 7. And not only that, I mean, I obviously covered this at the time, but those might remember part of the reason why Leftovers ended was the disagreements that I had with Ethan Klein. And one of the things that I brought up in our conversation was exactly this. I told him something along the lines of, well, this is commonplace in any sort of military action. At the time, this was right after October 7, we didn't have any direct evidence or firsthand victim accounts of any taking place on October 7, whereas there was tremendous amounts of evidence of systematic taking place in Israeli facilities against Palestinians. And if you recall at the time, a lot of people got very mad at me. There was an entire group that was actively trying to claim that the Israelis were too to the Palestinians. Sex Pestinese community did that. They had the audacity to say Israelis are to actually engage against the Palestinians, as though it has anything to do with, attraction. Anyway, this is fairly commonplace and also certainly well known. So when Christoph came out with this report, it wasn't all that unique. Where he came out with this report is, however, okay? It's unique because New York Times, as I said earlier in the day on Twitter, is actually more pro-Israel. The New York Times editorial board, in its coverage, in its defense of Israel, is unironically more pro-Israel than Haaretz is. Any chance you get Christoph on stream? Probably not. I mean, there are still, let's be real, okay? Him doing this reporting at this stage means he'll come on the stream in like 2 years, 3 years. Given the timeline of how these guys actually follow our reporting, follow our coverage, I suspect him to come on the stream and agree with the statements that I've made recently. You know, the Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. That's still a bridge too far for many libs. I said, if you say or report anything correct about Israel's depravity, you have serious supporters on here doxing your family for days, branding you an anti-Semite, demanding you lose your job. But polite society has largely moved on from these hysterics. But the other statement, where was it? Oh, I said, Mark Halperin said, if the New York Times is so confident in Nick Christoph's reporting, why aren't they publishing multiple front page stories daily following up on it? I said, it's because the New York Times is objectively more pro-Israel in its editorial slant than Haaretz. Perhaps that may change after the reaction to the Nicholas Christoph op-ed. And I do think so. I think the New York Times is, obviously the opinion editorial side probably went through an unbelievable amount of cross-referencing and also editorial discussions before they went out with this piece. Okay? Just so you understand. They do not write pieces like this without the entire editorial board being in support. Okay? That's not how this goes. What is this? Nick Fuentes? Reacting to HasanAbi? Who gives a fuck, man? Yeah, Josh Gottheimer says the New York Times is Hamas. We're going to get to that in a second. But that's the reason. That is the reason why they're not doing a million follow-ups, which they might going forward.
خشيت جوا الخيمة سحبوا المستوطنين في المرابط البلاستيكية هذول ربطوا على ايدي من هان أكثر من مربط على إجري ضربوني على عيني بوكس سحبوني جوا هان على الخيمة صار يكبوا علي تراب مي وتراب ووتر شلحوا البنطلون ربطوا العضوي الذكري في المربط البلاستيك شدوه مني شدوه.
The zip ties were still on the ground when I visited. And this is Mohammed Matar, a Palestinian Authority official, who says he was with 2 other Palestinians trying to protect a Bedouin village under attack from settlers. When the settlers seized them, stripped them, beat them, and he says one tried to rape him with a stick, and he actually has some...
Okay. Guys, don't get mad at me for asking this question, and I don't mean this in any way, like in any weird way. But Nicholas Christoph is Jewish, right? Or is he not? Because they've been slandering him. He's not. I mean, I don't know. Is Nick is a Christian name, isn't it? I don't fucking know. Bro has Christ in his name. That's very unlikely. I don't know. I never know these things. But Nicholas Christoph, weren't you on his podcast? No, I wasn't.
When I visited. And this is Mohammed Matar,
No, he's Christian? Okay. Rand Paul's son moment? No, I was going to say it. First of all, I don't think he's in any way, shape, or form anti-Semitic regardless. But I was going to say it's even more ridiculous if they were claiming that a Jewish writer is it's even more ridiculous to state that. Also, close your eyes and imagine who's speaking. Tell me if it's not Brad Lander.
Palestinian Authority official, who says he was with 2 other Palestinians trying to protect a Bedouin village under attack from settlers. when the settlers seized them, stripped them, beat them, and he says one tried to rape him with a stick. And he actually has some evidence of this interaction with the settlers in the form of a photo that the settlers posted to social media. One woman, 23 at the time of her detention, told me that she was regularly stripped naked, forcibly bent over, and groped all over her body by male and female guards. One journalist said he had been held down and raped by a dog, a claim backed by other accounts from prisoners who report they underwent the same thing. I'm appalled by this pattern of abuse, partly because our American tax dollars subsidize the Israeli security forces. I fear that leaves us complicit. The United States has leverage, and we could use it to insist on an end to the impunity and to demand that Red Cross visits be restored for Palestinian detainees. Look, whether you consider yourself pro-Israeli or pro-Palestinian, here's one thing we should be able to agree on: we're anti-rape. The horrific abuse inflicted on Israeli women on October 7th now happens to Palestinians day after day after day.
Now.
When Israel was attacked on October 7th.
Buddy, now. Anyway, it's crazy. Yeah, where was this New York Times a year ago? I'm confused as to why New York Times is now switching up. So, on the one hand, I'm fucking annoyed. I'm annoyed that it took so long for the New York Times to write something like this. On the other hand, Nick Kristof is getting his ass beat on the timeline nonstop. And so is the New York Times. I totally understand why a lot of people have presented the New York Times as public enemy number one. It makes total sense. Some of the pro-Palestinian crowd believe that this is the New York Times reputation laundering to make themselves seem as a more credible institution once again. Yeah. You've been talking about this and people disbelieved you.
I mean, listen, that's a huge claim.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to fucking relitigate this shit. So this still on both sides pieces about the talk about the claims of October 7th. Yeah. Man, I talked to Nick before he was making this opinion piece, and after he left the West Bank, he didn't want to spoil it, and I can see why. Brother, that's not him spoiling. He was probably worried about fucking the Israeli security finding out about what he was up to. Pretty sure you can't actually conduct investigations like this without the Israeli government basically putting a stop to it. Habib and I are both Americans who have lived interesting lives abroad, but unlike him, I've never had the occasion to write a weepy 2,100-word essay about why the sexual torture allegations against my buddies are no big deal. The second post veers into absurd conspiracy theory. He claims Kristof was tasked with covering for Hamas crimes by getting ahead of the new Israeli 10/7 report on violence. This is what passed for rigorous, high-level thinking at Barry Weiss's Free Press and now CBS. And yeah, they're attacking his, they're review bombing his family farm. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just 7 so far. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if they're actually review bombing it that much. But yeah, Israeli defense minister called 18-year-old Lamine Yamal a terrorist for waving the Palestinian flag. They're getting more and more aggressive. They're getting more and more insane. Okay. Yeah, Gottheimer Moscow was calling the Jewish community to go on the offensive against anti-Semitism, anti-Israel attacks. No defense, only offense, Gottheimer said at an event commemorating the 78th anniversary of Israel's founding. I'm sick and tired of people apologizing. This is May 14th. So anyway, now the Israeli government is suing the New York Times.
Times op-ed on Israeli sexual violence against Palestinians is getting a lot of attention online. In the column, American journalist Nicholas Kristof calls out Israel's use of rape and sexual violence against Palestinians. He goes on to detail harrowing stories that he heard from 14 Palestinian victims who were assaulted by Israeli soldiers, settlers, security agents, and prison guards. But none of this is new. Israel's systematic use of rape and sexual violence against Palestinians, including children, has been widely reported by international rights groups and media, and it is often a subject of debate.
Yep. That was an emergency Knesset meeting that they conducted after the Israeli prosecutors detained 6 Israeli concentration camp officers from Sde Taiman, and this fucking Israeli politician said, yes, you can anally rape Palestinians as long as they're Nukba. They're all Nukba. They're all special forces. They're all Hamas's special forces, and therefore rape is legitimate. After this emergency Knesset meeting, the Israeli society's most far-right elements did a January 6th style riot outside of the facility where these guys were being held, the 6 rapists. They were able to free them. It was a successful January 6th style pro-rape riot. One of the main rapists was brought on TV, okay? One of the main rapists was brought on television, Israeli television. He had a balaclava on. For the week leading up to this event, he always would refuse to identify himself. He came on television, and it was a big fucking moment where he took his balaclava off and became a television star. He was praised as a hero. Everything I'm telling you sounds insane. Because it is insane. But none of it is a lie. The Israeli case a couple months ago, Benjamin Netanyahu personally had the 6 rapists on a press run where he openly apologized to them for even having to go through prosecution. Lots of pro-Israel ties matter. The New York Times publishing a detailed report on the systematic rape of Palestinian Israeli custody, as if we didn't all see the guy who was filmed raping a prisoner get turned into a national celebrity on Israeli TV. Yeah. Hundreds power warrior Meir Ben Shitrit is his name, who was investigated on suspicion of rape, no less, arrives this evening to open up everything about the Sde Taiman affair. There is CCTV footage of Israeli occupation forces raping Palestinian prisoners. There are instances where Israeli concentration camp guards go on Israeli television and openly celebrate how they train their dogs even. None of this is a secret. None of it is a secret. And for the last couple of days since this article was published, the Zionists have been losing their fucking minds on the internet, claiming this is blood libel, claiming this is unacceptable, claiming Israeli it's a lie. Let's take a look at Prem also breaking the story down.
The military is dropping charges against 5 soldiers who were caught on camera raping a Palestinian detainee. Sounds horrifying, right? The whole story is even worse. So nearly 2 years ago, Israeli police detained soldiers suspected of sexually abusing a Palestinian at this notoriously brutal prison camp called Sde Taiman. In response, mobs of Israeli rioters and lawmakers stormed a military base and a military court in support of the soldiers. In the months that followed, the soldiers were welcomed to court with chants of, "You are heroes." And
for the record, if you were in here, you saw all of this happen in real time because I covered it in real time. But a question I have for you is this. If you're new here, doesn't that shock you that this information, you didn't hear about it at all? If you weren't watching me back then, you probably didn't hear about the story at all. Isn't that fucking insane?
And we love you. Some were even welcomed on national TV. Meanwhile, top Israeli officials were seeking to both defend the soldiers and instead punish Yifat Tomer Yerushalmi, the ex-military advocate general who leaked the footage of the rape. She resigned after admitting that she leaked the footage, and the Israeli government went after her, detaining her and investigating her, and at one point even putting her under house arrest. Her case is still open, while the case into the alleged rapist soldiers themselves is now closed. It's important to underscore that this case in particular was pointed to by US officials and other pro-Israel defenders as proof that the government of Israel could be trusted to investigate itself. And now, the case is closed and the charges are dropped. All the while, top officials like Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz call it blood libel to investigate soldiers caught on camera raping a Palestinian. Katz even openly said that the role of the Israeli military's legal system is to protect and safeguard soldiers and not to, for example, hold them accountable when they commit a crime on camera. As the US and Israel open up their war on Iran, it might be even harder for them to rally public support or claim some sort of moral cause when one government is led by the Epstein class and the other is led by officials who have now just defended rapist soldiers.
Yes, I thought Netanyahu's statement was very revealing in one way. When he announced today that he was directing his aides to consider a lawsuit, he said, "We will fight these lies in the court of public opinion and in the court of law." Now, maybe it's just a coincidence, but he listed court of public opinion first. And to me, this legal threat is largely about telling people in the court of public opinion, telling Israelis, telling folks all around the world that the country rejects these allegations, refutes what was.
Yeah. How much more manipulation? How much more? My dog took care of some Nukbas in Sede Tayman. Judeo-Nazi settler soldier Elkanah Fetterman is from BN, was on Channel 14's Hapatruya team tonight and brought his gun and dog with him, the same dog you can see in the quoted tweet. I hate to think what he'd done to poor abductees at Sede Tayman. BM is BM used to be an Israeli. For those of you who don't know, I really hate you. Was a Israeli. He left Israel. He's a major anti-Zionist. Israeli Jew, punk guy who fucking left. He left Israel, moved out of Israel. To consider, meaning this is just a PR flex and a real bad one at that. Just this week, Netanyahu ordered to continue to ban on outside entities such as the Red Cross finally being allowed in to communicate with inmates. There are almost 10,000 prisoners, many held without charge. Many deaths. Netanyahu wants this transparency. Anyway, as I was saying, Benjamin Netanyahu has since then ordered, aside from Nicholas Kristof being on the receiving end of unbelievable lies and heinous smears, including from, I guess, our now shared enemy, Representative Josh Buttheimer. What the fuck, New York Times? Nick Kristof amplifies proven Hamas-affiliated sources in their propaganda while the New York Times continues to gloss over the systematic sexual violence, rape, and mutilation Hamas committed on October 7th, now fully documented in the new Civil Commission report. We should expect better from the paper of record, particularly with allegations as seriously as these. If this is the furious coordinated backlash Kristof is getting for one piece, imagine what the Israeli and Palestinian journalists on the ground face every day. Also true. Netanyahu released a statement, by the way. Today, I instructed my legal advisor to consider the harshest legal action against the New York Times and Nicholas Kristof. They defamed the soldiers of Israel and perpetuated a blood libel about rape, trying to create a false symmetry between the genocidal terrorists of Hamas and Israel's valiant soldiers. I like that the blood libel is that there is a false symmetry. Buddy, Israel in its totality have done infinitely worse shit than October 7. Israel, as a matter of fact, the Israeli occupying forces, as a matter of fact, have done thousands of October 7s to the Palestinian population. There is no fucking symmetry. What the fuck are you talking about? We will fight these lies in the court of public opinion and the court of law. Anyway, so yeah, they're trying to sue the New York Times, which, by the way, it's not going to happen. I mean, they could try, but that discovery process would literally destroy Israel.
Discussion on television. And even comedy material.
ואתה הבחור עם האייפון שהכניס לו לישבן הנוח'בה וכולם היית מעורב באירוע הזה?
This time, however, it was reported by the New York Times, America's paper of record that has time and again overlooked and cast doubt on Palestinian narratives. Israel was quick to react. Official Israeli accounts and pro-Israeli figures slammed the piece, flooding social media feeds with criticism of the article, its author, and the publication. Israel's foreign ministry accused Kristof of blood libel, of inversing reality and spreading baseless lies. Israel's ambassador to the US, Michael Leiter, also accused Kristof of lying.
And by the way, this isn't the first time the New York Times has disproportionately bashed Israel. Oh, it's an addiction. This is characteristic of the same paper that disseminated baseless accusations of starvation.
While Israel denies accusations of sexual violence against Palestinian prisoners, the government has not allowed the Red Cross to inspect the conditions.
Bro, they're a Nazi country. I don't know what else we can say about this. They're a fucking Nazi country. They don't think the Palestinians are human beings. So from their perspective, it's like perfectly valid to rape them. Sometimes rape them to death. Okay? I'm not like, it's just what it is. Okay? Israel is a fascist, Nazi-style country, and they absolutely do not care about Palestinians. They don't see Palestinians as human beings. The entire the entire ideology, the ideological framework which Zionism operates off of, is the exact same fascist ideological framework, the ethno-supremacist ideological framework that Nazism operated off of. That's it. That's it. It's just the truth. And for some weird reason, most people see this reality now, but Israel still thinks it can get away with defending themselves against this kind of statement. Yeah, Israel's prison system has been so undercovered precisely because it's a perfect distillation of what Zionism is in practice, a state apparatus organized around domination, humiliation, dehumanization. Now that a mainstream media outlet has finally covered what's happening inside, Israel's defenders are understandably treating it as a grave threat. Yeah, because in a just world, it would be, right? In a just world, this would bring down the entire government because this is a moral stain on an entire country, okay? Just as Guantanamo Bay was a moral stain on our entire country and what we've done and what we still continue to do there. I mean, this is a far more systematized version of ethnic domination, of course, than even Guantanamo Bay is. So, you know, do with that calculation what you will. But this is, I mean, this is not all that different to, once again, what the Nazis were doing. It's not. I don't know what else to say. What can you say, man? Very cool. We got a rape colony over there. And then people turn around and say this is blood libel. And there are so many, like, I'm a serious reporter ass motherfuckers out here that are showing their asses over and over again. And of course, the ever litigious Israel is threatening to sue. Yeah, okay. Suck my dick. They can't do shit. This is funny as well. Gottheimer tweeted an implication that New York Times is paid by Hamas, then tweeted the same thing a few hours later with that line removed, but both tweets are still up. It's almost as if the New York Times is on Hamas's payroll. Gottheimer, not even a week after he wrote an article in the same New York Times opinion editorial page about me being an anti-Semite, accuses the same newspaper about being on the payroll of Hamas. New York Times has been an unbelievably important tool in laundering the reputation of Israel as Israel waged a genocidal war. It conducted a genocide against the Palestinians. New York Times still to this day is rarely doing good journalism when it comes to issues that pertain to Palestinian existence. So of course, a lot of people are very frustrated with the New York Times. But having said that, it's a moment for critical support for Nicholas Kristof, at least. Anyway, spokesperson for the New York Times responded, "There's no truth to this at all," to David Schuster, TYT guy, apparently. I don't even know who the fuck this guy is. Hearing from longtime friends of New York Times, there are already discussions, including up the masthead, about retracting Nick Kristof's column. Fucking bullshit. Dude, why? Why is it that it's just like Israel defenders, they have one speed: lie, cry, and sue. Okay? Lie, cry, sue. So fucking hysterical. Every single time, dude. Every single fucking time. I often wonder if the Nazis were also this invested in self-victimhood. I guess they were, because they were saying they were blaming Jewish people for everything, right? But I wonder what techniques, did they use standpoint epistemology to this degree? Were they constantly claiming the victim, or were they trying to present themselves as a powerful force? Cry bullying nonstop. Because modern day fascism, I feel like is unbelievably soy in many respects. Modern day fascism is Israeli fascism, and the Israeli variant of fascism that is woke fascism, if that makes sense. Constantly seeking out identitarian positions, claiming that you're in an ever-present position of victimhood, that everyone is out to get you. We see that in America as well, not just from defenders of Israel, some of which happen to be liberals already and vote for the Democratic Party, but defenders of the Republican Party too. American fascism, MAGA fascism, is very similar. The idea that white people are under attack, constantly crying, constantly complaining, constantly punching down, constantly punching others, and then claiming that you yourself are the victim. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there it is. A study in empires. Germany, the aggressor nation, 26% of the world, the British Empire, Great Britain. World War II propaganda map comparing Germany's territorial expansion to that of the British Empire. Saying, Germany, small nation, why can't we do a little bit of a genocide? Why can't we do a little bit of territorial expansion? Germany, tiny nation. Where else have you heard that? Israel, tiny nation, surrounded by scary countries.
Of detainees in Israeli prisons for years. And if they do make it out of detention, inmates come out looking like this. Israeli soldiers were even caught on camera gang raping and torturing a Palestinian prisoner in the notorious Sde Timan detention facility.
Yep.
And while Ambassador Leiter claims that
Any complaint of unlawful conduct by Israeli authorities should be submitted to investigative bodies. And as is customary in a democratic society, those complaints will be reviewed thoroughly.
the soldiers from Israel's Unit 100 returned to reserve duty after charges against them were dropped. In fact, solidarity protests took place when the soldiers were detained for questioning. Meanwhile, the whistleblower who leaked the video was arrested, and no internal military investigation into the incident has been carried out. Instead, one of the soldiers, Mer bin Shitrit, has garnered a large online following.
ولدولة العرب إلى واحد بده يخط رجله هون بقول لكم من هون اليهودي ولا كتين ولا عكين ولا إشي جايز عليكم نووي من الصغير لكبير نحرقكم دولتكم ولا واحد ياخد القدس.
And made multiple appearances on primetime television where he is sometimes introduced as a hero.
Only democracy in the Middle East, by the way, guys. Israel is everything that we claim here in the United States of America random Muslim nations are. As a matter of fact, the closest comparison to the way Israel behaves with regular frequency is ISIS. Okay? Hamas is not in any way, shape, or form close to ISIS. Israel is. Hamas is actually in Gaza fighting against ISIS and ISIS affiliates. ISIS affiliates that are aligned with Israel.
Listen to this ugly talk. It's disgusting.
What the fuck is this? They're going to be pissed about this commentary? Oh my God. The pro-Israeli crowd is going to get mad at me. It's another day that ends with a Y, huh?
The report.
Yeah. Natalie Karach, the New York Times continuing to publicly back Nicholas Kristof's explosive investigative opinion pieces. The paper's newsroom has notably yet to follow up on the shocking allegations at the center of the controversy. New chicken shit innuendo smear thing is hand-wringing about the New York Times newsroom supposedly supposed lack of follow-up reporting on Kristof's column. I don't think Natalie is doing that, by the way, which needs to happen within a week or it's scandalized and vaguely implied to be evidence that the paper lacks confidence in the story. Good shit. I don't think Natalie's doing that. Dylan Byers, fair point on Nick Kristof discourse. Setting aside the debate over integrity of reporting, if the claims in the piece are true, basic editorial judgment would result in follow-up stories on the New York Times' news side. Presumably those stories are in the work. If they're not, why not? Weird, why not? I can tell you why not. The reason why they're not doing it is because they're fucking pro-Israel. But now they've been pushed into this position. They've been pushed into this fucking position. There's no truth to this at all. Nicholas Kristof is a two-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who's reported on sexual violence for decades and is widely regarded as one of the world's best on-the-ground reporters documenting and bearing witness to sexual abuse experienced by women and men in war and conflict zones. He traveled to the region to report firsthand on the stories of Palestinians who suffered abuse. And his article collects accounts in the victim's own words backed by independent studies. Rape has become, Moen Rabbani says, rape has become a part of the Israeli national ethos. Politicians and government officials riot in support of it. Prominent journalists and commentators shout and scream in support of it in television programs. Public figures demand it. And comedians devote skits to the joys of raping Palestinian prisoners. This is literally, it sounds like an insane anti-Semitic conspiracy, but it's straight up fucking true. This is what Israel is. New York Times comms also says the Israeli prime minister has threatened to file a libel lawsuit against the New York Times regarding the Nicholas Kristof's deeply reported opinion column on sexual abuse by Israel's prison guards, soldiers, settlers, and this threat, similar to one made last year, is a part of is a well-worn political playbook that aims to undermine independent reporting and stifle journalism that does not fit a specific narrative. Any such claim would be without merit. Go to hell. Fuck you for defending Kristof and publishing libel. If you want to understand why there is a massive double standard, look at the lack of verifiable firsthand accounts that claimed without any evidence, with tremendous amounts of retracted evidence, okay, that Hamas engaged in directed systemic mass rape on October 7th, okay? Even secondhand accounts were later proven to be incorrect. That was in the fucking paper of record on the news side. This comes years after well-documented, direct, first-hand victim testimony. And the New York Times is still, they're defending Nicholas Kristof, but not writing a report on it, not following up on this article. That is because they are pro-Israel. Dropsite News asked AOC about Prime Minister Netanyahu threatening to sue the New York Times.
Threatening to sue the New York Times over their reporting about the systematic rape in prisons, and also getting to choose his interviewer on CBS.
Yeah, well, I mean, that CBS situation is just a violation, I think, of any journalistic standard. So it doesn't surprise me that Barry Weiss is letting, elected officials who should be held accountable by journalists and the free media.
Once again, they're backfiring, by the way. I do want to tell you something. This is going to backfire on Israel. They're so aggressively posturing right now. They're so aggressive. You're cleaning your teeth on camera. First a sue for days, now a toothpick. Who are you? A cool guy. Also, I use a toothpick all the time. Ironically enough, I think the bigger the controversy they create around this, the more people read about it. Streisanding this into oblivion.
Instead, she's doing things the other way around and letting her friends pick her interviewers.
Would a foreign leader in any other country get to exercise this type of influence over our media?
I've certainly never heard of something like that happening, so I can't name a precedent, but yeah.
Thanks. What are your thoughts on Prime Minister Netanyahu threatening to sue the New York Times over their reporting about the systematic rape?
Anyway, he also asked Randy Fine some questions. And Randy normally loves talking about Israel. It's his favorite subject to discuss. So let's take a look. I'm sure he'll have some choice words on this New York Times reporting.
It's in the New York Times about the systematic rape in the Israeli prisons of the Palestinian
detainees.
detainees.
Ask me a question about something other than Israel. I don't even know why they let foreign agents like you even do this.
Well, I'm a reporter, and the main thing you talk about on
You're not a reporter.
Every media appearance that you do is about Israel. So I'm asking you about your main issue.
It's not my main issue. I answer the questions people ask me. But
That's what I'm asking you. You didn't answer it. I'm asking you about a New York Times report. Is that real reporting?
No.
New York Times isn't real reporting.
No.
Okay.
And by the way, it wasn't a New York Times report. Should at least get it right.
It was a New York Times report. Yes, it was. No, it was a New York Times report, sir. Just want to get you.
A pigot. I can't tell if it's oh my God, it is. He's wearing a Make America Great Again kippah. Anyway, disgusting. Tariq Kenny Shawah says, more importantly, this is also a test of how influential the Israel lobby is at this point. They're making such a deafening hullabaloo right now because they're desperate to make an example of Kristof to deter any further coverage on this issue in mainstream press. Of course, most of the accounts in Kristof's article have been reported by Bobby. Their voices don't matter because they can be smeared as illegitimate or Hamas. But when mainstream outlets start sharing these reports, that's when they worry. Yeah. The Atlantic magazine is a joke for keeping this person on staff. He's been denying a crime that occurred during the Holocaust, but I suppose Holocaust denial in defense of Israel is the only time it's allowed by Jeff Goldberg. Yeah, David Frum. Meanwhile, the Jewish rape dogs hoax has been refuted not because it's a slur against Jews, but because the American Kennel Club attests it's an impossibility for dogs. Dogs do not naturally behave this way. They're abused into it. That's what Ingrid Olderock specialized in. Dude, movies about this were nominated for Oscars, and some of the most notorious chapters of Chilean history are about this. I don't like arguing with Holocaust deniers. Enjoy the block. I have friends at the Atlantic, and I know not everyone over there sucks, but Jeffrey Goldberg, he definitely sucks for keeping people like this on the payroll. Suddenly, you guys turn into David Irving to defend Israel. Shame on you, and your ancestors are weeping. In my other thread, I pointed out Barbie went on trial after the Holocaust. People testified to what he did with the dogs. Yeah, that's another unbelievably ironic moment that, like...
And besides that, there were other punishments they could do to you. There were those dogs. There were those dogs in the camp. They were very huge dogs. We were afraid of those dogs more than the Germans because they were trained to make, like sex with girls. So if they want to punish you, they will take these horrible big dogs and they force you there to make whatever. In any case, it happened, there was a French lady, and she had a beautiful daughter of 16. She was really beautiful. And then, they forced the girl, I don't know what she has done wrong.
Yeah. By the way, becoming a Holocaust denier to justify heinous crimes and genocide against the Palestinians is what Benjamin Netanyahu is known for. He's done that. He's not a Holocaust denier yet, but he is a Holocaust revisionist. And he actually recently did that, as I showed you, where he claimed on CBS's 60 Minutes that, Hitler wasn't such a bad guy. He never said he wanted to, he never said he wanted to invade Britain and the U.S. He never said death to America, death to, yeah. In Chile, the use of dogs to rape people is sadly well known because of the Pinochet government's tenure. There was an Oscar-nominated film that was made about the woman who engaged in this torture tactic. She was called Woman of the Dogs. And for the record, yes, her parents were Nazis, and her authoritarian upbringing is why some people some people assume she became a torturer under Pinochet. Which makes you wonder what's going to happen to all those kids who march through Jerusalem today chanting death to Arabs. They do this every year. I presume the IDF will not exempt them from service. Speculate. Yeah. And of course, the last piece of the saga is Ira Stoll reports Nick Kristof's father fought for the Nazis during World War II, something he admitted in his 2024 memoir, Chasing Hope. When I was growing up and other kids talked about their dads heroically battling the Nazis, I kept quiet. I didn't want to admit that my father had actually fought for a year on the same side of the Nazis. So now they're saying Nick Kristof's father also wrote a letter to the editor of the Times in 1989 defending Paul Touvier, the intelligence chief of a pro-Nazi militia in Vichy, France, who was convicted of killing 7 Jewish hostages. This information was not revealed to people due to deep background investigations. Nicholas Kristof himself revealed this information and the deep shame he has for it. What the fuck does this have to do with Nicholas Kristof? But of course, it's always one speed. Zionists will grab onto anything they possibly can. There is no depths they won't sink to in an effort to defend Israel. These guys are knowingly playing coy with you. They know why they haven't published multiple front-page stories following an article released 3 days ago. They know how journalism works. If they did release these articles right after, they'd attack the New York Times for being hasty. They just want to stop any criticism of Israel. Anyway, let's get back to Chad Bianco. This is the last California governor
to
pay.
go down. That is why all of these costs are going up. So when you eliminate the regulation, you eliminate the excessive business taxes that are forcing people out of this state, then you can fix government. You do not fix government with the same tired old policies of bribing you with free things for an election. 4 years later, we're going through the same conversation because nothing changes. You've got to vote for something different.
Mr. Bianco, could you explain how you would keep people on their insurance plans with healthcare premiums going up?
Number one, we wouldn't have to worry about healthcare insurances going up because of Washington if California managed its finances. We want to blame everything about California. Donald Trump was named 10 times in the opening statements. We want to blame 1 year of Donald Trump on 30 years. We're going to fix the financial problem in California caused by all of these, the waste, the fraud, the abuse, the excessive fraud, embezzlement, and abuse in our medical system that allows that to happen in the first place.
You've had a 60% increase in your budget since you've been sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa. Ryan?
That's a nice fake comment.
Mr. Becerra, the Trump administration announced just yesterday it will withhold $1.3 billion in Medicaid payments to California over hospice fraud. As governor, how would you crack down on healthcare fraud in the state? You have 1 minute.
Ryan, the same way I did it when I was Attorney General.
Wait,
we
what?
established a bureau that dealt with Medi-Cal fraud, working with the federal government.
So we're just taking what Trump's saying at face value.
Because
Nice.
Trump took $1 trillion out of the healthcare system, out of the Medicare, or the Medicaid and the Medi-Cal system. Trump is now trying to deprive California of another $1 billion in health care for Medi-Cal. He doesn't have the right to do that. You still have to prove that there's been fraud and abuse. He is in advance taking money, even though he hasn't proven in court what he's done. So we should go after him, the way I had to do over 120 times when I was Attorney General. We will fight to get those tax subsidies under the Affordable Care Act back for California families. We will fight to make sure we get the money that we sent to the federal treasury for Medi-Cal in California, because otherwise 3 million Californians are in jeopardy of losing their health care. We won't let Trump get in our way. And whether it's the Trump gas tax, because he's increased the price by going to war in Iran, or whether it's the tariffs that are taxed, we're going to fight against Trump.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. On the issue of health care, do you believe in single-payer health care?
I absolutely have said over and over, yes, I do. Yes, let me just be consistent. I have, Medi-Cal for All is a form of single payer. For more than 30 years, I have been a proponent, an author of legislation for Medicare for All, which is a form of single payer. And I've done that over and over. Now, what I will tell you is this, Ryan. What we have to do, because people in California don't care what you call it. At the end of the day, what they want is access to a doctor when they need it and a bill that they can afford to pay. And that's what we'll do. And when I was secretary, I advanced more coverage for more Americans than ever before, and we lowered prices.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Hilton, as someone who has lived in the UK under a single-payer healthcare system, you have been highly critical of it and said, as governor, the only way to bring healthcare costs down is to stop covering illegal immigrants. What do you say to voters who believe healthcare is a right and not a privilege? You have 1 minute.
Well, I don't think it's fair that California taxpayers who can barely afford their own health coverage should be paying for the health care of citizens of other countries. And if you look at the record of Javier, it's exactly what Chad was just saying, that you cannot believe that any change will come from these people. He, as health secretary, dismantled the unit and HHS that was supposed to crack down on fraud, billions of dollars of fraud as a result of his rule as HHS secretary. And there's another point I think we have to acknowledge. We learned today that Javier, implicated in this corruption scandal, today we learned that he knew about illegal and improper payments from his campaign account to his former chief of staff. Honestly, and it pains me to say it because I like you personally, Javier, but you shouldn't be on this stage. You shouldn't be in this race. You should be preparing your criminal defense.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton. Mr. Becerra, you'd like to respond? You have 30 seconds.
Sure. With friends like that, who needs enemies, right? First, it's hard to respond to lies. We did not dismantle. We actually increased oversight. In fact, what we did was we increased oversight over nursing homes, because nursing homes had been the place where more deaths occurred as a result of COVID. So we actually increased oversight. And what I will tell you is this, the record speaks for itself. Steve, under my watch, we went to more than 300 million Americans who had health care coverage. That was far beyond what Donald Trump, your daddy, gave us, and we are going to continue to move forward in California.
Mr. Becerra, would you like to respond to the federal charges that he had brought up? If you were elected into the top two election runoff in November, can you guarantee that will not be a distraction?
I can, because as I've said from day one, I was not involved in the wrongdoing. I had nothing to do with that. I did nothing wrong. And don't take my words for it. Take the words of the U.S. attorney who said running for governor has been implicated in this particular matter. So, Steve, you may not want to accept it, but the truth is what it is. You don't get to make up the facts. The facts are the facts.
Said it, Javier.
Let's talk about...
It's your chief of staff who said that you knew about these payments.
Let's talk about...
If I can respond to that, the district, the prosecuting attorney in the U.S. Attorney's Office is the one that handled this case. Steve, unless you tell me otherwise, I don't think you've gone to law school. But the U.S. Attorney did say, and Katie, to your point, then the U.S. Attorney has said no candidate, including me, running for governor, has been implicated in this case. And they looked at all the facts and decided
it's Steyer and Becerra that are the top candidates. And on the Republican side, it's the British dipshit.
Let me just say this. Javier, you're
we know that
saying
Javier...
facts. Let's go to the videotape. Let's trust the people who are saying it. When it comes to single payer, you went and talked to the largest lobbying group against single payer in the state of California. And the head of that group the next day said you very clearly indicated you were against single payer.
And I told them I was for Medicare for all.
They didn't just say it. They endorsed you, and they gave you the maximum amount of money that they can give a candidate. So are they lying? They clearly gave you the money. They clearly gave you the endorsement, and they clearly stated that's what you said.
Ms. Porter.
So respectfully,
Mr. Becerra, your quote at the end drifted off a little bit from the words. What the quote was that you had not been mentioned in the charging documents, that is, in the indictment of Dana Williamson, your long-term chief of staff, Sean McCluskey, or Greg Campbell. But as you know, that does not preclude, because you are also a trained attorney, you know that does not preclude an indictment from being issued against you. We do not know what Dana Williamson said about your involvement, and the government will have the ability.
I mean, they're all knifing him, which is good because he sucks.
I mean, look, I'll let the lawyers battle that one out.
Sorry for the Becerra heads in the chat, but he's
under
ass.
Javier's watch.
Bro, he's so ass. Former Biden administration officials have been like, he's ass. Like, what do you want? Other Democrats are like, he sucks. KTLA cooked his ass when they asked a couple questions and he started crying on camera, and then they released the footage.
$32 billion worth of
God, I hate this guy so much. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why are there 17 candidates on stage? People are voting for Javier. Why do you keep posting this by saying people are voting for Javier? Why? Okay, they're not voting for Javier. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Hannah won our second Pulitzer reporter on the hundreds of thousands of migrant kids exploited during Javier Becerra's term as HHS secretary. She's a reputable source. A story of mine from 2023 suddenly became a major issue in the California governor's race. Okay, with the final debate tonight, I tried to set the record straight on the front runner's role in the migrant child labor crisis and whether he lost 85,000 kids. The Times broke the story that has become a dominant line of attack against Javier Becerra. Here are 5 things to know about it. Why do you keep saying people are voting for Javier? Oh, because you're saying he's polling high. Oh.
This is the start of our interview with Javier Becerra in Highland Park.
By the way, this is a profile piece. This is not a gotcha piece, right?
Well, look, I think these questions are fair. It's in order to learn about you as a candidate.
So long as it's about the profile.
I don't know how you define profile, but I'd like to begin the interview.
The way I describe profile is you talk about all the things that I've done, things I want to do, and along with some tough questions. But not only tough questions.
This is the start of our interview with Javier Becerra in Highland Park.
Floating present. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Matt Mahan is annoying all the way over from San Jose to Santa Rosa. His annoyingness radiates. Yeah, he's like, oh God. He's like Matt Mahan is Matt Iglesias' favorite pick. We know that Javier Becerra likely broke state law, and now he's at the center of an ongoing criminal investigation. Democrats cannot afford to wake up on June 3rd and discover we got a criminal on our hands. Javier Becerra should not be our governor, and we can't risk having him as our nominee. Yeah. Former Becerra staffers told me Becerra and McCluskey were such a close team that they had a hard time imagining Becerra working in government without his longtime staffer. Becerra's closest ally pleads guilty. If he makes it into the top 2, he will be absolutely clobbered by his opponent. Becerra is a liability to Democrats, a near guaranteed Republican win if it comes to that. And Democrats are so worried about Tom Steyer as an uncontrollable, unaccountable to the party billionaire, even though he's a billionaire and therefore has like tremendous buy-in to the system, that they will literally present who half of the party who has worked with him has said he sucks dick, become the Democratic pick in the top 2 system, in the top 2 primary system. California machine politics is so fucking awful. California machine politics is so unbelievably gross. So invested in winning or losing by their own design, as long as they fucking maintain, their power, their grip on power, that they will literally fucking allow a Republican to win, as long as it's not someone with a D next to their name that they don't have any fucking control over. Someone with a D next to their name that is saying, like, we can do single payer in the state of California. We can actually hold some of these, major energy providers accountable in the state, like PG&E. They did this with Cuomo. They're doing it again and again and again and again and again. And they're going to keep doing it again. And we just have to beat them. There's no other way around it. I know you guys want to say, like, just check out of the system. When we realize that this system doesn't fucking work, it will always hurt your feelings. It will always betray you. It will always mess you up. Okay? But I'm going to keep fighting for it. I don't have a lot of confidence. I don't have a a lot of confidence in the way that the current democratic process works. Remember what Mate says last night? Yeah, threads of change, not crumbs of hope. The difference between California has a lot less blue than New York City. Steyer is far less charismatic than Zoran and faces real issues with his billionaire status. Becerra is far less offensive than Cuomo, and also there won't be a Republican to split any votes. Should be feasibly winner for Steyer because Becerra is just so weak of a politician and also lacks the standing and credibility that were Cuomo's own real strengths, but he'd be starting off as the underdog in my opinion. Most Republican voters just really are doctrinally conservative and will choose an establishment Dem over a progressive one on the basis of ideology. If they could hold their nose for Cuomo, they'd do it for anyone. It is what it is. With that said, the counterpoints here are that there's a big difference between Steyer running as a progressive Dem as opposed to an out-and-out socialist, while Becerra is a creature of the Dem establishment as opposed to Cuomo's weird, tough-on-crime, outsidery thing. Yes, the Sacramento machine absolutely prefers Becerra. Floating present, thank you with another 25 gifted subs. Goddamn. I'll never forget this one time I DM'd this creator. I really liked telling her how cool I thought she was. She never responded. Then I found out a few months later via a friend that she had in a private alt account where she was talking mad shit about me going on Hasan's stream. Insults starting to pick up on this post and I don't have time to deal with it. Adjusting response to friends only. Hasan Piker called Jews inbred, worships Chairman Mao, did literal poverty tourism in Cuba to promote communism, said America deserved 9/11 and openly celebrated the No Festival massacre as it happened. Please stay in your lane and just be the big booby thirst trap. Yeah, here's a really good way to convince someone who does sex work to shut the fuck up and do sex work. Like, you'll definitely get them to go, well, you seem to be sincere. How do you think a Becerra versus Steyer general plays out like the latest poll shows? I think that's not a very good scenario for Steyer. Could be an interesting one. But if it's Steyer versus the Republican, then it's a wrap. Is the debate over or is it a commercial break? No, the debate's not over. It's a commercial break.
Ever own their own home. We need to build outwards, not just upwards with apartment buildings shoved into suburban neighborhoods. You know that only 6% of our land is developed in California. We could increase that to 7%, and there would be room for 10
How do you feel about the Butch Ware candidacy? Write in as a candidacy as a Californian. Good luck.
Think big again. Back to the days when we used to build amazing things in California, the suburbs of Southern California, the state water project. We should be thinking about how we restore the ambition, the abundance of California.
Mr. Hilton, thank you.
Ms. Porter, some of your opponents have stated homelessness is not a housing issue, but instead a drug, alcohol, and mental health issue. As governor, what do you do to get people off the streets who refuse service? And do you disagree with that statement? You have 1 minute.
So homelessness comes in a variety of forms. Homelessness includes families that are crowded together, 3 and 4, into a 1-bedroom apartment. We heard those stories during COVID. Those people didn't go away. They're still overcrowded. It includes foster youth who are aging out of foster care and often couch surfing, students on our campuses who are living in their cars. But yes, people who are chronically unsheltered who live on the streets very often have severe health, mental health, and substance use issues. Being on the street is a big risk factor for developing those things if you didn't have those problems already. We need to provide treatment for people, and we need to provide a process. Simply putting someone in jail and holding them for a day or two does not give them any meaningful treatment. Sure, they're not there tomorrow when you drive by, but they'll be there 2 days later. You need to have a pathway into treatment. I think we should revise the care court to be much more effective than it's been.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Mr. Bianco in Riverside County, you've actually recently seen the number of unsheltered drop 19%, and many credit a collaboration of the county and the 5,000 active nonprofits in your region. But you have said, as governor, quote, every single bit of money going to nonprofits and NGOs for homelessness ends the day I take over. So the question is, how would that impact your county? You have 1 minute.
It will impact them for a few minutes while they reach out and say, this is what we're doing, and you're going to cause all of these people to be put back on the street, and then we will give them their money back. And then the thousands upon nonprofits that don't come asking for their money back and showing us how many people are going to be affected will arrest all of those, because that's where the waste, the fraud, and the abuse is happening in the homeless industrial complex. This is not about homes. It's never been about homes. We take a different approach in Riverside County. We actually offer them the mental health and the drug treatment that they need, and the alcohol treatment that they need. We do it very different, and it involves arrest. We put them in the jail. I don't want them there, but that's the first start. And then we get them into the housing, the transitional housing. We get them into the care that they need. We get them into mental health treatment. We get them into drug and alcohol treatment so we can help them get rid of their addiction, get rid of their mental illness state that they find themselves in, to get them back to the homes and family that they already have.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco.
Mr. Steyer, care court conservatorship and involuntary treatment reforms have produced uneven results across counties. Would you sign a law expanding involuntary commitment criteria?
So let me say this. Nobody gets well on the street. The people who show up on the street, only 1 in 7 of them have a serious mental health issue. So my job, as far as I'm concerned, would be to keep people off the street by giving them rental assistance, by getting them off the street as fast as possible into emergency interim housing, to places they want to go. And after repeated addresses, yes, I would ask people to get, I would force people to go into treatment. But let me say this. I want to talk about housing, because housing is the biggest problem in the state of California, and people aren't being realistic about it. Yeah, we need permit reform, and I'm going to do that too. Yes, we need zoning reform.
That's an incredibly impressive answer.
We need to construct houses differently because it's far too expensive. We have tens of thousands
Bro said
of permitted zone units we're not building.
Housing first.
And mostly, I will call a special
Bro
election
thinks we're
to
in
close
Finland.
a corporate real estate tax loophole so we can use that money to get the cities to actually agree to build housing. That is the big problem. They are dragging their feet, and they don't want it because they can't afford the people who are going to live in those houses. And anyone who's not talking about that isn't talking realistically about how we're going to build 1 million houses in the next 4 years.
Thank you, Mr.
Bro
Steyer.
said we're going to make California Finland again.
Californians are frustrated about how intractable a problem homelessness has been. What is the quiet part that politicians aren't saying out loud about why this problem has been so intractable?
Well, look, San Jose has created the model that the entire state needs to adopt. And as governor, I'll hold every city and every county accountable for doing its part. In fact, half of the candidates on this stage have come to San Jose to see our success with interim housing. We're investing in prevention, so fewer people become homeless. We're building shelter and interim housing. We're building treatment capacity. And when it's available, we are requiring that people come indoors. And we don't have to throw everybody in jail like the sheriff would do. We actually petition to get them into drug courts, mental health courts. And Katie's right. The care courts need to be more robust and get more people into treatment. But just back on housing, I have to disagree with Javier Becerra again. His big plan on housing costs is to cap insurance, which is how we lost the insurance companies in the first place. That's not going to work. And he didn't have a housing plan until a week ago that he couldn't explain at the forum with the New York Times how it wouldn't actually raise costs. It's not a credible plan for bringing down costs.
Mr. Becerra, I want to give you a minute to answer, but we also want to follow up on that and ask what the revenue plan is.
Yeah. So once again, it's amazing how people don't read plans and they try to interpret what other people are saying. What I will say to you, Matt, is this. We know what we need to do to try to construct. We have to reduce the regulations that are keeping developers from being able to pencil out projects. We know that local governments are very afraid of trying to move too quickly.
Javier, your party increased those regulations.
If I could just finish, Steve. And so what we have to do is...
believe a word he's saying. His party increased those regulations.
Mr. Hilton, Mr. Becerra, please finish.
Yeah, so it's not rocket science. What we do have to do is take advantage of what we know can be done quickly. There are 40,000 shovel-ready projects, affordable units ready to go if we could just help find the financing. When I declare that state of emergency, when I get in, we will find the money to get those projects on the way. And I will tell you this, if you don't believe that we can deal with high home insurance rates, Matt, then you shouldn't be running for governor.
We're actually bringing down...
I'm going to actually really quickly...
He didn't answer the question. I'm sorry. The point I was making...
Most families are... If I could just finish
California
the thought.
voters, gentlemen, California voters want to hear everyone's perspectives.
Ezra Klein had to ask him 4 times.
I do want to actually give Mr. Villaraigosa an opportunity.
But if I could just finish the sentence.
What is his revenue plan?
If I could just finish the sentence and say...
Raise your hand if you want to hear his revenue plan.
Katie, it'd be easy to respond if I didn't get interrupted every time I was trying to.
Go ahead and finish, and I'm going to go to Mr. Villaraigosa, and then we will move on.
Thank you. So I think it's unfortunate for candidates who believe that home insurance costs, casualty insurance costs are okay, and not try to take this head on, grab that bull by the horns, because too many families are not able to afford their places, their homes, because home insurance rates have gone sky high. I will tackle that and watch.
Price caps don't work.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Villaraigosa, I want to give you 30 seconds.
Well, first of all, let me be clear. We've spent $24 billion on homelessness from Sacramento, and homelessness went up, everybody. The fact is there is waste and fraud. The fact is we've got to do something about it. Yes, we can streamline permitting and do some of the things that you said, Mr. Steyer, but at the end of the day, it takes leadership, everybody. There's no one on this stage that has the record and both as mayor and speaker to do a lot of this. Just pie in the sky.
Mr. Steyer, we're going to give you 10 seconds.
10 quick seconds. Let me say this. There's no one else on this stage who actually has a plan to get the cities and counties on their side. There's no one on this stage who has a plan for finance. My wife and I have financed 17,000 low-income housing units, and there's no one on this stage who knows how to build houses for a third less, which we do.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
Thank you, candidates. Let's get back to Juliet in the studio with our next topic, climate and the environment.
All right, thank you. So California has been a leader when it comes to investing in green energy and preventing climate change. But at what costs? Max Darrow gives us a look.
What?
Whether on the coast, in the mountains, in the valley, or on the bay, where Emma Greenbaum takes...
What the fuck is happening in this debate? Also, but at what cost is really funny.
Director for Climate and Landscapes at the Exploratorium.
Our whole way of life here would change if nothing is done about sea level rise and nothing is done about climate change.
An educator, she says California is looked at as a leader globally with its approach.
I'm bored. What's wrong with Katie Porter other than being a monster to her staffers? She wants to do insanely stupid race to the bottom, like no taxes on anyone under no taxes on anyone making up to $100,000 style initiatives, like just non-starter stupidity. She used to be good. She used to be good, but she's pro-Israel. Like Tom Steyer, for all of his, wishy-washy behavior around Israel, is far better than the rest of the fucking top-line contenders. The only exception to Tom Steyer on the issue of Israel is obviously two guys, neither of which are on the stage right now. One of which is not even on the ballot.
Question is, do you believe climate change is happening? And as governor, how would you approach California's current environmental policies? You have 1 minute.
Well, unfortunately for her, there are no other states in the country
Floating
that
President,
are doing
thank you
what
for 25.
California is, because they looked at us and they said, hey, they're destroying their state. We're not going to do that. That is the reason why we can no longer afford to live in California. Do I believe in climate change? Of course, we can say that temperatures are increasing. Are we going?
Wait, what? Oh
Since
my
I was a
God!
little kid, being in an ice age,
because he's gay.
California
He's
being
woke and
non-existent
gay.
because
He's
elections
libtarded.
we're going. It's not going to happen. Am I naive enough to believe that human beings can affect it? No. What California has done in the last 30 years in climate change and taking care of the environment with CO2 and everything that they're doing was eliminated with the Palisades fire. We have to be realistic about what we are doing, how we are going to compensate for the Earth's environment changing, and stop destroying California with unbelievable excessive regulations that are truly environmental activist related, that are destroying our state's ability to do everything, including housing.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Hilton, as advisor of then Prime Minister David Cameron, you're credited as the mastermind of his green campaign, but you said if elected, you would dismantle California's climate policy. So I'll ask you, do you believe in climate change? You have 1 minute.
Yeah, and we need to have common sense on climate change, not ideology that ends up being counterproductive and, exactly as Chad said, hurting every small business and family and everyone in California. I'm an environmentalist. We love our beautiful natural landscapes, our climate here in California. We've got to protect that. Clean air, clean water, of course that's right. But look at some of the things that we're doing in the name of climate change. the wildfires that occurred in the Sierras in 2020 because the forests weren't managed properly, the CO2 emissions from that 1 year of mega wildfires
He went
wiped
from
out
woke
all the
Cameron Tory
savings
to the hog
from climate
GOP, and it just
policy
doesn't
in
work.
the previous 20 years. Look at what's going on with our gas prices, the highest in the country, because instead of getting oil and gas from our own oil production here in California, we are shipping it 7,500 miles in giant super tankers, spewing out carbon emissions. In the name of climate, we are increasing.
Why does he sound like that British pro-Palestine YouTuber that likes you? You mean Chris Kunzler? Oh my God, he does sound like Chris Kunzler.
Rising utility bills.
He has a
while the state
similar,
pushes for
like, almost whiny intonation, which I really love. Chris Kunzler, obviously.
position affordable.
He's
you
great.
have 1 minute.
Yeah, this is the key question. It's why I find it such a head scratcher that Steve Hilton talks about protecting the environment, and then his housing plan is let's just
I actually
build out
like
as far as we
Chris's
can. That's going to
style.
be great for the climate, for fire risk, for our daily.
Like,
commutes.
he
It's gonna be
does
just
this, like, upspeak thing.
Thank you for actually traveled across California.
And thank you for
Chris has a posh accent. Yeah, he does. I really like Chris's commentary.
It's probably why when he got pushed out of government, and,
Like,
in
his
Britain, he
cadence
said the
comes
country
across
was
like it's like upspeak. I don't know how else to explain it, but it's awesome. But I like it. I like it. I'm also not used to hearing that tone and that accent say such truthful things.
for harnessing the investment of big tech companies to hold them accountable for paying for grid upgrades.
Okay,
So if they-
dude, Matt Mahan has the same vibes as Pete Buttigieg. Okay, just like there is something about guys like this that just rub me the fucking wrong way, and I don't know how to explain it. Like, I mean, with Pete, he has like terrible policies. With Matt, he has like whatever, right? He's also like a moderate, centrist Democrat, but like there is just a way that they fucking carry themselves where there's a way that they carry themselves where I'm just like, dude, you are trying to be so well put together. It just comes across as so insincere. There's just something that, like, I just cannot trust you. I cannot fucking trust you at all.
On the roads in California, the proportion, the idea that that's going to...
Actually, half of the vehicles purchased in Santa Clara County are EVs. You've got millions on the road.
You actually know the number, Matt, statewide.
Yeah, how many, Steve?
Do you know?
It's about 1 million.
No, the percentage of our vehicles on the road.
10%.
Yeah, and growing.
It's 7%, and he wants to power our power grid with that.
It's a lot of batteries, Steve, on the batteries.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton.
It's what
We
you
need
get
to move
from
on.
ideologues who are not practical.
It's actually called innovation, Steve. Innovation.
He's my ex's best friend. I know him, Matt Mahan.
How to make things work.
Yeah, Matt Mahan terrifies me. It's just in ways that I cannot describe. I feel like Katie Porter is just fucking giving up. Matt Mahan is backed by Palantir. That makes so much sense. He went to the same all-boys high school, Catholic high school I went to. Probably learned that from the speech and debate law. It's not a worse set of candidates. I can't believe I'm saying this, but like every time I hear from Tom Steyer, I'm like, yeah, he's a billionaire, but I kind of like what he's saying.
And to try to have climate thoughts about it. We need to think of it. This is going to take a lot more energy, which we know it will. Electric vehicles are also projected to take a lot more energy in the future.
Like even my assessment of him was that he was
transmission in the ground. So yes, it's absolutely
like he was very responsive when I had that conversation with him as well.
It's going to take water. It's going to use energy. Then you should be prepared to
And his
pay
policies
for it.
are fucking
Those costs
awesome.
Should come out of your profits, not out of California families' pocketbooks. I just want to use my remaining 9 seconds. What is Mr. Becerra's revenue plan?
Oh God! She's so quirky. She brought her whiteboard.
No, excuse me.
And I will come to you, Mr.
Good,
Villagomez.
because the last one I got 30 seconds. I will like
will
a
come
minute.
back to you. Mr. Becerra, I was about to ask you how you plan to regulate AI energy throughout the state and the specific steps. But
You see that?
I also
She's trying to be
invite
Dr.
you to
Jihad.
respond to Ms. Porter's question.
So I get a minute.
You
to
are not
respond to the
Dr.
question and
Jihad.
30 seconds to respond to Ms. Porter.
Let's start with a minute.
Okay, I'll respond to your question, and if you give me 30 seconds, I'll respond to Katie's question.
already have a minute
So
for it.
on artificial intelligence. intelligence, we want to make sure that when artificial intelligence is based here, and it should be based here because this is the home of artificial intelligence, that it is doing more than just taking care of its own needs. It is helping take care of the needs of communities that are in California because it is an industry that is going to offer us great opportunity. At the same time, we want to make sure we're offering the protections that our families need, our children, our workers. We have to make sure that as we harness AI, we do it before AI harnesses us. And so that means taking advantage of working with them to establish a clear set of rules on how they will operate. They will provide resources to have the infrastructure that they need, but also expand that to provide the California people with a little extra. And we'll do this without imposing the type of regulation that would move them over to places like China.
Mr. Becerra, you have 30 seconds to respond to Ms. Porter, and then we will come to Mr. Vieira.
I really don't
Absolutely.
like Becerra.
As the only person who's actually done tax policy, because I sat on the Ways and Means Committee for 20 years in the House of Representatives, I can tell you what we will do, Katie. We will make sure that we change the tax code so we don't just tax doctors and nurses and firefighters and teachers at rates that are higher than billionaires like Tom Steyer. What we will do is make sure that everyone pays their fair share. That won't be so difficult. If you look at the governor's budget from from today, in fact, he actually calls for getting rid of some of the corporate welfare loopholes that are allowing corporations to pay less. We have the resources to go out and create the revenue we need, and we'll make sure that everyone is paying their fair share.
We'll make sure.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. I defer to my colleague.
Well, may I say, I want to talk about climate. I'm the person on this stage who's worked on climate. So I'm not going to let this go without speaking.
I was told that I get the next.
Mr. Vieira goes to.
I have a nuanced. One second
You can
first.
respond to, but let me ask you a question first. What is the biggest environmental challenge right now facing California, and what steps would you take to alleviate it? You have a minute.
Record, everybody. When I was Speaker of the Assembly, 100% environmental record. I'm the author of the Carl Moyer Act, which was the biggest effort to clean up the air since the Clean Air Act until AB 32 and SB 32. When I was mayor, I said, dream with me. We'd make LA the greenest, biggest city in the country. We went #1 American city in reducing carbon emissions, #5 in the world. Reduced our water consumption in 1970 levels when we had 1 million less people. And the port, the biggest port in this state, the biggest in the country, is the greenest port in the world. But folks, anybody that thinks that the climate deniers have a policy that works, or the ones that believe we're just going to go all renewables, that's not going to work. We need an all-of-the-above energy policy. Almost anybody that knows anything.
All right, I'm fucking bored. I'm sorry. 7 hours and 20 minutes. I'm done. I'm done, dude.